Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Undying Fire, City of Secrets in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Fire. The meadow was quiet. A light breeze slipped through the grass and ruffled Zuko's hair. He sat with one elbow propped on his knee, idly manipulating a ball of flames into different shapes. The warmth felt nice. Reassuring. After unlocking his final chakra, his chi had been able to replenish itself at a much faster rate. He wasn't sure if it was just because the energy could flow through him more easily now, or if, by unlocking the chakras, he had gained access to a deeper reserve of power. Either way, he could bend again without feeling like he was trying to get water from rock. It was like reuniting with an old friend, though the color of his flames did seem a little different now. More gold than orange. I haven't seen you bend like that in a long time. Zuko flinched at the sound of his uncle's voice. The turtle duck he had been creating dissipated into nothing. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbled. Iroh chuckled and took a seat next to him on the grass. I'm surprised you didn't notice my presence. It's normally impossible to catch you off guard. Zuko leaned back on his palms and stared off into the distance. Appa was grazing not far from them, looking like a giant ball of fluff. The others had all gone their separate ways into the bush for, as Sokka called it, a potty break. Just thinking about the term still made Zuko want to facepalm. Sometimes, Sokka could be such an idiot. Yet you still enjoy his company. A slight crease formed on his brow. He supposed he had grown fond of Sokka, no, of all the little group who had taken him in when he was just an amnesiac swordsman. Maybe that was why he hadn't put up much resistance when it was suggested he and his uncle continue to travel with them. They had left the Eastern Air Temple together earlier that morning after saying their goodbyes to Guru Puthik. Zuko had assumed that he and his uncle would part ways from the group once they got back to the Earth Kingdom, but Aang had disclosed that their next destination was Ba Sing Se, and Iroh had suggested that might be a good place to start looking for more information about the children of the Undying Fire. Somehow, that was all it had taken to decide the matter. Zuko's frown deepened. He was finding it too easy to be around these kids. Uncle, he said. Do you really think we can learn something about the children of the Undying Fire in Ba Sing Se? Iroh nodded. Shang, the scholar who wrote those scrolls you found, was from Ba Sing Se. More than that, the city is known for being the center of learning and is full of universities and archives. I think there is a good chance we might be able to learn something. Plus, we should be able to find a list of the royal lines there. Royal lines. Zuko's mouth formed a small O as he put the pieces together. The princess. Indeed. Shang wrote that it all began with her. I don't know what he meant by it, but it sounds like she could be the key to learning the truth about the children of the Undying Fire. Iroh spread his hands in a helpless gesture. It's a shame that most of her name is illegible on the scrolls, but we still have the first character. That will give us something to work with. Shu, Zuko murmured. Her name starts with Shu. Or, rather, the character for autumn. It was an odd choice, at least if she was a Fire Nation princess. Summer and spring were the preferred seasons. He should know, he'd been forced to memorize his ancestry, at least the important people found through his father's direct line. He'd never learned much about his mother's family. The same could be said for the other kingdoms' royal lines. He'd learned about the central figures, the ones who had fought against the Fire Nation or who could help to justify wars, but there had still been gaps in his education. No doubt propaganda had been pushed to the foreground while the truth was left to slip into obscurity. In any case, there had never been any mention of a princess whose name started with Shu. Zuko curled his hand into a fist. I want to know the truth. Iroh blinked, perhaps startled by his sudden vehemence. There are too many secrets, Zuko muttered. I never questioned it as a child, but now I can see that none of it ever made sense. He met his uncle's eyes. I want to know the truth. About Mom, about my healing abilities, about why the world tried to erase the children of the Undying Fire from history. I want to know it all. I know, nephew. We will find the answers you seek. Zuko nodded, but then more creases formed on his brow. Still, Ba Sing Se. That isn't going to be easy. It's not like we can just walk into the city. We're both enemies to the Earth Kingdom, and now we've lost the Fire Nation's protection. But we have gained an ally in the Avatar and his friends. Zuko shifted uncomfortably. The word ally sounded so concrete and, well, it just bothered him. He bit his lip and looked the other way. Don't look so troubled. Iroh patted him on the back. Everything is going to be fine. You'll be Lee and I'll be Yingja. No one in Ba Sing Se needs to know our identities. I suppose. It wasn't that he believed they were doomed to failure, he'd snuck into more dangerous places as the Blue Spirit. It was just that he felt unsettled. He couldn't even place his finger on why. Maybe it was a result of being around the Avatar and his friends. They were almost too friendly, too quick to accept him. It was unnatural. It was kind of nice. Friends. Shizue frowned at him. What do you mean, Prince Zuko? Zuko folded his arms across his chest. Azula has Mai and Ty Lee, but I'm never allowed to see anyone. He pouted. I want to have my own friends as well. That isn't possible. Why not? Shizue shook her head. This is Prince Oze's decision. I cannot go against his orders. Zuko's chin wobbled. So, I'm just supposed to be alone. She knelt in front of him. Your father wants you to become strong. He has told you before that you need to stop relying on people, but, she hesitated, truly, I think it is better for you this way. Tears welled up in his eyes. Why would you say that? What's so wrong with wanting friends? She brushed her thumb against his cheek. Attachments can be dangerous, Prince Zuko. Especially for a boy like you. Just focus on your training. That is what your mother and father want. Zuko let out a breath. He spotted movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to see Sokka, Aang, and Momo emerge from the trees. Katara and Toph followed not long after. A big grin curved Aang's mouth and he waved, if a bit too enthusiastically. Ready to go? He called. Attachments can be dangerous, Prince Zuko. Wordlessly, Zuko got to his feet and headed back with Iroh to where the group had gathered. Sokka ushered everyone into the saddle like some pushy guard. It seemed that relieving his bladder had caused him to revert to his we must hurry to Ba Sing Se mode. Never mind that Sokka had been the one to call for a break in the first place. Kinnit, snoozles. Toph snapped, making a rock form from the ground and smack him in the back of his head. Sokka made an overly dramatic sound of pain. What the heck, Toph? What was that for? You're being annoying. Well, excuse me for wanting to hurry to Ba Sing Se. Toph rolled her eyes. Ba Sing Se isn't going anywhere. Why are you getting so worked up about it? Because the Sokka caught sight of Zuko and Iroh, elephant roosters are supposed to be a big attraction. Zuko raised his eyebrow. Elephant roosters. Yeah. Sokka shrugged. I've never seen one before. Oh yeah, Aang said, flashing a grin at them over his shoulder. He was sitting on his usual perch at the front. Those animals are awesome. They can't fly because of their big bodies, but they're still fun to ride. A crease formed on his brow. But, Sokka, I thought you wanted to hurry to Ba Sing Se because of... Okay, Aang, Sokka said loudly. That's enough chit-chat. Time to get moving. Let's yip our way out of here. Aang looked a bit puzzled, but he obliged and soon they were flying up above the clouds. Zuko frowned. Sokka had gone back to poring over maps, though every now and then he'd make little notes on a scrap of parchment. It was clear that he was hiding something. Zuko had sensed it when they'd first left the library, and this time he was sure of it. He considered prodding the boy until the matter was finally revealed, but he was distracted by a splotch of color out the corner of his eye. What the? He murmured. He leaned over the saddle, focusing on the splash of reddish-brown against the clouds. Soon, wings took form and then the body of a bird. It was a messenger hawk. Zuko gripped Iroh's arm. Uncle. Iroh let out a hiss of breath. What's wrong? Katara asked. That's a Fire Nation messenger hawk, Zuko explained. They're usually used to carry messages for the army. His eyes narrowed. It looks like it's heading this way. Sure enough, the bird slowed and circled once around their heads before landing on Iroha's shoulder. Iroha removed the rolled-up piece of paper from the carrier. Meanwhile, Momo had moved to perch on Zuko, no doubt wanting to get closer to investigate the hawk. The two animals stared at each other warily. "What does it say?" Zuko asked, reaching up to pet Momo's head. Despite his outward calm, he was tense with nerves. Running his fingers through Momo's fur helped to ease some of the tightness in his chest. The soft texture was a distraction, even though all anyone else would see was him trying to stop the lemur from getting agitated. Iroha scanned the contents. Some of the warmth faded from his eyes. "It's your sister." Zuko's heartbeat stuttered. "What? Why would Azula write a letter to you?" "It's not from Azula," Iroha corrected. "It's about her. She's planning to conquer Ba Sing Se." Sokka dropped the maps he had been holding. "What?" Iroha's mouth twisted a little. "So this is her way of retaliating." "Hey, wait a minute," Sokka said, sitting up straighter. "What do you mean that Crazy Blue Flames is planning to conquer Ba Sing Se? How is that even possible? I've been researching about the Earth Kingdom and that city is fortified like none other. She shouldn't even be able to get close." "Snoozles is right," Toph said, sprawled against the saddle with her ankles crossed. "I mean, I could probably conquer it on my own, but—" "Don't be naive," Zuko said impatiently. "Unlike me, Azula can use the entire Fire Nation army and its resources to achieve her goals. She won't attack the city by herself, she'll attack with whatever is necessary." "You sound like you believe she can actually do this," Katara observed. Zuko gritted his teeth. "I know my sister. If she has decided to conquer Ba Sing Se, it's because she knows that she can do it." "I'm afraid that Zuko is right," Iroha said, sounding unusually grim. "Princess Azula has assumed leadership of a large division of soldiers that were set to invade Ba Sing Se. There were delays because of a new strategy that had been put underway, but it looks as if she has pushed the date forward. In 2 days, she and her army will be ready to attack." 2 days, Katara echoed in dismay. Sokka turned to Aang. "We have to stop her." Aang nodded. For them, there was no question about whether they should fight or not. "What will you do?" Katara asked Zuko and Iroha. Zuko averted his gaze. He no longer believed in the propaganda that justified the war or the Fire Nation's supremacy, but just realizing the truth couldn't erase 16 years of loyalty and love for his nation. He was a prince, albeit a banished one who had been branded a traitor, but a prince nonetheless. Believing that his country was wrong was one thing, acting against his people, even attacking them, was quite another. "Nephew." Zuko let out a small breath. "If we stop the army, we really will be traitors." "Is that all you're worried about?" Toph said in an unimpressed voice. "Hate to break it to you, Sunshine, but everyone already thinks you're traitors. You can't make things any worse for yourself." He clenched his jaw. "I'm aware of that." "Then what's the problem?" Zuko said nothing. There was no point in trying to explain his feelings. To them, the Fire Nation was just an enemy to be stopped. For him, however, the issue was much more complicated. He had realized while opening the chakras that he didn't want to give up on the nation. It was still his home and those soldiers were still his people. Fighting them as a real opponent would be like stabbing a knife into his own heart. Of course, that wasn't to say that he condoned the atrocities the Fire Nation had committed in the name of war. He just knew that if he followed Aang and the others now, there would be no going back for him. It was a decision that he wasn't sure he was ready to make. Iroha placed his hand on Zuko's shoulder. "I understand how you must feel." Zuko relaxed a fraction. "However, this time I cannot ignore my conscience." "What?" "Once, I believed that it was my destiny to conquer the walled city," Iroha explained. "I have since come to a realization of the truth. Ba Sing Se must not be allowed to fall." "Then you'll fight?" Iroha nodded. "For me, the time to act has come." He squeezed Zuko's shoulder. "But I will not force you to join me. That choice is yours alone." Zuko let out a breath. "His own choice, huh?" "Of course," Iroh added in a far too innocent voice, if the city falls to the Fire Nation, you probably won't be able to access the libraries. It would be a shame if you missed learning something about the children of the Undying Fire just because we couldn't stop Princess Azula. Zuko's eyes narrowed. I thought you were going to let me decide. Just stating facts. Which was a load of Komodo rhino dung. Iroh knew that the most important thing to Zuko was learning the truth about his bending. The old man had purposely made that point about the Ba Sing Se libraries, just as he had purposely chosen to bring up Azula's name, knowing of the siblings' rivalry. It was an attempt to sway Zuko's decision, plain and simple. Let's just focus on getting to Ba Sing Se first, Zuko said, settling back against the saddle and looking the other way. He needed to think. He needed to decide for himself what was right, because all the logic in the world meant nothing if he could not answer yes to one question. Could he really fight against his nation? Oh. Might whirled one of her knives round and round. She was standing on the deck of a large Fire Nation vessel, one of many that was bound for Ba Sing Se. Of course, this was only one section of the army. The rest were already at the base camp and preparing the drill. That was also part of Azula's plan. War Minister Chin had wanted to wait to gather a larger force. He'd stressed that the drill wasn't a weapon and, as they all knew from what happened 6 years ago during the siege, the Earth Kingdom armies was fierce. Azula had begged to differ. She had presented a plan to the minister and commanding officials that had shown they could take the city with few casualties. All that mattered was getting inside. A sigh escaped Mai's lips. Once upon a time she'd actually found fighting exciting. It had felt good to test her skills against her opponents, to feel the adrenaline flow through her blood. Now she just wondered what she was doing here. Conquering a city did not interest her. The fact that part of Azula's plan was to lure the Avatar out of hiding unsettled Mai as well. It felt like there was a cold stone weighing down her stomach. She didn't want to fight the people who had taken care of her brother. She especially didn't want to fight Zuko. There you are. Ty Lee joined her on the deck. I've been looking everywhere for you. Mai slipped her knife back into its holster. I wanted some fresh air. Ty Lee let out an uncharacteristic huff. I just want off this boat. It's so gray and stinky, and there are no cute soldiers at all. She slumped against the railing. I miss the circus. Mai said nothing. They both knew that neither of them really wanted to be on this mission. Plus, it was so much more dangerous for Mai to express her true thoughts. Azula had always been more forgiving of Ty Lee. Well, Ty Lee said, forcing a grin to her lips, I suppose if the Avatar really does come to stop us, at least I'll get to see that cute boy with the ponytail. I don't see how you can like that loud mouth. But his eyes are so blue, and there's something really nice about his mouth. Don't you think? The only thing I've noticed about his mouth is that he uses it to talk too much. A cheeky sparkle entered Ty Lee's eyes. Ah, that's right. You prefer the golden-eyed, brooding type, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, really? Ty Lee leaned forward, lips curving into a grin. Because I seem to remember a certain someone used to be quite taken with Prince Zuko. She nudged Mai in the ribs. You know, if what Azula said is true, he will prob. That's not funny. Ty Lee blinked. Huh. Mai forced her expression to go blank. She couldn't believe she had let herself slip up like that. Time to do damage control. Heaving a bored sigh, she folded her arms and looked the other way. I'm just saying that Zuko is a traitor now. He's not worth talking about. Ty Lee tilted her head to the side. I guess, but I'm going back in. Mai headed for the door. Azula will get annoyed if we leave her alone for long. It was a rushed excuse, but all Mai cared about was escaping the conversation. Her control was so fragile at the moment. Stupid Zuko. Stupid Avatar and those stupid Water Tribe siblings. It was their fault she was unable to focus. If those brats hadn't acted so selflessly to help her brother, if Zuko had never betrayed the Fire Nation and turned himself into her enemy. Yet even as Mai shoved the blame for her unsettled heart onto them, she also knew that she was only kidding herself. After all, she had always been the stupidest one of all. The cage she felt trapped in was one she had created for herself. She had clipped her own wings and called it freedom. It was pathetic. She was pathetic. Mai clenched her hands into fists. She stared at the steel walls of the warship, so narrow and suffocating. What am I even doing here? She murmured. Oh. Aang stretched his arms above his head, working the kinks out of his muscles. They were getting close to basing SE now. Can't you make Appa go any faster? Sokka asked, coming to sit behind him. Aang shook his head. He explained that Appa was already tired from carrying everyone. He didn't want to take the risk. After all, the last time they'd fought Azula had been made that much worse because Appa had been too exhausted to fly. This time they'd be up against an army. It would be better not to push the bison. There is something I wanted to ask you, though, Aang said, glancing over his shoulder. Why didn't you tell Zuko and Iroh about the eclipse? Sokka's eyes widened and he clamped his hand over Aang's mouth. Shhh, he hissed. Not so loud. Eon ear mmph. What? Aang pulled Sokka's hand away. I said they can't hear us. Look, they're too busy talking to each other. Sure enough, the firebenders were huddled with Katara at the far end of the saddle and were deep in conversation. All three clutched a piece of what looked Shang's scrolls. Aang couldn't help but smile as he watched Katara get excited with Iroh upon managing to decipher a new part of the text. Even Zuko smiled and got a bit animated. It was such a relief to see them all getting along, to see Katara willingly help Zuko even though she had always been so reluctant and grudging about giving him any kind of assistance before. They were all changing. All beginning to understand and care for each other a bit more. That was why Aang didn't want to ruin it. We can't keep this from them, Sokka, Aang said seriously. They have the right to know about the eclipse. Sokka shook his head. They're Fire Nation, Aang. Do you really want to risk our plan by telling them? Iroh has already agreed to help us fight against Princess Azula. So he says. Sokka spread his hands. We don't really know if he is telling the truth or not. And let's not forget that Zuko never agreed to anything. Aang furrowed his brow. Zuko isn't our enemy. He's not really our ally either. Aang opened his mouth to retort, but Sokka got there before him. Look, Aang, I want to believe that they won't betray us just as much as you do. Iroh is a pretty cool guy, and I guess Zuko isn't so bad when he's not being an angry jerk and chasing us all over the world. The fact is that they both have emotional ties to the Fire Nation, and this time we'll be invading the capital when the army is at its weakest. He shook his head. Can you honestly tell me that you trust them with that kind of information? I guess that's where we differ, Aang said softly. I feel that if we don't tell them of our plan, we'll be the ones betraying them. Huh. Aang stared down at his hands. Not saying something when you know it's important to the other person is just as bad as lying, you know? That's what you and Zuko both taught me. His knuckles burned white. I've lied to my friends too many times. Especially Zuko. I don't want to hide things from him anymore. But, Aang, the plan is. We'll make it work. Aang's gaze was steady. I don't want a victory built on lies. Not when it means betraying my friends. Sokka stared at him for a moment and then let out an exaggerated sigh. Geez, how can I argue with that? He waved his hand. Fine. Do what you want. Aang pulled him into a hug. Thanks. Yeah, Sokka grumbled, folding his arms and looking the other way. Don't blame me if it all blows up in your face. Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility. We're going to hold you to that, Toph said. Both boys turned to see her watching them from where she reclined on the saddle. Well, perhaps watching wasn't the right word. She just stared blankly in their direction. How long have you been listening? Sokka demanded. Oh, I heard everything. You forget that I have good hearing. Sokka muttered something under his breath. Aang smiled at her. You agree with me, right? That it's better to tell Iroh and Zuko. Not at all, she said frankly. Prince Sunshine will probably get upset, and I don't know how Gramps will feel about it either. She shrugged. Still, they probably do have a right to know. Just depends if you want to take the risk to soothe your conscience. I do, Aang said, raising his chin. Then have at it. A grin curved her mouth. It'll make things more interesting at the very least. Aang scrunched his nose. You have a strange sense of humor. I do what I can, Toph said airily. His frown deepened. He glanced back at Iroh and Zuko, but they were still discussing the scrolls with Katara. Aang handed the reins to Sokka. Can you take over? I'm going to tell them now. You sure you want to rush into this? Sokka asked. Aang smiled a little sadly. If I don't tell them now, I might change my mind. He knew his own weakness. Running away and taking the easy route came far too easily to him. That urge would always be there, it was something he had accepted. That was why he had to keep trying. He had to prove that he wouldn't break his promise to be a better avatar and friend. Aang traded places with Sokka and then moved to join Iroh, Zuko, and Katara. Hey, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. So. Look at this, Aang. Katara exclaimed, shoving one of the scrolls under his nose. He inclined his head back. What am I supposed to be looking at? All he saw was charred, faded text. She pointed at a section. This part here. We just discovered it's talking about energy bonds. If we can figure out the rest, we might be able to understand the connection you share with Zuko. Wow, that's great. This will be a huge help. Yeah, but the rest is barely legible, Zuko said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't know when, let alone if, we'll be able to decipher it. Katara pulled his hand away from his face. Stop being so pessimistic. We'll figure it out, so don't worry. Zuko blinked at her in surprise. It almost made Aang want to chuckle. Sometimes, Zuko could be so clueless when it came to dealing with other people, especially those close to his own age. Aang wasn't sure what had surprised Zuko more, the fact that Katara had touched him, that she was still offering to help, or that she had actually told him off for being gloomy. Katara released Zuko's hand and turned to Aang. Anyway, how far have we got to go now until we reach Ba Sing Se? It's going to be dark soon. We should. An inhuman scream pierced the air. Aang froze, words dying on his lips. What the heck was that? Zuko said, glancing at his uncle. Iroh gripped the edge of the saddle and looked over the rim. It sounded like it was coming from below. Momo appeared from the sea of clouds that blocked their view and fluttered in front of Aang's face. The lemur chittered in a distressed sort of way, waving his hands and looking half-crazed with his big round eyes. Aang's brow creased. He moved to grab his staff. You're going to check it out? Zuko asked. Aang nodded. I'll be back soon. With that, he whipped the staff open to reveal his glider and dived off Appa. Clouds brushed against him in waves of cold moisture. He pierced through the fog and an expanse of blue greeted his vision. It was the Eastern Sea. He spotted the source of the inhuman scream almost immediately. It was some kind of serpent, huge, at least 100 foot long, and covered in teal scales. The serpent had wrapped itself around a boat full of passengers and was slowly crushing the wooden frame. Oh no, Aang muttered. He urged his glider into a swift descent. Now the human cries were getting louder. He could see the people on the deck hacking away at the serpent with their weapons, desperately trying to force it to release the boat. The serpent just screamed and snatched a warrior up from the deck with its mouth. No! Someone yelled. Aang was shocked to see a girl clad in green dash up the serpent's body, moving with acrobatic speed. Her armor and gold head dress looked oddly familiar, but now wasn't the time to get distracted. She stabbed her katana into the creature's head, forcing it to release her comrade. The serpent screamed and bucked her off, hissing and thrashing in pain. Aang quickly spun his glider back into a staff, channeling a gust of air to create an air cushion to slow the girl and the wounded warrior's fall. Hold on. That was Sokka. Appa flew past Aang, maneuvering in a way so that Zuko and Iroh could catch the two warriors. Aang let out a breath of relief and touched down on the deck. The boat was beginning to sink and fall apart. People screamed and started to abandon ship while the warriors, all female and wearing face paint, he quickly noted, hacked away at the serpent. Now he knew why they seemed so familiar, it was the Kyoshi warriors. Everyone get in the water. Aang ordered. Avatar. One of the warriors exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Never mind that, he said impatiently. I'll take care of the serpent. You all need to get off this boat. We can't. There are too many refugees and the evacuation boats got damaged. Plus, a lot of them are too old or young to swim. They won't make it without the ferry. The boat juddered. Wood splintered and cracked. Aang almost lost his balance and gripped the side to steady himself. Suddenly, the serpent's face loomed before them. Blood dripped from its head where the katana pierced like a steel horn. Its razor-sharp teeth gleamed. Get back! Aang shouted. He swung his staff and created a ball of corporeal air, which he used to strike at the serpent's face. It shrieked and was knocked back, but the boat also lurched from the movement. More wood splintered. Not good. Katara landed on the deck next to him. Need some help? She asked. Aang turned to her. Katara, thank goodness. We need to get everyone off the boat and away from the serpent. She smiled for answer and thrust her hands forward. An island of ice formed underneath the refugees who had already jumped into the water, gradually spreading and thickening. Some more intricate hand movements created a bridge from the ferry to the ice platform. Thanks. Aang said. I'll keep the serpent distracted. You help the Kyoshi warriors get everyone to safety. Got it. She dashed away with the warriors. Aang turned his attention to the serpent and exhaled a deep breath. Time to get serious. He closed his eyes, accessing the deeper vaults of his power. It was like turning on a switch. Suddenly, his eyes glowed pure white and he could feel the energy surging through him like an open dam. This is as far as you go, Aang said in a voice layered with lifetimes upon lifetimes of avatars. He sped towards the creature and got his staff ready. Use fire, his past lives whispered. Aang ignored the voices. He struck out with a powerful wind blast. Just like last time, the attack made contact, but because the serpent was still wrapped around the ferry, it also caused the boat to tip dangerously. The refugees screamed in terror. A few fell into the water, joined by broken bits of deck. Worse, the serpent recovered fast and began snapping at anyone close. Aang, you need to get the serpent to separate itself from the boat. Katara shouted. The serpent's thrashing had broken the bridge. She was busy trying to create it again while also keeping the ice platform together, which was steadily weakening under the weight of the refugees. It was too much for one waterbender, even a master like her. Use fire. The command echoed inside him again. His mouth twisted. Use it, the voices urged. Stubborn defiance welled within him. He didn't need to use the element. Fire was dangerous. Plus, there were too many people around. Just because he had accepted that he had the potential to be a firebender didn't mean that he had to wield the element recklessly like one. Not now and not ever. Cosmic power stuttered inside him. His eyes flickered back to gray. Somehow, he had fallen out of the avatar state. Aang was so shocked that for a moment he didn't move. More screams from the ferry made him twitch back into focus. There was no time to worry about this. He'd just take the serpent down without the avatar state. He made a beeline for the serpent, using his glider to stay afloat. Once he was close enough, he moved his hands in the forms he had been taught at the North Pole, drenching the serpent in water and then solidifying it into ice. Some of the refugees cheered, but Aang realized his mistake even before Iroh shouted out for him to stop. The weight of the frozen serpent was only making the boat sink faster. Katara gave up on the bridge and instead focused on creating blocks of ice to keep the ferry from sinking. The serpent shattered its ice cage a second later. It screamed in rage and released the ferry, heading straight for Aang. His eyes widened. Well, at least now he could get it to follow him away from the refugees and Kyoshi warriors. This way, ugly. Aang taunted, wiggling his butt. The serpent shrieked and charged after him. He flew into action, but a glance over his shoulder revealed the serpent had got distracted again. It seemed hunger had won over irritation. Bloodied and enraged, the serpent loomed over the refugees. Katara created a wall of ice between the platform and the monster. It smashed through her barrier as if it was nothing. Ain! Katara screamed as she created a waterspout and flung it at the serpent, trying to push the creature back. Ain quickly added wind to the waterspout so that it was extra powered. Together, he and Katara managed to direct the serpent straight into the rocks. It thrashed and shrieked in pain, splashing up giant waves. Ain gritted his teeth. He had not expected the creature to resist this much. Fortunately, the combined attack proved to be too much for even the serpent's rage and hunger. The growing whirlpool sucked the creature under the sea. Everyone watched for a moment, but the serpent did not resurface. Ain could only assume it had given up and decided to go nurse its wounds somewhere else. Phew. He landed next to Katara on the boat. That was tougher than I thought it'd be. Yeah, but what do we do about the refugees now? She asked. We can't just leave them like this. Appa moved to hover next to them. A grinning Sokka popped his head over the side. I have an idea, he declared. As it turned out, Sokka's idea was to use waterbending, or at least ice, to hold the ferry together and take it, along with all of the passengers, back to Half Moon Bay. The wounded were given priority and flown via Appa. It was slow, grueling work. The sky changed from pink to black and the chill air of the night crept in. Everyone was exhausted by the end. You two all right? A feminine voice asked. Ain looked up from where he sat slumped next to Katara on the Half Moon Bay wharf. A Kyoshi warrior with auburn hair smiled down at them, holding a lantern in one hand. He recognized her as the girl who had stabbed the serpent with her katana. Now that he saw her up close, he was also able to put a name to her face. Suki! He exclaimed. She laughed. It's good to see you, Aang. And you? Aang's smile widened. I wasn't expecting to find Kyoshi warriors all the way out here. We left the island not long after you. She explained that she and the Kyoshi warriors had been inspired by their efforts. They had traveled to the Earth Kingdom and had eventually found themselves at Half Moon Bay. Katara hugged her knees to her chest. I heard you've been helping the refugees get to Ba Sing Se. Suki nodded. Sometimes we act as security guards here at Half Moon Bay and sometimes we protect the ferries. Some of the light faded from her eyes. I'm ashamed of what happened earlier. If you both hadn't come, I don't know what would have happened. Don't worry about it, Aang said. We're always glad to help. Plus, you're our friend. A strained smile curved her lips. Thanks, but that doesn't change the fact that the Kyoshi warriors failed today. Suki. The girl turned her head to see one of the other face-painted warriors waving at her. Sorry, looks like I'm being called. Anyway, I really just wanted to thank you both. You saved us today, especially Lan. That monster would have had her had you not stepped in. She bowed low. On behalf of the Kyoshi warriors, you have our gratitude. It was nothing, Katara said. Really? I'm just glad we got there in time. Katara is right, Aang agreed. And you have nothing to be ashamed of. That serpent was tough. It took all of us to drive it away, so don't beat yourselves up. What matters is that everyone is safe now. Suki's smile widened, becoming much more sincere. I guess you're right. Of course we are, Katara and Aang chorused. She chuckled. Well, don't rush off too soon, okay? I'd like to talk with you all more. With that said, she waved, and dashed off to join her comrades. Aang let out a small breath. People were still bustling around on the wharf, trying to figure out what to do with the damaged ferry or ushering the refugees towards a big building. He glanced at Katara. Guess we should find the others. Katara nodded and got to her feet. Suddenly, the color drained from her cheeks. She swayed and probably would have collapsed had Zuko not appeared from out of nowhere and stepped in to steady her. Careful, he murmured. You shouldn't move too fast right now. You've used up a lot of energy. Katara's cheeks dusted with color. Thanks. Zuko turned to Aang. That goes for you too. Both of you need rest. Aang couldn't argue with that. His whole body felt like jelly. I guess we won't be making it to Ba Sing Se tonight, he sighed. Appa was crashed not far from the wharf and snoring away like a foghorn. There was no way the bison would be able to fly again. Aang wasn't sure where Momo, Sokka, Toph, and Iroh had got to, but they had been doing a lot to help the refugees and Kyoshi warriors, so he assumed they were probably tired as well. Maybe it was best for everyone to rest. Still, he had to admit that he was surprised Zuko had been the one to suggest it. "You're like a worried mum," Aang said with a grin. Zuko scowled. "Shut up." Katara let out a snort of laughter. This earned Zuko's ire, and he released her and said they could find their own way back to the sleeping area if they were just going to act like idiots. He had no time for their nonsense. "Sorry," she said, sobering up. "It's just you looked so grumpy." Zuko's scowl became more pronounced. Of course, this just set the two off again into another fit of giggles. He blushed and folded his arms across his chest. "Anyway," he muttered. "Things wouldn't have got this bad if you hadn't held back so much, Avatar." Aang blinked. "Huh. Don't think I didn't notice. You could have taken that serpent down easily. Instead, you chose to cancel the Avatar state and didn't even bother to use fire bending, which would have been the most effective method." Something plummeted in Aang's stomach. So Zuko had noticed that. "What were you thinking?" Zuko demanded. "Why did you hold back? My uncle and I couldn't do anything because we'd just make things more complicated, but you didn't have to hold back." Aang stared at his hands. There was no humor in his eyes now. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to kill the serpent and I was worried that I might hurt someone if I used fire bending." "Idiot," Zuko said in exasperation. "I've told you before not to fear your fire bending." "I know." Aang's shoulders slumped. "I just can't help it. I already lost control once and burned Katara. What would have happened had I lost control again? All those refugees could have been hurt." Zuko pursed his lips. "So you'd rather drag out a battle and risk more serious damage?" Aang said nothing to defend himself. He knew that Zuko had a point. Most creatures were scared of fire, aquatic ones especially. A simple attack probably would have frightened the serpent into leaving. That was why his past lives had told him to use the element. "There's another thing as well," Aang mumbled, hanging his head. "I didn't cancel the Avatar state. I got shut out of it." Katara frowned. "What?" He shrugged. "Something went wrong during the fight. I think he swallowed. I think it might have been because I refused to fire bend. My past lives were telling me it was what I needed to do, but I kept on resisting. After that, I lost the Avatar state power." Zuko made a frustrated sound. "All right, that's it." He picked Aang up by the scruff of his tunic. "I don't care if you're exhausted right now, you're coming with me." Wait, what are you?" Zuko rounded on him. "I did not just watch you go through opening all those chakras to let you stuff up everything now. I'm going to teach you how to control your fire, so shut up and prepare yourself." Aang closed his mouth. Zuko was going to teach him how to fire bend? Right now? "If you see my uncle," Zuko said, glancing at Katara, "tell him that I'm helping this idiot and we'll be back later." Katara looked torn between wanting to laugh or rescue Aang. "Are you sure that doing this now is such a good idea? You were the one who said he needed rest." That was before he admitted screwing up his ability to go into the Avatar state because he's scared of a few flames. Aang's shoulders slumped further. "Sorry." Zuko just muttered something under his breath and carried him away. Somehow, Aang got the feeling it was going to be a long night. Chapter 2, A Bad Feeling. The moon shone on the outskirts of Half Moon Bay in silvery beams. Zuko sat on the ground inside one of the rocky crevices and tapped his finger against his knee in an agitated rhythm. Aang sat opposite him, trying to hold the flames that hovered above his cupped palms. The fire was golden and warm, Zuko's own fire, but it was barely a second before they vanished. Aang's shoulders slumped. "Sorry." Zuko's mouth twisted. "Don't apologize when you don't mean it." "What are you? You're not even trying. Don't think I haven't noticed. I am trying. I just..." There was an awkward pause. Aang refused to meet his gaze. Instead, he hugged his knees to his chest and seemed to shrink even smaller. He looked so young, so small, and vulnerable. Zuko forced himself to take a breath. He was frustrated with Aang's lack of progress, but he could also see that getting angry wasn't going to solve the problem. If anything, losing his temper was just going to upset and drive him away more. Look, Zuko said more calmly, you just have to relax. Fire is something you can control just like any other element. It isn't something to fear. You say that, but from what I've seen, fire has only ever hurt people. Even Master Zhang said that to be a firebender is a curse. Have you forgotten what saved your life? Aang flinched. My bending healed you, Aang. Not air, not water, not earth. Fire. Doesn't that tell you that firebending isn't just about destruction? But it hurt you as well, didn't it? Zuko let out a breath. He didn't have a defense for that. It was true that he suffered when using his ability. The sickening tug that went hand in hand with his healing had almost drained him of his energy twice. He'd been left cold, weakened and withered like a starved plant. If Shang's scroll was to be believed, he could have even lost his life. I don't regret it, he said simply. Aang raised his head a fraction, peeping up at him. You don't. You would have died if I hadn't healed you that night, and I definitely don't regret healing my uncle. Zuko sighed and leaned back on his palms. We all have to make sacrifices sometimes. Doesn't it scare you? He was quiet for a moment. Yes, he admitted. I don't know how to control my healing abilities. If it's triggered again, I don't know if I'll end up sacrificing my own life or if I'll just lose my bending entirely. And you're okay with that? I don't know. I just know that this power is a part of me. I can't run from it, so I might as well learn how to use it. Aang let out a breath. You know, you're really brave. Unfamiliar warmth spread across Zuko's cheeks. He folded his arms across his chest and looked the other way. You're just being a wimp, that's all. Aang's shoulders slumped. Don't just accept it. Zuko gave him a light whack on his head. Geez, that's your problem right there. Huh. I'm telling you to stop holding back. He shook his head. I don't understand how you can still be like this. I thought you were able to unlock the third chakra because you finally accepted that you're a firebender. Aang circled his thumbs round and round, clearly agitated. I did accept that I can firebend, but actually using it is different. Because you might lose control and hurt someone. He nodded. Zuko sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Listen, Aang, I know it probably really scared you when you hurt Katara, but you've got to let it go. One mistake doesn't mean you should give up firebending. It's when you fail that you have to pick yourself up and try again. I know, but... No buts. You're the Avatar. Isn't it your duty to learn all the elements? Isn't that why you can't go into the Avatar state now? He shifted to grip Aang's shoulders, meeting his eyes. You tried so hard to unlock the chakras. Are you really going to waste all that just because you're afraid? Aang averted his gaze. He didn't look much like an all-powerful Avatar in that moment. He sat hunched and trying to shrink into himself, and his mouth drooped at the corners. Everything about his posture screamed defeat. It was frustrating. Zuko wanted nothing more than to shake some sense into him, to get him to stop acting like such a floundering little kid, but then that was the problem. Aang really was just a kid, and right now he was also an exhausted kid. Pushing him any further today would be pointless. Zuko released his shoulders and stood up. Let's stop here for today. Gray eyes flickered towards him in surprise. Don't get me wrong, I'm not letting you off the hook. You just look like you're about to fall asleep. Aang lowered his gaze. Sorry. I told you not to apologize when you don't mean it. Aang flinched. Zuko pursed his lips. Give me patience, he muttered to himself. He grabbed Aang by the arm and hauled him up. Stop looking so pathetic. It's not the end of the world just because you didn't learn how to firebend in one night. But I am going to teach you how to control your fire. That hasn't changed. Now go get some sleep. We've still got to get to Ba Sing Se and deal with my sister, remember? Aang looked even more strained at the mention of Ba Sing Se. He started twiddling his thumbs again, not quite meeting Zuko's gaze. This seemed to be a nervous habit. Actually, there's something else I need to tell you, Aang mumbled. Zuko resisted the urge to demand what firebomb was going to be dropped on him now. Instead, he folded his arms and waited for an explanation. His patience paid off. In broken pieces, Aang told him about the planetarium he and Sokka had found inside Wan Shi Tong's library. They had managed to piece together that firebenders lost their bending during solar eclipses, so they'd used the planetarium to help them predict when the next solar eclipse would occur. Sokka has a plan to attack the Fire Nation's capital on that day, Aang explained. That's why we're going to be acing SE. We want the Earth King to help us invade the Fire Nation during the eclipse so we can take down the Fire Lord directly. Zuko was too stunned to respond. He had known that Sokka had been keeping something from him, but this was so much bigger than he had expected. If Sokka's plan succeeded, the Fire Nation could actually be forced to surrender. Zuko's father, the Fire Lord who had been like a god to him as a child, could lose. You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher. His heart thumped a sickening beat in his chest. Even now, even after opening all the chakras, what Zuko felt for his father was a confusing tangle of love and hate. He didn't know if that would ever change. Oze had influenced him too much, had shaped him with pain and rare moments of kindness into having an ingrained urge to stand down and obey. It was a difficult habit to break. Still, there was a part of him, a part that grew stronger every day, which understood he could not keep ignoring his conscience. Not to please his father and not even to protect his nation. His eyes had been opened to the truth, he could not lie to himself anymore. Zuko cleared his throat. Why did you tell me this? Huh? I just thought you should. Are you expecting me to stop you? To fight with you? Aang shook his head. I'm not expecting anything. I just wanted you to know the plan. I didn't want you to think we were purposely holding information from you. Zuko sighed. Thanks, I guess. Aang's brow furrowed. You know, he said after a slight pause, this really wasn't the reaction I was expecting. What were you expecting? I don't know. For you to get angry or something. Zuko rolled his eyes. I already know you're trying to defeat the Fire Nation. It's not like I don't understand the reason for that or why you'd prefer to attack when your enemy is at its weakest. Then you're okay with the plan. Do you need my approval? I guess not, but I would like it all the same. Your opinion means a lot to me. Zuko rubbed his forehead. I'm not an army strategist. You'll have to talk to my uncle if you want to know if the plan is any good. But... He placed his hand on Aang's shoulder and started walking him forward. Enough. Just go to bed, Avatar. You look half dead on your feet. This time, Aang didn't protest. He smiled tentatively and dashed off with a quick good night. He must have sensed that Zuko was losing patience. Perhaps he even worried he would be forced into fire-bending lessons again if he stuck around. Not that resuming practice would have done either of them much good. As Zuko had feared, Aang had completely blocked that part of his bending. He hadn't been able to conjure flames, so Zuko had been forced to use his own in order to let Aang practice. That would have been fine except that Aang had been too scared to exert his will over the flames. In short, the fire had burned out every time. It was worrying. The more Aang refused to firebend, the longer he would not be able to access the Avatar state. That was a dangerous situation. It didn't help that losing the ability to shift into the Avatar state so soon after gaining it had been a severe blow to his confidence. Zuko sighed and headed back to Half Moon Bay. A few people were still lurking around the wharf, but most had retreated indoors. The broken ferry swayed on the water, its mast still in ruins and the hull riddled with holes. The Serpent had done a lot of damage. Things could have turned very ugly if Aang and Katara had not been there to help. Still, they could have avoided even more damage had Aang chosen to firebend. This can't continue, Zuko murmured. Something had to be done about Aang. Things would only get more dangerous from here on out. The world couldn't afford to have an Avatar crippled by doubt and fear. It was harsh but true. Aang had to stop holding back, especially if he really was intending to take on the Fire Lord. It was too risky to rely on the eclipse. Oze was too powerful. Too ruthless. He wouldn't care if Aang was just a child. After all, Oze hadn't hesitated when he'd burned his own flesh and blood. I meant you no disrespect. I am your loyal son. Zuko brushed his fingertip against his scarred cheek. All deadened nerves and rough skin. A breath escaped his lips. I thought I might find you out here. He flinched at the sound of Katara's voice. Shouldn't you be resting? He asked. I could say the same to you. He turned back to gaze at the damaged ferry. Katara moved to stand next to him. Aang told me that he wasn't able to firebend, she said after a moment. Zuko said nothing. I know it might seem like he's not putting in any effort, but I think he really is trying. He just gets scared sometimes and don't make excuses for him. As the Avatar, Aang doesn't have that luxury. She planted her hands on her hips. Don't you think you're being a bit harsh? Aang is still a kid. You think I'm not aware of that? I'm just saying that. And I'm telling you that it doesn't matter. You're not doing him any favors by coddling him, so stop it. Her eyes narrowed. You. Do you want to keep Aang safe or not? Of course I do. Then trust me. I know your enemies better than you do. I know what they're capable of and what they'll do if they get their hands on him. His voice softened as he met her gaze. Try to understand, I don't want to see him get hurt either. Color bloomed on her cheeks and she quickly averted her face. Look, it's not like I don't understand that Aang isn't an ordinary kid. A lot of people are relying on him as the Avatar, and obviously it's better if he's at full power. Then what are you suggesting? Aang can't access the Avatar state now. That is a weakness he will regret if he tries to take on the Fire Nation. She shook her head, more helpless than anything. I don't know. I just know that back when Aang first learned that he was the Avatar, only Monk Gyatso would treat him like an actual person. All anyone else cared about was what he was destined to do. She fidgeted with her tunic. I know it seems impractical with everything else going on, but I don't want to stomp all over Aang's feelings just because he's the Avatar. It's not fair to him. Zuko repressed a sigh. You're way too soft-hearted. Her lips pursed. Maybe you're just mean. I'm only trying to keep him alive. Some of the light faded from her eyes. I know, she said softly. It's not like I don't know that. You just want him to be happy. She nodded. Believe it or not, I wish that for him as well. Unfortunately, life doesn't always work out the way we want. There's that pessimism again, she half teased. I'm just being realistic. He frowned and glanced back at the ferry. Aang really doesn't have the luxury of being able to take his time to sort through his feelings. He has to get stronger now, because my father and sister won't show him any mercy if he stumbles. Katara stared at him in wonder. You really do care for him, don't you? A blush stained his cheeks. I just don't want to see that idiot get himself killed. Too many people are depending on him. Sure. You keep telling yourself that. He glowered at her, but she smiled and tucked her hand in his, pulling him close so that she was pressed against his arm. Thank you, she murmured. What? For taking care of Aang. I can see now that you're really trying to help him, so I'll do my best to support you as well. Okay. He quickly disengaged himself, conscious of how warm she felt against his side. Well, I'm going to head back now. I'm pretty tired, and I'm sure my uncle is wondering where I am. I'll come too. She fell into step with him. He avoided her gaze as they walked back to the hostel together. It was a relief when they reached the door that led to the female quarters. Good night, she said, flashing him another smile. Yeah. Good night. She entered the room and closed the door behind her. He headed for his own dormitory, not surprised to find Aang tucked up with Momo on a futon, already drooling in his sleep. Iroh sat reading Shang's scrolls not far from the boy while Sokka's space was empty. A low murmur of voices and snores came from the rest of the occupants in the room. Where's Sokka? Zuko asked. Entertaining his lady friend, Iroh said with a wink. Lady friend? One of the Kyoshi warriors. I believe her name is Suki. Ah. If Zuko remembered correctly, that was the girl who had been thrown off the serpent after wounding it with her katana. No wonder Sokka had got so excited when they'd pulled her into Appa's saddle. Their reunion had been brief, since Suki had later left to help on the ferry, but it had been enough for Zuko to gather that there was some kind of history between the two. A crease formed on his brow. Now that he thought about it, the Kyoshi warriors were the same girls who he had fought on Kyoshi Island back when he was still trying to hunt Aang. He and his soldiers had almost burnt their village down as well. Awkward. We probably shouldn't stay here too long, he muttered, pulling off his boots and settling onto his futon. I've fought those girls before. It'd be bad if someone recognized me. I don't think you'll have to worry. We'll be leaving for Ba Sing Se early tomorrow. Iroh placed the scrolls down. For now, let's just get some rest. It's been a long day for all of us. I guess. Zuko pulled the blanket over him and closed his eyes. Unfortunately, his mind continued to go over everything that had happened that day. Azula's plan to attack Ba Sing Se, Aang losing his ability to shift into the Avatar state. Their moment of triumph after unlocking the chakras had burst so easily. He hated to think what would happen next. There's that pessimism again. His mouth twisted. Great. That busybody was even invading his thoughts with her speeches. He rolled over the other way and buried his face into the pillow. Well, he supposed that Katara had a point. He did tend to expect the worse. She called it pessimism, he called it realism, however, even he had to admit that he wanted to be proven wrong this time. All of them really needed some hope again in their lives. Oh. A pale sun lit the skies. Zuko slung his pack over his shoulder and headed for the bison. The wharf was already bustling with activity. Refugees were lining up to get their ferry tickets while men and women rushed around on the big boats, hoisting ropes, and fixing sails. It was a testament to how desperate these people were that they continued to pour in even knowing that one of the ferries had almost been destroyed by a sea serpent. Monstrous creatures that guarded the crossing were bad news, but the Fire Nation was so much worse. At least, that seemed to be the shared sentiment at Half Moon Bay. When are we leaving? Zuko asked Aang, who was leaning against the bison's side with Momo perched on his shoulder. Just as soon as everyone gets here. Aang perked up. Oh, there's Katara and Toph. The girls greeted them sleepily. Zuko spotted his uncle flirting with one of the older women manning a stall. Judging by the way the lady was fluttering her lashes and smiling, she had well and truly been charmed. He wasn't surprised when he saw her pass what looked like a hot cup of tea to Iroh. That old man, Zuko muttered, pressing his palm to his forehead. Can't take him anywhere. I dunno, Toph said, tilting her head. It sounds like Gramps just knows how to get what he wants. She nudged him in the stomach. You could stand to learn a thing or two from him, sunshine. Zuko stared at her flatly. Thanks, but I'll pass. Suit yourself. Just don't blame me if you end up forever alone. Katara repressed a snort and had to cover her mouth to hide her smile. Meanwhile, Zuko was busy choking on his own phlegm. Excuse me. He demanded when he could finally get words out. Toph stared in his direction through her unnerving eyes. Oh? Have you actually had a girlfriend then? Heat pooled on his cheeks. That's none of your business. Thought so. She patted him on the arm. Never mind. There's still time to fix that grumpy personality of yours. His lips twisted. Says the girl who looks as if she has 10 years of dirt encrusted between her toes. Toph bared her teeth in a grin. I can be ladylike when I want. Somehow I doubt that. It's true, actually, Aang chimed in. Aang went on to explain how Toph had lived in a fancy mansion in Jailing and that she had been forced to keep the full extent of her earthbending abilities a secret in order to maintain the image of being a delicate lady. Of course, she had stopped keeping up any pretense once she had left her home and joined them as Aang's earthbending teacher. Now, the group were just glad when she had snot-flicking competitions with herself while they weren't eating. Zuko leaned down so that he was closer to Toph's level. Oh? So, all this is just some petty attempt to rebel against your parents. Toph scowled. Who says I'm rebelling? She smacked her palm against her chest. This is who I am. Sure. I think it's cute you're trying so hard. She retaliated by sending a pillar of earth at him, which he dodged. The two were still bickering when Iroh joined them. My, Iroh said with a chuckle. This brings back memories. You used to behave just like this with Azula back when the two of you were children. That shut Zuko up. I'd rather not talk about Azula right now. Iroh winced. That was careless of me. After all, that same little sister had almost killed Zuko once and now was planning to invade Ba Sing Se. The last thing Zuko wanted was to think about their childhood and all the past memories they shared together. He sighed and cast his gaze over the wharf. What's taking Sokka so long? Toph blew her fringe out of her eyes. He was with Fangirl. You mean Suki, Katara corrected. Yeah, whatever. Toph folded her arms across her chest. That girl. Well, he'd better hurry up, Zuko muttered. No sooner had he said the words, a familiar figure clad in blue came hurrying towards where they all stood on the dock. Zuko was quick to note that Suki was with him, though she wasn't wearing her face paint today. Hey, guys. Sokka said cheerfully. Sorry I'm late. Suki jerked her thumb at his head. This idiot has been trying to convince me to come with you. And what's the verdict? Katara asked, mouth twitching into a grin. Suki shook her head. I have my own duties here. I'm sure the Kyoshi warriors would manage without you, Sokka mumbled, unable to repress a pout. I'm their leader. I should be here with them. Sokka looked as if he wanted to protest, but the stubborn glint in Suki's eyes kept him silent. There would be no budging her today. Instead, she warned them to be careful while they were flying to Ba Sing Se. Several Fire Nation vessels had been spotted in the area. That must be Azula's army, Zuko murmured. Suki glanced at him in surprise. Azula? Isn't that her eyes widened in recognition? Wait a minute, you're... Sokka clamped his hand over her mouth. Sorry, but it's probably not a good idea you say his name around here. There are still plenty of wanted posters around, and we already draw enough attention just with Aang and Appa. Suki pushed his hand away. Are you crazy? Why is he traveling with you? Aang twiddled his thumbs. A lot has happened. Anyway, you don't have to worry. Lee won't hurt any of us. She raised her eyebrow. Lee. Zuko avoided her gaze. He didn't feel that he had the right to defend himself. Fortunately, the others were quick to step in for him. Even Toph did her part to alleviate the Kyoshi warriors' concerns. Granted, Toph's words weren't exactly flattering, she made it seem like Zuko was a pathetic person who only knew how to brood, but still. It was nice to know that the little group were willing to vouch for him instead of abandoning him to the wolf bats. It was a reminder that, without even asking, they had accepted him into their group. I guess if you trust him then it's alright, Suki said grudgingly. You know him better than I do. Aang beamed and assured her that Zuko had changed a lot from the time she'd fought him back on Kyoshi Island. You really don't have to worry about us. Sokka agreed, though he still wished that Suki was coming with them. They'd only just been reunited. He didn't understand why she wanted to part again so soon. Suki made an exasperated noise and kissed him on the mouth. Idiot, she scolded. Just because we're saying goodbye now doesn't mean we won't see each other again. Sokka couldn't argue with that. Or maybe he'd just decided it was better to make the most of the time they still had. Either way, the two kissed again so passionately, in fact, that Zuko looked away in embarrassment and then Suki made her last goodbyes and dashed off to join the other Kyoshi warriors. Sokka was left smiling dreamily on the dock. Come on, lover boy, Katara said, pushing him towards Appa. Time to go. Soon they were all piled on Appa's saddle and taking off into the sky. The bay got smaller and smaller until it was nothing but a speck in the distance. Zuko turned his attention to the view ahead and took a deep breath. It wouldn't be long now before they would reach Ba Sing Se. He hoped that he would be able to learn more about the children of the Undying Fire. He really hoped that they would find a way to snap Aang out of his funk with firebending. There was a bad feeling growing inside him. He had not wanted to fight against his nation, but he couldn't just leave Aang to deal with this mess either. Not while Aang was so weakened. Ajala was merciless and there was simply too much at stake. If Ba Singh Se fell, there would be no safe haven left for the refugees. Even an outsider like him understood what that would mean for the people of the Earth Kingdom. Plus, this could be Zuko's last chance to get a solid lead about his bending. This time, he knew that there was no room for mistakes. Oh. The cabin was quiet. Ajala sat before a map of Ba Singh Se, poised and perfect. Not a hair out of place. Not a crease in her tunic. Not a smudge on her armor. She was the epitome of flawless control. At least outwardly. Inside, she felt like there was a spitting, hissing animal pacing inside a cage, just waiting to escape. Most of the time she could keep the animal in its place, but every now and then the bars rattled. Every now and then it forced itself to the surface and bared its teeth through her smile. She could hear the cage rattling now. It was all Zuko's fault. Try as she might, she could not seem to stop thinking about her brother. She remembered the way he had crumpled so easily when she had struck him with lightning. She remembered how he had returned from the grave to challenge her, as if he could ever be a worthy opponent. Most of all, she remembered those haunting words he had uttered before the Avatar had knocked her away. "Why did you do it? You're my sister." Ajala gritted her teeth. The cage rattled louder. She shoved the map away from her and stood up with a sharp, jerky movement. So what if she had hurt Zuko? So what if she would probably have to fight him again? It all meant nothing. Her brother was nothing. Nothing. He was just a traitor now. He could never be anything more than a useless, weak boy who didn't know when to give up. "I don't care about him," she said defiantly. The words sounded too loud. Too hollow. She felt the lie slip through the cracks of her defiance even as soft laughter broke through her thoughts. Her mother's laugh. Ajala resisted the urge to scream. She would not give in to the ugly, primal thing that paced in its cage. She would not give in to Ursa's taunting whispers, nor would she allow herself to be manipulated by the sentimental string that linked her to her brother. She had come too far. "I am the one in control," she said, forcing her body to still. There was no room for hesitation. Not now and not ever. Her plan was already in motion. By tomorrow evening, she would have broken through the walls of Ba Singh Se. The Avatar had been sighted on the coast of the Earth Kingdom, so there was a chance he would be there to try stop her, no doubt bringing Zuko with him, but that was fine. She would be ready for both of them. Ajala stabbed her fingernail into the point on the map where the walled city was located. "Just watch, brother," she said with a twisted smile. "I'm going to do what Uncle could not, and then I'll capture the Avatar right from under your nose." Chapter 3, The Plan. "I see it." Zuko perked up at the sound of Aang's shout. He joined the others at the front, leaning over the saddle to get a better look at Ba Singh Se. His eyes widened slightly. The wall was huge, a massive expanse of stone that stretched high into the sky. According to his uncle, this was only the outer wall as well, designed to be the first line of defense to protect the farmlands and smaller settlements. Ba Singh Se itself was hidden within another wall, and then there were several more that barred the way to the palace. Even from this vantage point, Zuko could only see the tips of buildings in the distance. Iroh heaved a sigh. "I never thought I would see this place again." Something tightened in Zuko's heart. Right. This was the wall his uncle had breached during the siege of Ba Singh Se. It was also the place where Lu Ten had been killed. Zuko made an awkward motion as if to reach for his uncle. Comforting people had never been his thing. It was his uncle who had always done the comforting for him. "I'm sorry, Uncle," he said in a halting voice. "Being here must give you bad memories." He had spoken quietly enough so only his uncle should have heard, but Toph still caught his words. She had taken a liking to Iroh, fondly naming the older man Gramps and treating him like a pseudo-uncle. That was perhaps why she decided to poke her nose in and ask what was wrong. She normally didn't bother much with emotional things, let alone other people's problems. "Did something happen here in the past?" Toph asked with all her usual tactlessness. "Butt out." Zuko snapped. "This doesn't concern you." "It's okay, nephew. These children have a right to know who is traveling with them." "But..." Iroh shook his head, silently telling him to step down. Zuko sat back and folded his arms across his chest. It was hard to stay silent, hard because he also missed his cousin, and outsiders had no right to go opening old wounds for the sake of their own curiosity. These brats were just being nosy. So? Toph prompted. What's got Sunshine's loincloth in a twist? Iroh gave a strained smile. You'll have to forgive my nephew. He can get a little protective. Zuko blushed and averted his face. He just didn't want to see his uncle in pain. Was that so wrong? What happened? Aang asked. He wasn't quite as tactless as Toph, but it was clear he was curious. Iroh's gaze took on a faraway expression. I mentioned that I once thought it was my destiny to conquer Ba Sing Se. Many years ago, when I was still a general, I led a siege on the city. Toph sucked in a small breath. The 600-day siege of Ba Sing Se. I remember hearing about it when I was younger. That was you? You're the Dragon of the West. He nodded, though he didn't look happy. I'm not proud of my past. I had always believed that victory would make up for any losses, but when I lost my own son. He sighed. I spent 600 days trying to conquer a city on a foreign land. My son died in the struggle to breach the walls. Suddenly, it all seemed so pointless. A hush followed. It was the kind of silence layered with a multitude of reactions, the realization that the kindly old man who traveled with them had not been quite so kindly in the past, the reminder that both Iroh and Zuko were Fire Nation and had, in their own way, helped to cause some of the suffering in the world. But there was also the sympathy that came with hearing about the loss of a loved one. So that's what happened, Toph said softly. I always wondered why the Fire Nation army left just when they had got a foothold. Zuko clenched his hands into fists. Well, now you know. Nephew. Zuko made a sour face at the warning tone. So maybe he was being too snappy. A part of him even knew that Toph and the others didn't mean any harm, but still. Couldn't they see that this subject was upsetting Uncle? Anyway, Iroh said, we should just focus on getting inside the city. Are you sure it's a good idea for you to come back here? Sokka asked with a frown. What if someone recognizes you? Iroh rubbed his chin. Zuko and I have discussed this. It is dangerous for me to be in the Earth Kingdom, the people have every right to hate me, and there are many who would like revenge for what I did as the Dragon of the West. He spread his hands. I'm afraid that does mean I will be limited in what I can do for you while we are in Ba Sing Se. What do you mean? Aang asked, tilting his head. We'll be using fake identities, Zuko explained. I will be Lee and Uncle will be Yingja. That means we cannot support you as firebenders. Iroh met Aang's gaze. Exposing our identities will only cause complications. I will help you come up with a plan to defeat Azula and her army. I will even fight if it comes to that, but it will be better if I do not participate as a bender in this battle. He glanced at each of them. I'm trusting in you all to not let it come to that. Aang nodded. I understand. We'll do our best. I'm sure you will, Iroh said with a smile. I have faith in all of you. Zuko folded his arms. Azula's army will be ready to attack by tomorrow. That doesn't give us a lot of time to put a plan into action. Plus, Aang still hasn't been able to go into the Avatar state. We'll make it work somehow, Katara said, ever the optimist. Sokka placed his hand on Aang's shoulder. Katara is right. Aang has done fine in battles so far even without the Avatar state. Besides, this time we won't be on our own. Once we speak to the Earth King, we'll have an army on our side. You'd better hope you're right, Zuko said grimly. I won't forgive you if you put my uncle in danger. Toph punched him in the arm. Ah, Sunshine, you really do care. Zuko's face heated. Shut up. The two were still bickering when Appa swerved, rolling up onto his side. Gravity kicked in with a rush of sickening butterflies. Zuko panicked and gripped the saddle. A yelp next to him had him grabbing the back of Topha's tunic to stop her from falling off. Thanks, she gasped. No problem. Meanwhile, Sokka, Katara and Iroh were similarly holding onto the saddle. All of them looked a bit pale. Everyone okay? Aang called over his shoulder. Just peachy, Sokka muttered. A little warning next time would be nice. What the heck were you doing? Sorry, Aang said, still facing the front. There was a... He gasped and jerked on the reins. Appa pulled up, and this time Zuko saw the giant slab of rock that went sailing past. I think we're being attacked, Aang said. Sure enough, several more rocks flew at them. Appa swerved and ducked, spiraling through the air with surprising agility for such a large beast. Sokka complained loudly as he held on for dear life. He demanded to know what the heck those jerks were thinking to attack the Avatar. We've come here to help you. Sokka yelled, then yelped when Appa jerked to the left, almost throwing him off. Katara clung to the saddle like a frightened monkey cat. Don't tell me Ba Sing Se is like Chin Village. Sokka's eyes widened. You mean they're actually trying to hit us because we're with the Avatar? Oh, I doubt that, Iroh said mildly. I don't think it would matter who we are. The fact is that, to those soldiers down there, we're an unknown group of people who are trying to get into the city. Zuko peered over the saddle and saw green-clad soldiers lined up on the outer wall. Catapults had been mobilized in strategic positions, which the soldiers used, along with earthbending, to fire the massive rocks. There were archers as well. Appa and Aang were doing a good job of avoiding the projectiles, but it was only a matter of time before their luck ran out. Even Momo gave up when an arrow came too close. He screeched and hid himself inside the front of Zuko's tunic, quivering like a furry ball. Zuko frowned down at the round-eyed face peeking up out of his tunic. Stop taking up all the room, Momo, Toph grumbled. Zuko just blinked. He had a lemur hiding in his shirt and a little blind girl attached to his side. Since when did he become the human security blanket? Hey! Sokka yelled down at the soldiers. Quit firing stuff at us. Don't you recognize this bison? We're not your enemies. I don't think they can hear you, Katara responded dryly. Aang swiveled around on his perch and shoved the reins at Sokka. Here. We're going to get knocked out of the sky at this rate. Sokka swallowed and switched positions with Aang, who jumped onto Appa's head and used airbending to create a shield around them. The wind currents redirected anything that came close, just like a reverse tornado. It was pretty impressive. The Earth Kingdom soldiers must have thought so as well, as there was a sudden lull in the number of projectiles being thrown. Zuko glanced over the side and saw that a lot of the green-clad figures had stopped and were now pointing or just staring up at the windshield. Aang lowered the shield and took a deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was magnified beyond that of a normal human. Please stop attacking. We are not your enemies. One of the figures stepped forward and spoke into a megaphone. If you are not our enemies, then why did you try to fly over the wall? We need to speak with the Earth King. The man on the wall guffawed. The Earth King? Who do you think you are, kid? Aang stood up straighter. I'm the Avatar. My friends and I bring urgent news. Please, you must let us pass. There was a pause as the soldier turned to discuss something with some of the other men gathered on the wall. Finally, he turned back to them and spoke into the megaphone. Come down here. We'll take you to General Sung. A pause. But that big monster can't come. Aang muttered something about how Appa wasn't a monster, but he seemed to understand that clarifying this point wouldn't help the situation. So, he patted the bison on the head and apologized for the Earth Kingdom soldier's rudeness. I'll make it up to you later, buddy, he said, giving Appa a hug. Appa rumbled in his gentle way and descended so that everyone could clamber off onto the wall. Toph grinned so widely when her feet touched the ground that it looked as if her face might split. Momo also relaxed enough to emerge from Zuko's tunic and instead moved to perch on his shoulder. As for Zuko, he was just glad that they were all in one piece. This way, the guard said, gesturing with his hand. Oh. Zuko was frustrated. As far as military leaders went, General Sung did not have Zhao's reckless, over-aggressive caliber, but it didn't seem like he had a good hold on the situation either. Sung had confessed he was aware of the Fire Nation's plans to attack. He also seemed to think the city's defenses would be enough. That was worrying. Azula had studied every battle plan she could get her hands on with meticulous detail. She would have factored the wall into her calculations. Plus, the army that she had taken control of had been coming up with a new strategy to invade the city. There was no way they were going to rely on manpower alone. So you don't plan to do anything to prepare? Zuko demanded. What if the wall is breached? What then? General Sung's drooping mustache twitched. Who are you? What does it matter? Princess Azula isn't going to be stopped with a wall and a few measly rocks and arrows. Defense tactics won't work alone. The mustache bristled even more. Avatar, I invited you to speak with me out of courtesy, but that is all. Please keep your friend in line. Need I remind you that I am the general here? Zuko opened his mouth to retort, but Iroh held him back with a warning grip. Let it go, nephew. Zuko tensed, still worked up that this idiot of a general was the one guarding the outer wall. Generals held people's lives in their hands, their choices would decide who would win or lose, live or die. It was ridiculous that such an incompetent man should hold the title. Yet, even then, Zuko understood that arguing would not solve anything. After all, the last time he had spoken out of turn had led to an Agni Kai that had seen half his face burnt off. Just the thought made an involuntary shudder sweep through him. Nephew. Iroh's voice was soft with concern. Zuko shrugged himself out of his uncle's hold. He bowed stiffly to the general, careful to place his hands together as people did in the Earth Kingdom. Please forgive me for my rudeness, he said with well-practiced politeness. I did not mean to speak out of turn. I simply request that you reconsider your offensive strategy. Zuko kept his head low. Princess Azula will have factored the wall into her plans. I do not wish to see more people get hurt than necessary. General Sung opened and closed his mouth a few times like a koi fish. Well, of course I won't be relying completely on the wall. I have an elite platoon of earthbenders called the Terra Team under my command. They will be our main attack force. Zuko straightened to his full height and fell in line with the others. He still had his doubts, but he chose to stay silent. Instead, it was Toph who spoke. The Terra Team, huh? She blew her fringe out of her face. Are these guys really that good? Of course. That's why there is nothing for you to worry about. He smiled at Aang. Thank you for visiting, Avatar, but we do not need your help. Katara and Sokka exchanged a speaking glance. It seemed that no one had much confidence in General Sung or his Terra Team. Even Aang looked unhappy, though he was diplomatic enough not to push the matter. Instead, he asked if it would be okay if they stuck around for now, just until the battle was over. I know you have everything under control, Aang was quick to add, but I'd like to be here to help just in case. General Sung chuckled. If you wish, but your help will not be necessary. That's fine. Aang smiled. I don't enjoy fighting anyway. The general couldn't argue with that, or maybe it was just that he was reluctant to tell the Avatar to get lost. Either way, the group was allowed to stay. They were shown to a room for important guests in the barracks, but were warned that they could not venture beyond the wall. I'm sorry, the same guard who had first greeted them explained, but until you are given clearance, we cannot let you enter the city. Please keep that flying creature away as well. His name is Appa, Aang grumbled. He's my bison. Then please keep Appa the bison from going past the wall, the guard said, straight-faced. Aang blew his cheeks out in irritation. What am I supposed to do with him then? Are you saying I just have to leave him outside by himself? Be grateful that we have not already taken him into our custody. That creature is a complete breach of protocol. If we hadn't been there to stop you, you could have flown straight to the palace. Aang looked like he was about to lose his temper, but Katara was quick to step in and calm him down. She turned to the guards with an appeasing smile. What Aang is trying to say is that Appa has been flying for a long time and doesn't like to be left on his own, she explained. Isn't there a place he can rest? One of the other guards, a young, fresh-faced soldier, cleared his throat. We could try to fit him into the old stables. It used to be used for ostrich horses, but since the creation of the monorail, we stopped keeping animals there. Zuko folded his arms across his chest. That won't be necessary. I'll stay with Appa outside the wall. That should be fine, right? Aang blinked at him in surprise. Zuko mouthed that he would explain later, then turned back to the guards. Both men agreed that this would be fine, though the higher-ranked one said that someone would still be placed with Zuko to ensure that neither he nor Appa crossed the wall. Zuko made its king noise. "Do you distrust us that much? I'm just going to keep the bison company. It's not like I plan to fly to the Earth King." The response he got was that rules were rules. Avatar or not, they would not allow protocol to be breached. Zuko pursed his lips. All this talk of rules was really getting on his nerves, but then he just shrugged. He knew a losing battle when he saw one. "Fine," he said, spreading his hands. "Assign a guard to me. It makes no difference." With that settled, the higher-ranked guard said that someone would be back later to finalize the arrangements. It wasn't explicitly stated, but Zuko got the impression that none of them were supposed to leave the room until the men returned. So much for the Avatar's celebrity status. These people really didn't trust them one bit. Aang bounded up to Zuko once they were all alone. "Hey, what was that about before? Why did you?" Zuko clamped his hand over Aang's mouth. "Not so loud," he scolded. "They've probably got someone listening in on us." Aang's eyes widened. He said something, though it was too muffled to understand. Zuko removed his hand. "Look, I think we can all agree that this setup sucks. That General Sung guy doesn't seem very competent, and I can't say I have much faith in this supposedly elite Terra team. The fact that they're treating us this way is a bit weird as well." "Can agree with that," Sokka said frankly. Katara's brow creased. "Then what are you suggesting we do?" "You heard General Sung. He won't let us help. That's why I'm going to infiltrate Azula's army tonight," Zuko said. "If we can get a better idea of her plans, maybe we can come up with our own counterattack." "Are you insane?" Katara demanded. "You can't do that. What if you get caught?" "I'm good at stealth," Zuko reminded her. "No one will even know I was there." Iroh frowned. "I don't like this plan. It's too dangerous." "It's necessary," Zuko argued. "Do you really want to sit around here and wait for the general to get desperate enough to ask for help?" Aang bit his lip. Zuko does have a point. "I don't like the fact that we can't do anything except wait. It would be good to at least know what Azula is planning." Zuko met his uncle's worried gaze. "I know you think I'm being reckless, but I've actually thought this through." "Have you really?" Iroh placed his hands on Zuko's shoulders. "I know I said it was important to protect Ba Sing Se, but your life is far more precious to me. Do not put yourself in danger so willingly." Zuko's cheeks warmed. He couldn't deny that it was nice to have his uncle worry about him, but still. He was determined to follow through with his plan. Sitting around and waiting had never been his forte. Zuko was a man of action, and right now he wanted to be as prepared as possible to counter his sister's attack. After all, Aang wasn't even in top form right now. If something went wrong and Aang was hurt, or if Iroh was forced to join the battle, the repercussions would be so much worse. "Please, just let me do this," Zuko said softly. "I know what I'm doing." Iroh refused to budge. He said that he had let Zuko go alone once to infiltrate the North Pole, and look what had happened there. He would not make the same mistake again. Besides, a guard was going to be assigned to Zuko, not to mention everyone on the outer wall would be watching to make sure Appa didn't fly anywhere. They'd get suspicious if they saw a bison heading in the direction of the Fire Nation ships. "That's why I'm going to leave at night," Zuko said. "I can deal with one guard. I won't let anyone else see me." Iroh was still adamant that it was too risky. In the end, it took Katara promising to stay with Zuko and Appa to make them drop the matter. "The guards will get suspicious if Zuko changes his mind about staying with Appa outside the wall," she explained. A smile curved her lips. "Don't worry, I won't let him go anywhere." Zuko scowled at her, but Iroh was quite happy to accept this alternative plan. He knew that Katara was a responsible girl, not to mention had already shown that she did not agree with Zuko's stealth mission. So, when the young, fresh-faced soldier returned and explained that he had been assigned as their guard, even Zuko couldn't complain when Katara said that she would join them. The matter had been settled. It was as simple as that. There's no need to look so moody, Katara told him later. I'm only doing this for your sake. She got an even darker scowl for her efforts. No, Zuko was not happy with this decision. His plan was the best course of action. It annoyed him that she had interfered. Toph smiled as she watched the two. Maybe I should join you guys as well. Why? Zuko snapped. You also don't trust me? Toph cracked a grin. Nah, I'm just curious. I think tonight is going to be pretty interesting. His brow furrowed. He didn't understand what she meant, but Toph refused to elaborate. She just smiled knowingly and patted him on the arm. Good luck, sunshine. Make sure you and Sugar Queen don't stay up too late. She cackled, as if she'd just said a great joke, and then carried on walking to join the others. Zuko's frown deepened. Somehow, he got the feeling that he was missing something. Oh. Stars winked to life in the night sky. Zuko sighed as their guard led him and Katara to a place where they could rest with Appa. The area outside the wall was barren. Most people used the ferries to get in and out of Ba Sing Se these days, so little had been done to cultivate the land or make it hospitable. Because of that, the mismatched group ended up having to sleep with no shelter. True, the soldier had tried to create an earth tent for them, but Appa had never liked enclosed spaces and had kicked up such a fuss that they had decided sleeping under the stars would be better. Zuko was beginning to regret saying that he would keep the bison company. I'm really sorry about this, the soldier said, blushing a little in embarrassment. I know that you don't need a guard, but rules are rules. Zuko resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He had been hearing that phrase for most of the day. It was against the rules to let civilians be on the wall, so they had been stuck with a guide whenever they left their assigned room. Even outside the wall, they got given a minder. It was annoying, especially since he couldn't leave to carry out his plan now. He threw a half-hearted glare at Katara, who was sitting opposite him. A part of him still believed that he could have won his uncle over had she not interfered. Maybe. Either way, she seemed unaffected by his scowls. She chatted happily to the soldier, asking him about his life and what it was like to be a guard on the outer wall. It was only when Zuko relaxed enough to actually listen to their conversation that he realized she was stealthily getting information out of the man. The soldier told them that his name was Changpu and that his family were pig chicken farmers, though he had always wanted to join the army. He also admitted that the Terra team was much smaller than it used to be and that General Sung had only recently been promoted to his role. Changpu hadn't wanted to speak bad about his superiors, but he confessed that he was worried. He wasn't the only one who felt that way either. General Sung had a habit of floundering when he got flustered and never really got anything done. That wasn't a trait people wanted in a leader. A blush stained Changpu's cheeks. But I'm sure he's actually a great general. I mean, there has to be a reason why the Earth King promoted him, right? We just haven't had a proper chance to see him in action. Maybe he'll surprise us tomorrow. Katara frowned. Is that really what you think? Changpu scratched his cheek. I guess. Zuko could only stare at her in a mixture of surprise and reluctant admiration. He couldn't believe that she had managed to get so much out of Changpu in so little time. It reminded him of Azula's uncanny knack to twist people around her finger. Both girls could be very charming when they wanted, though Katara favored kindness instead of intimidation. She was also more sincere with her interest. Zuko got the sense that a lot of her cunning was unintentional. Well, mostly. She smiled at Changpu. I'm glad we got to have this conversation, though I am sorry for what I have to do next. He scrunched his nose. Huh. She responded by placing her hand, now sheathed in glowing water, against his forehead. The light flared brighter. Instantly, Changpu's eyes rolled back up into his head and he collapsed into her arms. Zuko blinked. Then he blinked some more. What the heck? Why are you just sitting there? Katara demanded. Weren't you the one who wanted to infiltrate the Fire Nation army? Hurry and help me tie him up. I don't know how long the healing sleep will last. Zuko's jaw dropped. I thought you. She threw him a grin. Had you fooled, didn't I? Well, yeah, but. Her expression sobered. I actually agreed with your uncle at first. This really is a stupid, reckless plan, but then I realized that you also had a point. We can't just sit around and wait for General Sung to see his mistake. There's too much at stake. A flash of mischief entered her eyes. Besides, 2 benders are better than 1, right? Zuko pressed his palm to his forehead. No way. It's one thing for me to go, but your brother and Aang will never forgive me if I let you come. This has nothing to do with them. Aang and Sokka don't have a say in what I can or can't do. I make my own decisions. I can see that, but... Katara raised her chin. Look, we can stand here and waste time arguing about this, or you can just accept that I'm coming. Either way, you won't be going alone. Zuko sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose with his forefinger and thumb. Do you even know how to use stealth? Color dusted her cheeks. Well, I haven't been trained or anything, but I promise I won't be a burden. He raised his eyebrow. It was obvious that he did not believe her. I'm serious, she assured him. You're going after the ships, right? In case you've forgotten, I'm a master waterbender. A smile curved her lips. I'm sure you'll find me useful. Zuko held her gaze for a moment before turning away. Fine, he said. Come if you're going to be so persistent. You're right that we don't have time to argue about this. Great. With that decided, they tied up Changpya with the rope that had been hidden in Katara's pack. Zuko then handed her a set of black clothes. You should put these on, he said. They might be a bit big, but it'll make it easier for you to avoid being seen. He gestured at her water tribe attire. That blue stands out too much. She nodded and started loosening the ties on her robe. Zuko left her to it and smothered Appa in dirt and dust so that the bison's white fur was dulled to a brownish color. Now they would be more camouflaged. Sorry, Zuko murmured. We'll clean you up when we get back. Appa gave a low rumble. It seemed he didn't mind being a bit dirty if it meant he got attention later. Katara joined Zuko on the saddle, now clad in black. His mouth quirked at her appearance. The tunic and pants were indeed too big for her. The bottoms drowned her feet in fabric and the sleeves drooped over her hands. She didn't look like much of a threat. Are you sure I can't wear my clothes? Katara asked. She moved her hands so that the sleeves flapped around like wings. I feel like all this fabric is just going to get in the way. Zuko grabbed her wrists and rolled the sleeves up, then tied the fabric in place so they wouldn't fall down again. He raised his eyebrow at her, as if to ask if she was capable of doing the rest. Katara swatted his hands away. All right, she said. I should have thought of that sooner. No need to be patronizing about it. Zuko ignored this barb and settled onto Aang's usual perch. He hadn't directed Appa before, but he thought he'd got the gist of it from his observations. It couldn't be that much different from riding a Komodo rhino. He gathered the reins into his hands. Yip, yip. Appa took flight, blending in with the night sky thanks to his darkened fur. Zuko's pulse quickened as he waited to see if anyone from the wall would spot them. No one did. All had gone according to plan. For now, they were in the clear. Zuko just hoped their luck would continue. Oh. Those must be the ships, Katara murmured. Zuko nodded. There were several Fire Nation vessels moving on the water, lights dimmed to avoid drawing too much attention. Bulky silhouettes could be spotted on most of the decks. Some kind of military cargo? He noticed that none of the ships seemed to bear the flags or royal insignia to show that there was royalty aboard. If Azula was down there, she had either decided to go incognito or had simply hitched a ride with a ship that was already heading for the city. He thought the latter more likely given that she had been traveling by land the last time they had seen each other. Boats were a much slower mode of transportation, she wouldn't have had the time to reunite with her own war vessel and get to Ba Sing Se to meet them. Which do you think the princess is on? Katara asked. I'm not sure, Zuko admitted, but that's the ship we want. She'll have copies of her battle plans there. We'll just have to be careful to avoid running into her. Katara raised her eyebrow. Are you really trying to avoid her? You could have gone to the base camp, right? General Sung did say it was on the coast. It would have been easier. Zuko shook his head. Angela doesn't like to share her plans until the very end. She's always worried that people will botch it up somehow or betray her. His expression turned grim. Regardless of what the army officials decided, she'll be the one to have the final say. Then what should we do? For now, let's get a closer look. He got Appa into position as he spoke. I want to check out the cargo on board anyway. Katara nodded. The two of them pulled their cloth masks up to hide their faces, then jumped over the side of the saddle. Wind rushed in Zuko's ears. Katara used her bending to make the water rise up and catch them, avoiding any sound of a splash. She guided the water lift to the railing of the closest ship so they could step onto the boat without any trouble. No soldiers were in the vicinity right now. So far so good. Zuko gestured for her to keep an eye out and made his way towards one of the covered cargo. He lifted up the fabric to see a Fire Nation tundra tank. A crease formed on his brow. Tanks had become a standard tactic for the Fire Nation when carrying out an invasion. It was no surprise that Azula wanted to use them. Still, something didn't sit right. Just by doing a rough count of the bulky silhouettes, he knew that this force would likely not be enough to breach the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. Cause damage, yes, but Ba Sing Se's wall was much thicker and more durable than the ice one that the tanks had destroyed in the Northern Water Tribe. He couldn't imagine her making such a miscalculation. Footsteps sounded from close by. Zuko froze. The sound was heading in his direction. He released the cloth and moved with cat-like silence, grabbing Katara by the waist and pulling her up with him so that they were lying flat on top of the tank. Just in time. A guard walked past as they settled into hiding. Katara let out a breath. That was close. Come on, Zuko said, already moving to jump down. I want to search the ship more. She joined him on the deck. They decided to head for the captain's cabin. All the important documents would be stored there and, at the very least, they would find someone who could give them decent information. Both teens were careful to avoid the soldiers patrolling on night duty. Zuko had warned Katara beforehand that it was better not to attack anyone unless it could be helped. Immobilized bodies were eventually found, after all. The last thing they needed was for the alarm to be triggered. Unfortunately for them, the captain's door turned out to be locked. This way, Zuko said, tugging on her wrist. He jumped onto the railing and began a spider monkey's crawl along the outer part of the ship, clearly intending to break through the window. Katara stared at him for a moment and then created a water lift for herself. I think this way will be easier, she said, straight-faced. Zuko had an odd urge to continue climbing if only because he just knew she was teasing him. Still, this wasn't the time to get all stubborn and prideful. Speed was of the essence. The longer they dallied, the higher their chances of being discovered. He let go of the ship and joined her on the lift. She manipulated her element to take them close to the captain's window. As he had expected, the window was ajar. The night was muggy and Zuko knew from experience how stuffy boats could get. A glance inside revealed only one person, a man with well-groomed sideburns who was idly flicking through a scroll. Well, at least it wasn't Azula. Ready? Zuko asked. Katara nodded. He took a breath and forced the window open, rolling into a crouch to allow her to follow up with a water attack that pinned the captain against the wall. Zuko was moving in a split second, lunging forward to slap his hand over the man's mouth before a scream could escape. With a simple curl of her fingers, Katara switched some of the water to ice, creating sharpened daggers that hovered threateningly in front of the captain's face. Where are the battle plans for the invasion of Ba Sing Se? Zuko demanded. Not if you have them on this ship. The captain's eyes bulged. He tried to break free of Zuko's grip and perform a bending move, but Katara once more slammed him against the wall. The jolt was so hard that it made the man slump a bit, clearly dazed. Zuko blinked. He had forgotten that she was much stronger at night. Where are the plans? Katara growled. She inched some of the ice daggers closer. It seemed she was not willing to take any chances. Zuko glared at the man. I'm going to remove my hand. Do anything to call for help and I'll kill you. Which was a bluff. Not that the captain needed to know that. Zuko removed his hand and waited expectantly for an answer. The captain still tried to resist, but eventually he cracked enough to tell them that it was War Minister Chin and those who had been working on the drill who knew everything. He was just in charge of helping to transport the tanks. Drill. Zuko repeated, latching onto the word. The captain realized his mistake too late. He renewed his struggling and managed to shoot off a fireball. Zuko deflected the attack with ease and pinned him down. Katara pressed her sharpened ice daggers to his throat, taking over the role of interrogator. She was in a better position to do so anyway since her bending was the strongest while the moon was up. War Minister Chin, she said calmly. Which boat is he on? The captain spat obscenities at them both. Katara put just enough pressure on the ice daggers to draw blood. Her expression was cold. Don't make me ask again, she warned. The captain swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Zuko couldn't blame him for being afraid. Even he wasn't sure if Katara was bluffing. There was a spark of darkness in her eyes that he had rarely seen. It was like something ruthless had been awakened inside her. Still, her scare tactics did the trick. The captain disclosed the information they wanted, albeit in a bitter voice. It seemed self-preservation had won out over loyalty. Zuko bound and gagged him, then shifted his gaze to Katara. You okay? He wasn't sure if she had ever interrogated someone before. Not like that in any case. She nodded. There was no trace of darkness in her expression now. I'm fine. Let's just hurry. We've got what we wanted here, right? He made a sound of agreement and headed with her back out the window. She sunk them into the sea in a bubble of air, then manipulated the water to carry them to War Minister Chin's ship. It was safer to move this way, safer for Appa as well, who had retreated some distance and waited to be summoned with the bison whistle that Katara had borrowed. At last, they surfaced and waited until the coast was clear before climbing aboard. We should split up, Katara suggested. We'll be able to work faster that way. Zuko hesitated. It wasn't that he doubted her, she had well and truly proven herself capable. He just knew that if anything happened to her, Aang and Sokka would have his head. Still, she was right that they would be able to find the minister much faster if they separated. All right, he agreed. Just remember that it's likely Azula is on this ship. If you run into her, don't try to fight. Just get out quick. That goes for you too. Don't do anything reckless. I won't. He knew things would turn ugly very quickly should he and his sister meet. That would only get in the way of the mission. Tonight, getting the invasion plans was the most important thing on his agenda. His sister could wait. Katara told him to be careful once more and then the two parted ways. Zuko watched her retreating figure before he let out a breath and moved to his self-assigned area. Time to try this again. Oh. Zuko knew he'd hit the jackpot when he came across the fancier cabin rooms. He scaled the metal walls, blending into the shadows to avoid the patrol guards when needed. Eventually, he found what he was looking for, an older man dressed in expensive Fire Nation robes instead of the typical decorated armor seen by higher-ranked soldiers. War Minister Chin was a government official, after all. Zuko had only met him a few times, but he remembered that Chin had been in charge of the military's technology. Carefully, Zuko pushed open the window and entered the room. He crept up behind the minister, wanting to catch him by surprise. Chin froze and sprang to his feet. Zuko realized too late that his image had been reflected on the mirror resting by Chin's hand. No time to be stealthy now. Zuko rushed ahead and grabbed Chin by the throat, but not before he managed to hit the gong to trigger the alarm. Something hollow opened up inside Zuko's stomach. What will you do now? Chin asked. His words were brave, though he licked his lips nervously. The war minister had never been much of a fighter. Zuko gritted his teeth. Shouts had already started up from outside the room, calling for the soldiers to gather to catch the intruder. Bells clanged. Judging from the jarring rhythm, it sounded like the other ships had picked up on the alarm. Zuko hoped Katara was okay. I suggest you release me now, Chin advised. They will come for you soon. Zuko's eyes narrowed. I hear you're the one to talk to about the drill. He tightened his grip on Chin's throat. Tell me, what exactly is it? Chin's eyes darted to the side. An involuntary flicker. Zuko followed his gaze and saw scrolls spread out on the desk. It looked like blueprints of some kind. A faint smile curved his mouth. "I see," he said softly. He maneuvered Chin backwards and snatched up the scrolls. One glance at the diagram had his eyes widening. "What the hell is this?" Zuko demanded, rounding on him. "Is Azula planning to use this machine to break through the outer wall?" His voice roughened to a more threatening tone. "You helped to design this thing, right? What's its weakness?" Chin swallowed. The shouts and sound of footsteps were getting louder from outside the room. Something thudded against the door. The corners of Chin's mouth twitched. "It's too late for you. Even with those schematics in your hand, you will not be able to stop the drill. It is the perfect machine." Zuko cursed and released him. He ran for the window just as the door was knocked off its hinges and several elite firebenders burst through the entrance. Flames rushed for him. He dived through the open window, feeling the heat of his opponent's attack sweep against the soles of his boots. That had been too close. Still in freefall, Zuko latched onto the metal grooves of the ship with his free hand, abruptly halting his descent. He stuffed the scrolls into his tunic and started climbing. Much as it would be easier to just fall into the ocean, the drop was massive and he did not have a waterbender to help cushion his fall. For now, all he could do was try get to a better vantage point so he could find Katara. "The intruder is getting away." That was Chin again. No sound of nerves in his voice now. Zuko would have snorted in amusement had his situation not been so dire. Fireballs were still being shot at him, and some of the soldiers had started scrambling after him in pursuit. Damn it, these bastards were persistent. Still, not for nothing had he trained as the Blue Spirit. He'd lose them yet. Zuko quickened his pace, focusing only on finding the next foothold. Something flickered out the corner of his eye. He ducked too late. Sharp metal grazed his cheek, tearing apart the cloth mask that had been hiding his face. He glanced up in the direction from where the projectile had come. A girl stood on the balcony he had been about to climb. Her black hair was unbound and she was wearing a loose robe, but there was no mistaking her features. She would always be familiar to him. Mai. The name was wrenched out of him, almost like a punch to the gut that knocked the air from his lungs. He had run into her once when he'd had amnesia, but it was different this time. This time, he could look into her eyes and remember the quiet girl who had used to read scrolls under the cherry tree at the palace. He remembered her dry wit and even that embarrassing day he had knocked them both into the pond when he had tried to save her from Azula's antics. She had been a sort of friend to him back then, more so than many of his other childhood acquaintances. It was surreal that he confronted her now as an enemy. Surreal and sad. Mai stood motionless, razor blades rimming her knuckles in preparation to strike. His pulse quickened. If she attacked him now, he would undoubtedly fall and be captured. "You really are stupid," she said. Her voice was flat, almost emotionless. She didn't attack him, though. Not even when the fog rose up from the waves and passed over the boat, blanketing everything in a thick cloak of white. A hand closed around his wrist. Katara's. Suddenly, he was being lifted into the air and pulled onto Appa's saddle. When he glanced back at the balcony, any trace of Mai had gone. Katara grinned at him. "Aren't you glad I came with you now?" Zuko made a non-committal noise. It was true that Katara had rescued him. Thanks to her little fog trick, they'd also been able to escape with the drill blueprints. Still, he found that he couldn't find the energy to celebrate. Not really. His heart felt too heavy and unsettled. A name hovered on his lips, though he didn't speak it aloud. All he knew was that another girl had saved him in her own way tonight. Mai had let him escape. It was something he could not forget. Chapter 4, The Drill. "You're bleeding," Katara observed. Zuko touched his cheek where Mai's knife had grazed. "It's nothing," he muttered. "Just a scratch." She leaned over and, before he could react, pressed her water-gloved palm to his skin. The coolness of her element brushed against him. Energy hummed and the wound knitted itself together. "You don't need to carry any more scars, Zuko. I'm a healer too, you know. Let me help you sometimes." His breath caught. It was like she had just given him an emotional sucker punch. Fortunately, she didn't expect a response. I can see the campsite. She pointed down to where Changpyo had taken them to rest. Let's hurry. Zuko tugged on the reins to make Appa descend. As they drew closer, he was surprised to find Toph waiting with the guard. She was reclining on a chair made out of rock and playing some kind of earthbending guessing game with Changpyo. The guard, for his part, seemed more resigned than anything. He was still bound with rope. Sup, Toph said, giving a casual nod to the two as they jumped down from the bison. You took your time. Katara frowned. How did you know we had gone? My feet. This statement did not seem to impress Katara. Zuko didn't even try to get to the bottom of Toph's newfound omniscience. The little brat just liked to rile people up. He wasn't going to give her that satisfaction. Still, her comments from earlier did make a lot more sense. She must have known that Katara had not planned to stop him from leaving. Aren't you going to thank me? Toph asked. She jerked her thumb at Changpyo. I did stop Pig Chicken Boy here from alerting the guards about your nighttime escapade. Thanks, Zuko said in his flattest voice. Katara undid the rope that was binding Changpyo. I'm sorry, she said. I know you were just doing your job, but we didn't have a choice. And? Toph prompted. What's the verdict? Bad, Zuko admitted, and turned to Changpyo. We need to see General Sung. Changpyo swallowed. I can't just take you to the general. There's protocol to follow and... I don't care about your stupid protocol. You're taking us whether you like it or not. With that, Zuko picked him up and slung him over his shoulder. Hey! Changpyo exclaimed. What are you doing? Put me down. Toph chortled. Sunshine has got a real way with people, huh? Zuko simply dumped Changpyo on Appa's saddle. It's your job to calm those guards down when we get to the wall, he said curtly. Don't mess up. Katara face-palmed. At least explain to him why this is urgent. Fine. There's a big drill. It's going to smash through the wall unless we stop it. Now let's go. Changpyo blinked. Then he blinked some more. Wow, Sunshine, Toph said. Eloquence isn't something that comes naturally to you, is it? Katara made a sound of agreement. Zuko's cheeks warmed. Who cares about that? He sat down on Appa's perch and snatched up the reins. Let's just go. There was no time to waste if they wanted to find a way to stop the Fire Nation. That drill would be coming whether General Sung and his soldiers were ready for it or not. Zuko might not have his uncle's tactical abilities, but he hated to see lives needlessly lost. He would do whatever he could to make sure Azula didn't win. Even if that meant forcing that droopy-mustached idiot to listen. Yip. Zuko said grimly. Oh. It was official, General Sung really was an idiot. Zuko, Katara, and Toph had made it past the wall guards thanks to Changpyo's efforts, though Appa had been detained. Toph had left to go bring Aang and the others to the late-night meeting. Now, here they all stood surrounded by a ring of high-ranking earthbenders. The drill blueprints lay flat on the desk in the middle for all to see. Just the sight should have shocked the general and his commanders enough to at least rethink their plan, but General Sung was stubborn. He insisted that the Terra team could handle whatever the Fire Nation threw at them, including this drill. It's just a machine, General Sung said, raising his nose at the blueprints. Too bad the effect was ruined by his askew topknot and hastily thrown on armor. I doubt it will cause a problem for us. Are you stupid? Zuko snapped. This thing has been specifically designed to cut through the wall. The general's mustache bristled. This was the second time Zuko had spoken out against him. Who on earth is this boy? He demanded. Iroh stepped forward, bowing as he did so. Please forgive my nephew for his rudeness. Lee can be hot-headed sometimes, but he means well. He's just worried. You would do better to teach your nephew some manners, General Sung retorted. Restrain his tongue or I will have him removed. Iroh murmured another apology and then elbowed Zuko in the ribs. Zuko struggled for a moment before curving his spine into a stiff bow. Sorry, he muttered. General Sung turned his attention to Aang. I do not know what you and your friends were hoping to prove with this reckless escapade, but I hope you can see now that your efforts were needless. Drill or not, the Fire Nation will not get past the outer wall. Aang opened his mouth to respond, but the general held his hand up in a silencing gesture. I have indulged this farce enough. Aside from the old man there, and regardless of the fact that you are the Avatar, you are all just children. What makes you think you have the right to decide our battle plans? Hey! Sokka exclaimed. Don't you know we helped stop the Fire Nation armies at both the Northern Air Temple and the Northern Water Tribe? It's not like we're completely clueless. The commanders shifted on their feet. None of them had spoken much during the meeting, but it was obvious that a few of them were at least considering Sokka's words. General Sung, however, was not impressed. He said that those places were not Ba Sing Se, and that the outer wall guard had their own way of doing things. There was no need for others to interfere. At least let us help. Aang pleaded, unable to stay silent any longer. We won't get in the way. I promise. My soldiers have always defended this wall on their own, and we will do so this time as well. I repeat, we do not need your help, Avatar. Aang's shoulders slumped. Even he could see how pointless it was to keep pushing the matter. Anger bubbled inside Zuko's chest. That damned, drooping-mustached idiot. Just what did that guy think he was doing? Zuko wanted to yell and knock some sense into the Earth Kingdom soldiers. Couldn't they see that they were practically handing victory to Azula on a platter? But Iroh was gripping his wrist hard. Too hard. It was a warning for Zuko not to lose his temper. Don't, Iroh said under his breath. Remember, we don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves. Zuko knew his uncle was right, but still. It was so hard to stay silent. The general had no idea what was coming for him. The Fire Nation army could not be taken lightly, let alone Azula. It was akin to suicide. This meeting is finished, General Sung declared. Please, return to your rooms. But Katara began. Sokka tugged on her arm. Come on, sis. Let's go. Her eyes meet Zuko's, sharing a glance of dismay. Neither had expected the meeting to go this way. What about Appa? Aang asked. The bison will remain in our custody, one of the army officials said. You may collect him when you are ready to leave. Aang looked like he was going to argue, but he was quickly marched out of the room by Iroh, who was also dragging Zuko in tow. Sokka had Katara while Toph followed much more leisurely at the rear with Momo. Once they were all gathered together in their designated room in the barracks, Iroh sat them down and faced them with a grim expression. I understand you're all worried, he said. An outburst of words poured from the group. General Sung was an idiot. Those earthbenders were all so stupid and stubborn. Appa didn't deserve to be locked away just because Katara and Zuko snuck out with him. That last one had Katara giving Aang a sheepish expression. Sorry, she said, ducking her head. I didn't realize General Sung would react that way. Zuko gritted his teeth. I'm not sorry. Even if that pompous bastard won't listen to us, we at least know now that Azula plans to use the drill to breach the wall. The tanks will probably be used for support and to keep the earthbenders busy. I would say that is her plan, Iroh agreed. The problem is that General Sung won't let us help. Toph stretched her legs out, wriggling her grubby toes to loosen some of the dirt. We could always just go all out and rebel. I doubt they'd be able to stop us. Sokka shook his head. No, if we do that we'll just cause more problems. Remember, we still need to get inside Ba Sing Se. Right now we can't even get past the wall. All of them fell silent as they considered this predicament. Zuko glanced up at Iroh from where he sat cross-legged on the ground. Do you have any suggestions, Uncle? Iroh made a humming noise. Sokka is right that fighting without permission would not be a good idea. I believe the best plan of action would be to simply wait for now. A faint smile curved his lips. I know you're all eager to make a difference, but sometimes a person has no choice but to sit back and listen to their superiors. Right now, that person is General Sung. But he's an incompetent fool. Zuko exploded. How can you expect us to listen to him? Nephew, Iroh said gently. Need I remind you that you acted against my advice tonight as well? Zuko swallowed. I know. You thought you needed to find out what Azula was planning. I won't deny that it's useful to know about the drill, but, and here he glanced at Katara, both of you behaved recklessly tonight. You're lucky that you were able to return safely. Katara hung her head. Sorry. It was my fault. I didn't try to stop him at all. In fact, I was the one who allowed us to go. Iroh seemed a little surprised by this confession, but he accepted her apology with good grace and said that they should just put the matter behind them. What mattered was that both of them were safe. Plus, thanks to their efforts, now they could come up with a good counter-plan. Huh. Aang blinked. But you just said it was better for us to wait. A grin curved Iroh's mouth. Wait, yes. Do nothing to prepare, no. Zuko propped his chin on his hand. Then you have a plan. A plan, Iroh mused in a thoughtful voice. He shifted his gaze to Sokka. What do you think? Sokka blinked. Me. You understood those diagrams, didn't you? I believe you were able to figure out the drill's weakness. Well, yeah. Sokka rubbed the base of his neck. It was pretty easy. Iroh's smile widened. Then that's where we'll start. He clapped his hands together. So, Master Sokka, tell us all about what you learnt. Sokka preened a little. The title of Master seemed to have quite the effect on him. Katara just groaned and muttered that her brother's ego was going to be bigger than ever now. Still, no one could deny that Sokka was the only person who had been able to interpret the blueprints, he just had a knack for understanding mechanical things. He also proved to have a good head for strategy. Sokka and Iroh bounced ideas off each other as if they were equals rather than a teenager and an experienced general. The others took a backseat approach and shared their input from time to time. By the end of the night, the group had managed to come up with a plan to counter the Fire Nation's attack. Once General Sung gives the go-ahead, we'll be able to act, Sokka said. Toph blew her fringe out of her face. And if he doesn't? Then we'll use Plan B, Iroh responded. Either way, you all know what to do. Zuko exchanged a glance with Aang. The two nodded, both understanding what the other was thinking. No matter what, Ba Sing Se would not be allowed to fall. They would make sure of it. Oh. The sun and a clanking roar of machines signaled the Fire Nation's advancement. Earth Kingdom soldiers lined the outer wall, nervous and with stone catapults prepped and ready to go. Below, in trenches made from earth bending, the Terra team crouched in anticipation. Everyone waited. Everyone watched. Soon, the dust cloud cleared and a mechanical monster loomed into view. It was the drill, so much larger in real life, so much more threatening. Tanks followed like some macabre royal escort, more than Zuko could count at a glance. His eyes narrowed. This is it, he murmured. He stood on the sidelines of the outer wall with Aang and the others. If all went well, none of them would have to do anything. At least, that was General Sung's plan. The man in question stood a little farther away, giving orders and in general looking like a pompous fool. Zuko clenched his hands into fists. That bastard had better cooperate when the time came. Attack. The Terra team's captain gave the order for his platoon to move out. A swarm of green emerged from the trenches, shifting into formation. One group tried to take out a tank by overturning the machine, but the tank just flipped itself back over and began shooting at them with fire blasts. Others were trying to trap the tanks in rock cages or crush their hulking bodies. A portion were focusing on the drill and creating huge pillars to stop the machine. It all seemed so futile. There were still more tanks coming and the drill had not even slowed. In fact, it had smashed through the pillars. Suddenly, the Terra team began to fall one by one. It took Zuko a moment to realize that there were two figures moving amidst the green-garbed soldiers. From this vantage point, all he could make out were splotches of color, someone in pink and another in red. The point was that, in a scarily short amount of time, the whole Terra team had been wiped out. That had to be my entirely, he murmured. Only chi blocking could have caused that much damage so quickly. My, of course, was the perfect support combination, she was swift with her blades and knew how to create ample distraction for Ty Lee to get close to their opponents. As a duo, they were almost unstoppable. It was the reason Angela had picked them to be her favorites. Only the best were good enough for the princess of the Fire Nation. Grimly, Zuko watched the girls retreat now that their job was done. The Terra team were left to scramble back to base the best they could. It was just as Zuko had feared. The Earth Kingdom soldiers had never stood a chance. General Sung seemed to have finally realized the truth as well. He wasn't so quick to reject the Avatar's help this time. Sokka grabbed Aang and Katara. "We're going to head for the drill. Toph, you can give us cover, right?" "Of course," she said, slapping her palm against her chest. "This'll be no problem." Zuko watched the four dash off to go complete their part of the plan. He nodded to his uncle, who would stay and help direct the soldiers' attacks from the wall. It was better for Iroh to keep out of the thick of things as much as possible. As for Zuko, he had his own part to play. He scanned the soldiers lined along the wall until he found the person he wanted. Smaller than the others, and still fresh-faced, Changpu stood watching the drill's progress with a nervous expression. "You." Zuko marched over to Changpu and grabbed him by the arm. "You're coming with me?" Changpu let out a meep. What are you?" "I need an earthbender." "But the general my orders." Zuko gripped Changpu by his shoulders. "This isn't about who's giving you orders anymore. This is about defending the wall." His gaze was intense. "You want to protect your family, don't you?" Changpu swallowed. He nodded. A half-grin curved Zuko's mouth. "Then let's go. We're going to take down those tanks." Some of the color drained from Changpu's cheeks. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we get more backup? Toph will join us soon. Plus, my uncle will make sure we get the support we need. Changpu still seemed to have qualms. Zuko simply ordered him to create a lift so they could get down the wall. Any kind of distraction to keep the tanks busy would help right now. That was why they were going. True, Zuko couldn't use his fire-bending without drawing unwanted attention to himself, but his swords could be just as dangerous. It helped that he knew enough about the tanks to understand their weaknesses. "Hurry!" Zuko ordered. The bad feeling from yesterday still had not left him. All he could do was play his part and hope that nothing went wrong. For now, victory rested on Sokka, Aang, and Katara. Oh. Wow, Sokka said, blinking in surprise. The three of them had managed to sneak inside the drill with little trouble thanks to Toph taking them right under the machine. After that, it had been a simple matter of following the mental blueprint in his mind to this chamber. Now, they stood on a metal platform staring at the many support beams they would have to break. Sokka frowned. "That pillar looks a lot thicker in person than it does in the plans. We're going to have to work pretty hard to cut through that." Katara folded her arms across her chest. "What's this wee stuff? Aang and I are going to have to do all the work. Look, I'm the plan guy. You two," he made rapid chop-chop gestures with his hands, "are the cut stuff up with waterbending guys." He struck a heroic pose. "Together, we're Team A." Blue flames flared up like a wall between the trio. Sokka found his view cut off from the others. Before he could react, a hand clamped over his mouth. He struggled, but his assailant was surprisingly strong. Something sharp dug into his throat. He swallowed. "Don't move," a raspy voice warned him. Sokka knew that voice. It had annoyed him far too many times for him to forget. Just great. He'd been caught by Gloomy Knife Girl. The flames dispersed with a gust of wind, revealing Katara slumped on the ground next to Creepy Pinky. His sister's water skin lay useless next to her nerveless fingers. "Aang," Katara said in a weak voice. "Run." Sokka's eyes darted around the platform to find the other boy. Aang had managed to knock back the two firebenders who had come at him, but then Sokka got the feeling those soldiers had not been meant for anything except a distraction. His suspicions were confirmed when a cold laugh echoed through the chamber. That's right, there was a third person to complete this trio of dangerous ladies. The owner of the blue flames. Princess Angela jumped down from the upper platform. "Yes, Aang," she taunted. The way she said his name sent a chill down Sokka's spine. Why don't you run? Just abandon your friends here. Aang clenched his hands. Let them go. Azula made a show of pondering the matter, complete with placing her finger to her chin. I don't think I will. Besides, it's your own fault for falling into my trap. She shook her head in feigned disappointment. So naive. Did you really think I wouldn't consider my enemies making such a move after the drill's blueprints got stolen? You ain't got ready to attack. Azula made a tootaying sound and waggled her finger at him. Silly boy. Don't tell me you haven't realized your situation yet. Her eyes turned cold. My. The word was sharp and like an order. Suddenly, the pressure digging into Sokka's throat increased. He felt the skin split, sending pain through his nerves. Blood trickled down his neck. Azula's lips curved into a vicious smile. Do you understand now, Avatar? One wrong move and I'll have Mai slit your friend's throat. She put on a falsely worried voice. You wouldn't want that, would you? Aang let out a shaky breath. His eyes were wild with panic and rage. In the past, such an experience would have sent him into the Avatar state, but right now he could not call upon his past lives. Sokka didn't know if that was a good thing or not. On the one hand, that my girl had him in her pointy death grip, on the other, maybe one good wind blast would have shocked her enough into letting him go before she killed him. Well, that was all just speculation now. The fact was that Sokka was in a sticky situation, and since Katara was immobilized, that left Aang with only two options. Just go, Katara said softly. Get out of here while you can and let the others know what happened. Aang shook his head. I can't leave you and Sokka here. You're my family. Mai twitched. Something about the word family seemed to have an effect on her. Family. Azula repeated. A laugh escaped her lips. How foolish. She made a motion at Creepy Pinky, who darted forward to take Aang down with her weird punches and jabs, just as she had done to Katara. Fortunately, Aang was agile enough to avoid her blows. Unfortunately, Azula decided that was a cue for Mai to begin more stabby pain. Sokka felt Mai's heartbeat thump against his back far too quick to be natural, but she nevertheless did as ordered. This time, Sokka couldn't help the gasp that escaped his lips. Geez, at this rate he really might get his throat slit. Stop it! Aang screamed. Azula put on a mocking baby voice. Ah, is the little Avatar upset to see his friend hurt? Her tone steeled. Then stop resisting and give up like a good boy. Aang's gaze darted to Sokka, a charged moment of dismay, but then he looked behind at Mai. Sokka wasn't sure what they expressed to each other during their silent exchange. All he knew was that Mai gave another small twitch. She did not loosen her grip. If anything, the arm around his chest tightened. Creepy Pinky cartwheeled to come up in front of Aang. Don't worry, she said brightly. It doesn't hurt that much. Aang ducked her punch. That isn't what I'm worried about. He glared at Azula as he bent backwards to avoid another blow. Promise you'll let my friends go and then I'll cooperate. Azula clapped her hands. Done. Aang went still. Creepy Pinky followed up with a rapid blow of jabs, all struck with perfect precision. It was over in a heartbeat. Aang went limp and slumped into her arms. Sokka groaned in resignation. Wow, Creepy Pinky said, grinning down at Aang. I never thought I'd get to hug the Avatar. I'd hardly call that hugging, Ty Lee, Azula said dryly. Ty Lee just shrugged and swept him up so that she was holding him bridal style. Then she jumped down the pipes on which she and Aang had been fighting until she landed on the platform. As Sokka watched, helpless to do anything, he noticed that Ty Lee was surprisingly gentle when she placed Aang at Azula's feet. Somehow, Sokka got the feeling that the only person who was really enjoying this situation was the one calling all the shots. Even Mai seemed too stiff. That was saying something. Aang raised his face the best he could to look up at the princess. My friends, he said weakly. You promised. Azula took his chin in her hand. Didn't Zuzu ever tell you? Her lips curved into a sharp smile. I always lie. Aang's eyes widened in horror. Azula laughed and allowed a ball of flames to hover above her palm. Don't worry, she told him. I'm not going to kill the Water Tribe peasants. They'll be rounded up and made prisoners of war along with the rest of your pathetic allies. You, however, she poked him in the cheek, your fate is a little different. See, I can't kill you. That'll just create a new avatar. Unfortunately, I don't trust you to cooperate and play the good prisoner either. I hear my brother made that mistake once. She laughed again, and this time the shiver that crept down Sokka's spine was so much worse. Well, he always was a soft-hearted fool. Mai's heart thumped faster. Sokka felt her fingers shift on the blade. That's why, Avatar, I'm just going to have to ensure you can't be a threat to anyone. She increased the size of her fireball and her smile widened, becoming twisted. You should have just saved yourself, you know. That's the problem with caring about family, it makes you exploitable. She raised her hand to attack. A knife suddenly pinned Azula's sleeve to the pillar. Sokka blinked. The blade at his throat had gone. Not even a split second later, more knives had joined the first, pinning the princess completely. Azula's eyes burned with something wild. My, she said in a voice that trembled with barely constrained fury. What do you think you're doing? Mai heaved a bored sigh. I guess I just really don't like following orders. Azula lost it. She thrashed against her restraints, screaming for the others to stop the traitor. Mai grabbed Aang by the scruff of his tunic and headed for the exit. Sokka quickly pulled himself together and scooped up Katara, following behind. He didn't really understand what was going on, but he wasn't about to look a gift ostrich horse in the mouth. A flutter of pink passed over their heads. Both Mai and Sokka were forced to a halt as Ty Lee landed gracefully in front of them. Get out of the way. Mai ordered. Ty Lee chewed on her lip. Why are you doing this? Aren't we all childhood friends? For answer, Mai shoved Aang at Sokka. Go. Sokka blinked. This is your chance to get out of here. I'll hold them off. He met her gaze still as impossible to read as ever, but somehow steeled with determination. It wasn't in Sokka's nature to leave a person behind, not even scary girls like this one who inflicted stabby pain on him, but he also knew that there was no point arguing with her. Katara and Aang were both paralyzed and couldn't bend. Right now, Sokka was the only person of any use, and there was no way he and Mai were a match for Azula, Ty Lee, and the Firebenders. Not when trying to protect two other people. The Avatar was too important to lose, it was what Mai's eyes told him. It was what Sokka instinctively understood. Go, Mai repeated, and then the faintest of smiles curved her lips. The three of you looked after my little brother, right? Consider this a late thank you. Before Sokka could react, she shoved him away from her and rounded on Ty Lee. Knives flashed from under the hidden folds of her sleeves. The acrobat dodged and flipped through the air, avoiding the attack completely, but that didn't matter. Mai had achieved what she had wanted, an opening for Sokka to escape with Aang and Katara. Sokka gritted his teeth and started running. The sound of two friends fighting continued to follow him, the pleading, the hurt. Fireballs intermingled in the mix. He winced and quickened his pace. There's no way Mai can defend herself against all of them, Katara said quietly. What she's doing is suicide. We should go back, Aang urged. Maybe we can. We can't. Sokka snapped. He took in a shuddering breath. We can't waste her sacrifice. The three fell silent. Sokka resisted the urge to shout in frustration. This sucked. This really sucked. Sure, Mai had always been their enemy, but even he had to admit that she'd been kind of cool back then. Now, were they just supposed to let her take the fall for them? Damn it! He hissed. This was not how the plan was supposed to go. To make things worse, they hadn't even managed to break through a single pillar. Not one. For the second time that day, the Earth Kingdom allies had failed. Oh. Zuko gripped his swords, moving with Changpu on what felt like a shifting, slide-like platform. Not that he could see to prove his theory. Everything was black. All he knew was that they were inside an underground tunnel that Changpu had created. Above them, Zuko could hear the rumbling and groaning of machines get louder. Perfect. That was what Zuko wanted. Now. he ordered. Changpyo raised his arms. The two burst through the earth, spraying rock and bits of gravel. As planned, they had come out right behind a tank or, rather, in its blind spot. Changpyo dug his feet into the ground and brought his arms down. The earth quivered and shook, then started softening and sucking the tank downwards. Frantic cries of alarm came from inside. The wheels turned and turned, trying to tread through the sludgy trap. However, as Zuko had anticipated, such an action was futile. The tank needed proper grip to move. It was the reason spiked wheels had been used during the siege on the north. Some of the crew spilled out from the escape hatch. Too bad for them that Zuko had been waiting. He lashed out with his swords, sweeping one man clean of his feet before taking another out with a well-placed strike. He turned back to incapacitate the first guy. No need to leave loose ends. A little help here, Lee. Zuko spun round to see Changpyo just manage to dodge a blast of flames. It seemed someone had stayed inside. Persistent bastards. Boost. Zuko yelled. The ground underneath him lurched upwards. He used the momentum to flip himself up onto the tank, then wrenched open the hatch and swung inside, kicking an unsuspecting engineer in the face. Flames rushed towards him. Zuko dodged the attack and smashed his hilt into the firebender's nose. Blood spurted everywhere. A second blow did the rest. The firebender's eyes rolled up into his head and he collapsed. Without pausing, Zuko hauled both men out of the tank with him and tossed them onto the ground. That's another down. Changpyo let out a breath. I think I'm finally getting the hang of this. You're too slow. A familiar voice taunted. Changpyo and Zuko blinked as Toph raced past them. She was moving around on a giant, shifting ball of rock. Every now and then she'd pause to whack the tanks into each other or else just pick them up with bending and toss them far away like unwanted dolls. The soldiers inside had no choice but to get out or get Toph smashed. Zuko hated to admit it, but he was impressed. Can you do that? He asked Changpyo. The guard swallowed. Not a chance. That girl is a demon. As if to prove this statement, Toph laughed maniacally and crushed two more tanks together. Some of the recovered Terra team also paused to watch her in a mixture of fear and admiration. Maybe her boasts that she was the greatest earthbender in the world weren't so far-fetched after all. The ground juddered. A harsh sound like rock and metal grinding together pierced through the air. Zuko frowned and glanced in the direction of the noise. It was the wall. The wall that was now being chewed through by the drill as if it was nothing. Some of the color drained from his face. What the hell? He muttered. Why hasn't the drill been stopped yet? Aang and Katara had been given enough time to break through the support beams. The drill should not have been allowed to advance this far. This was not good. Toph. Zuko called. She was already heading for him. I felt it, she said in a grim voice. The drill just made contact. Do you think something happened to the others? He asked. She shrugged, though for the first time it was not a nonchalant gesture. I don't know, but I don't like this. Zuko ran a hand through his hair. More of the tanks were advancing. They couldn't stand around here talking any longer. Okay, he said, making a decision. You're better at handling these tanks. Changpyo and I will head for the drill and try figure out what's going on. Got it. She raced off to continue her onslaught. Zuko nodded to Changpyo, who lowered his arms in a downward motion and sunk them both into a newly formed tunnel. This way, they'd be able to avoid the tank's attacks and head straight for the drill. Has something really happened to the Avatar? Changpyo asked. It was pitch black inside the tunnel, but that didn't stop Zuko from hearing the nervousness in the other man's voice. He gritted his teeth. The bad feeling that had been niggling at him was getting stronger, tightening his stomach into uneasy knots. I hope not, Zuko murmured. I really hope not. Because if that was the case, they were all doomed. Oh. Sokka panted for breath. They had almost made it to the escape hatch. Unfortunately, he could also hear his pursuers gaining on him. It sounded like Ty Lee was at the foreground. That made his gut squirm in a whole series of niggling twists and knots. Mai must have been overwhelmed while trying to give them time. It was an awful realization. The three of you looked after my little brother, right? Consider this a late thank you. The shallow cut on his throat throbbed. Even now, he could remember her faint smile before she had turned to battle her friend, the only real sign of emotion she had allowed herself to show. Sokka cursed under his breath. He couldn't stand this. He couldn't stand the thought that her sacrifice might come to nothing. He hated how utterly useless he felt. If only he was a powerful bender. If only he could do more than toss a boomerang around and come up with plans. Plans that failed, his mind added helpfully. Sokka gritted his teeth. Has the feeling come back to your bodies yet? He asked. Aang made a noise as if to ponder the matter. I think I can feel my toe. That doesn't help. Panic welled in fresh waves inside Sokka's chest. This sucked. This just plain sucked. Why did the universe hate him so much today? Hey, cutie. A familiar voice called, though it sounded a bit more subdued than usual. Could you, stop hiding from me now? I'm worried about leaving Mai with Azula. Sokka froze. Okay, Ty Lee hadn't spotted them yet, but it was only a matter of time. Her jabs were damned impossible to avoid on the best of days as well. Not good, not good, not. He jerked to a halt. Wait a minute. Had she just said she was worried about Mai? His eyes glinted. The plan he'd come up with might be a little like grasping at straws, but he was willing to latch onto anything right now. There was no way he was going to outrun anyone, let alone Creepy Pinky, while he was carrying two people. At the end of the day, Sokka's biggest strength had always been his intelligence. He'd make this work somehow. If you're so worried about your friend, Sokka called back, then why'd you stop her in the first place? You could have just let her escape with us. Ty Lee was quiet for a moment. I didn't want her to leave. Huh. She dropped down in front of him. He yelped in surprise and fell back. Katara and Aang slipped from his grip and landed on the ground, groaning a little. Ty Lee crouched in front of the trio and rested her chin on her knees. There was no bright sparkle in her gray eyes. She looked small and sad. You wouldn't understand, she told them. You don't know our friendship with Azula. Katara raised her eyebrow. You call that friendship? It looked to me like you two were just following orders. That's not true. Azula has always been our friend. She's done so much not just for me, but for Mai as well. Her eyes became big and earnest. I know Azula might seem cruel, but she really does care. Even though you just said you're worried about leaving Mai with her. Sokka pointed out. A look of uncertainty passed over Ty Lee's face. That was enough for Sokka. He'd got her to come closer and distracted her with her own unsettled emotions. In a swift motion, he tightened his fingers on the club he'd stealthily taken hold of and swung upwards. Ty Lee's lips formed a small O of shock. She slumped forward, collapsing on Sokka's lap in a flutter of pink. Sokka let out a breath. That was close. Pushing her off him, he once more took hold of Katara and Aang and started running. It was a relief when he made it to the escape hatch. It was even more so when he stumbled across one of the Terra team. Hey! Sokka called. The man started in surprise. Geez, where the heck did you kids come from? Without preamble, Sokka shoved his parleysed burdens into his arms. Get these two back to Yingja. You should find him on the wall. A blink. That there is the Avatar, Sokka explained, pointing at Aang's tattooed head. The other is my little sister. You let them get hurt and I'll hunt you down myself. The man swallowed. Right. Aang shifted in the bulky earthbender's arms. You're going back for her, aren't you? Sokka lowered his gaze. This whole thing just doesn't sit right, you know? I don't like the fact we left her behind. I know. A grimace twisted Aang's face. I wish I could come with you, but... Yeah, Sokka agreed. You're about as useful as a dead fish right now. Sorry. Katara met Sokka's eyes. Are you sure this is a good idea? Maybe it'd be better to wait for backup or... He puffed out his chest. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the plan guy, aren't I? A grin curved his lips. Trust me. I've got it all sorted. She didn't look happy with this response, but Sokka didn't let her argue. He nodded to the Terra Team soldier, who got the message and quickly dashed off using his bending. Sokka sighed and turned back to the drill. Time to actually think of a plan. Oh. Mai had realized long ago that she was not a brave person. Not really. If she was brave, she would have stood up to her parents when they had tried to force her to behave like a lady instead of relying on Azula to fix the issue. She would have let no one, not even her own mother, suffocate her voice. If Mai was brave, she would have confronted the princess instead of allowing the turtle ducks to be killed that day back at the palace. More importantly, she would not have listened to the tune of Azula's piping when Tom Tom's safety had been put in jeopardy all for some crazy king, because family did matter, and that had been one of the most frustrating moments of her life. But Mai was not brave. All she had ever been able to do was pretend that she didn't care about the things that upset her. There was no courage in that. Even now, even though she had finally made her stand, it had all come too late. She could have acted sooner. Could have spared the Avatar and the girl being paralyzed. Could have refused to threaten the Water Tribe boy. Could have, should have, would have. She guessed none of it really mattered now. Mai tightened her grip on her knife, the last she carried. Ty Lee and the firebenders had already left to pursue the others. It was just Mai and Azula now. That was better odds, but still not great. Mai knew she was the weaker of the two. She had been trained to work as a team with Ty Lee and Azula. It wasn't her style to fight alone. Given her current situation, the irony of that thought almost made her want to laugh. Almost. Azula looked a bit too unhinged to be able to appreciate Mai's humor. There was a fractured light in her eyes, as if something wild and dark was oozing out from within her. It was so unlike Azula that it gave Mai pause. You, Azula said in a low, trembling voice. How dare you betray me? She shot off 2 fireballs in rapid succession. Mai was able to dodge the first, but the second one struck her in the arm. A cry of pain escaped her lips. The knife slipped from her grasp with a clatter. Frantically, Mai made a grab for it, but a boot slammed down on her fingers, crushing and cracking the fragile bones. She bit her tongue in an effort to hold back her scream. The taste of copper filled her mouth. I see now, Azula said, leaning closer so that the two were at eye level. This is all Zuzu's fault, isn't it? You always cared about him more. Mai spat out a glob of blood. This has nothing to do with him. Of course it does. Azula's face contorted into something twisted and ugly. Something pained. It's always about him. I noticed it every time his name was mentioned around you. I saw it in your face when you realized he was still alive. A part of you was thinking that you wanted to be with him. A fluttering, sickening rhythm of fear entered Mai's heartbeat. There was something very off about the princess. Azula straddled Mai and forced her back against the ground. Her long fingernails dug into Mai's shoulders. Just remember that you were mine first. She hissed. You and Ty Lee both. I chose you. Not Zuko. It was me. I'm aware of that. Are you? Azula cocked her head. You know, I thought we were friends. I thought you were glad to join me and escape your parents. It was just like old times, wasn't it? She let out a dramatic and very fake sigh. But I guess I was wrong. I guess Father was right when he said that people can't be trusted. The next moment blue fire glowed to life in Azula's palm. Mai swallowed. This development was not what she had anticipated. Perhaps a part of her had still thought that their friendship meant something, at least enough to make Azula hold back from hurting her in any serious way. It seemed she was wrong. What are you going to do? Mai asked. Azula's mouth curved into an unnerving smile. Oh, I just thought I'd do a little redecorating. Her voice softened, though it didn't become any less cruel. You still remember, don't you? Father taught the same lesson to Zuzu when he revealed himself to be a traitor. A manic laugh escaped her lips. It's almost poetic. You betrayed me for him, and now I'll give you the same scar as punishment. You'll be like the little matching traitors. Panic tightened Mai's chest. She had always known Angela could be a bit unhinged, but not like this. In that moment, Maya was truly and genuinely afraid. The sudden juxtaposition Angela displayed from being controlled to full-blown crazy wasn't helping. "Say bye-bye to that pretty face of yours," Angela cooed. Her eyes glinted. "Oh, but don't worry. I'm sure Zuzu will still accept you. That's all that matters, right?" "Damn it, Angela, this isn't about Zuko. Can't you see that you've brought this on yourself? You were always testing me, always making me do things that I didn't want to do. What did you think was going to happen?" Something hot clawed at the inside of her throat, it prickled in the corner of her eyes. "I wanted to be your friend, but you were too much of a monster." Angela's grin widened so much it was as if her face might crack. "You're right," she agreed. "I am a monster. But, you know," she leaned closer, whispering the words into Mai's ear, "if I have to be one, I might as well be the cruelest." Tears slipped free from Mai's eyes, the first she had shed in years. She didn't know why she cried. Perhaps she mourned the end of her friendship with Angela. Perhaps she was just frustrated at her own helplessness. Either way, the heat of the flames drew closer. She felt them caress her cheek, getting too harsh. Too hot. Maya winced and tried to inch her face away. Angela held her in place. You brought this upon yourself. The least you can do is stay put." Really, even Zuko did better than this. Mai's heart got caught in her throat. She wondered in that moment if she regretted making a stand. She wondered if Angela even fully understood what was about to happen. The princess just seemed so fractured and unlike herself. Maybe Angela would snap out of it later and realize that this whole situation was insane. Maybe she would also regret. Well, not that any of it mattered now. Mai gritted her teeth and braced herself for the pain to come. She was not a brave person, but today she had tried. It had been a short-lived victory. In truth, a part of her had never expected to get away unscathed. She just hoped that her actions had allowed the Avatar and his friends to get out safely. "At least give me that," she pleaded to whatever spirit would listen. It would be too cruel if her sacrifice had been in vain. Oh. Sokka smelt the scent of burnt flesh before he realized what had happened. It was nauseating. The sight that confronted him when he entered the chamber was even worse. He used his boomerang to knock out Angela, taking advantage of the fact that she was too distracted with her victim to notice him. Hurriedly, he picked up Katara's water skin from the ground and doused the stray flames that were beginning to eat through Mai's hair. It didn't help much. "Spirits," he muttered, not even sure where to begin. "This is so messed up." Mai groaned and murmured something unintelligible. A lump constricted Sokka's throat. She was still conscious. He couldn't imagine how much pain she had to be in right then. One side of her face had been completely ravaged. Just the little burns he had received in his life had been bad enough. "Hang on," he said, kneeling next to her. "I'm going to get you out of here, okay?" Mai didn't seem to register his words. She was too dazed. Sokka's eyes narrowed. Anger welled in hot waves inside him. This wasn't right. It was just plain sick. Wasn't Angela supposed to have been this girl's friend? Hadn't Ty Lee said as much? "I know Angela might seem cruel, but she really does care." He clenched his hands into fists, digging crescent shapes into his palms. "You call this caring?" Sokka glared at Angela, who lay defenseless next to him, eyes closed and oblivious to the world around her. Just looking at her made him furious. His breathing turned ragged, his whole body trembling with the rage boiling through his blood. This girl had been going to hurt Aang. This girl had hurt Mai. If she could do that to a childhood friend, he hated to think what she would have done to anyone else. He hated to think what she would do next. It would be better to kill her. The thought slipped through his mind like dark silk. Sokka brought out his hunting knife and pulled back Angela's collar, exposing her pale throat. Yes, this made sense. Angela was too dangerous to let run free. Even Iroh had warned as much. Sokka had a chance. Angela was unconscious. He could end it right now. End the threat. End the madness. The blade trembled in his hand. Damn, she was really young. He wondered why he hadn't noticed it before. She didn't look much older than Katara. That was a hard thought to swallow. An even harder image to shake. Angela had always seemed so mature and intimidating, but not now. Not while she was unconscious like this and completely at his mercy. She just looked small. Fragile. She looked like a normal girl. Sokka lowered his knife in disgust. Maybe this was his weakness. Maybe he would even regret his decision later, but that was something he would deal with then. There was someone else who needed his attention more right now. He sheathed his blade and moved back to crouch in front of Mai. Carefully, he scooped her up into his arms and cradled her to his chest. It was still an effort to march past Angela without stopping. He knew that she deserved to have all the pain she had inflicted upon others given back to her tenfold. Still, Sokka also knew that right now he had to focus on escaping. He had not been able to kill Angela. If she woke up, which she was bound to any moment, it would be all over. Besides, he had to get Mai to a healer. I hope your bending has returned, Katara, Sokka murmured. We're going to need it. Chapter 5, The Sacrifices of War. Zuko could hear the drill rumbling like a monster above him. Changpu tapped him on the arm. Such signals were necessary while moving in the pitch blackness of the underground. Li, Changpu began a bit hesitantly, are you sure you still want to do this? My bending will be useless in that drill, so you know I know. It's fine. I can manage by myself. Changpu let out a small breath. Then good luck. The earth opened above them. Light spilled through at least what managed to escape the hulking shadow of the drill. Zuko blinked at the sudden brightness. The machine's underbelly moved over them like a metal dragon, clinking and clattering, and looking far too indestructible. He tensed and watched for one of the gaps that Sokka had pointed out on the blueprints. No matter how durable the drill's armor, humans still had to get in somehow. That tiny sliver of weakness would be Zuko's path of entry. Now. He signaled. Changpu prepared an earth boost. Zuko was about to spring into action when something came leaping at them from the gap, a blur of red and blue that quickly took shape into Sokka carrying a person. Watch out! Sokka yelled. A group of firebenders were in hot pursuit. One of them was already jumping down to catch Sokka while three others unleashed flames in a united strike. Zuko unsheathed his swords and vaulted up, clashing with the firebender in a quick swing of his blades to send the man flying. Meanwhile, Changpu raised a wall of earth to block the fire attack. Sokka landed on the platform next to Changpu. He had to quickly correct his balance to compensate for the extra weight he was carrying. Man, do you guys have good timing, he panted. Thanks for that. What's going on? Zuko demanded. Where are the others and? I'll explain later. We need to hurry and get to Katara. She should be back at the wall. Changpu lowered them underground. Darkness swallowed Zuko's vision. He frowned as they moved through the tunnel. It was only a glimpse that he had caught of the person in Sokka's arms, but something niggled. Those red clothes had looked familiar. Far too familiar. His stomach twisted in unease. It didn't help that there was a scent lingering in the air that conjured up all sorts of bad memories. I won't fight you. You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher. Zuko cleared his throat. Sokka. Yeah. Why do you have a Fire Nation person with you? Something constricted in his chest. It's not Mai, is it? She saved our lives. All the breath seemed to vanish from Zuko's lungs. He listened as Sokka explained what had happened, how Angela had ambushed them in the chamber, how Aang had been forced to surrender in order to keep Sokka and Katara safe, how everything had been unraveling out of their control, but then Mai had stepped in to help at the last moment. She had sacrificed herself so that Sokka could escape with the others. I went back to find her, Sokka said, but I was too late. Princess Angela had got to her first. Something cold settled in Zuko's stomach. What did Angela do? She burnt Mai's face. I don't even know if Katara will be able to heal this kind of damage. The words left Zuko reeling. Shock. Anger. Sadness. He didn't know what to feel. Let me see, he said in a hoarse voice. Huh. Zuko created a ball of flames. Changpyo yelped and flinched away from him. The platform juddered to a halt. "Why you?" he stammered, even as the color drained from his face. "You're a fire." "I'm not your enemy," Zuko said with a bite of impatience. "Do you really think I would have fought with you against those tanks if that was the case?" Changpyo swallowed. Zuko moved closer to Sokka. "Let me see." "It's bad," Sokka warned. Zuko gave him a flat look. "I'm sure I can handle it." Sokka's gaze darted to the left, taking in Zuko's own grotesquely large burn scar. He nodded and uncurled Mai from his chest, angling her face more towards the light. A small hiss escaped Zuko's lips. It was just like what had happened to him 3 years ago. The flesh melted and raw, spreading around her left eye and cheek, though it looked as if her ear had got out unscathed. Parts of her hair had also been burned away. Now the sickening scent that had been bothering him made sense. He clenched his hands into fists. "I'm going back." He had always known that his sister could be cruel and sadistic, but this was unforgivable. Azula needed to be taken down. "Let me out," he ordered Changpyo. "I'll make my own way back to the drill." "Do you really think it will make a difference now?" Zuko paused at Sokka's words. "I know how you must feel. Believe me, I know. Azula is crazy and evil and she needs to be stopped, that's something we can all agree on." Sokka's voice hardened. "But that's the thing. She's going to be prepared for you this time. You said it yourself, right? She's smart. She won't let herself get taken unawares again." Zuko gritted his teeth. "So, you're saying I should just let it go? You're saying I should let her get away with that?" He spun to face him, pointing at Mai's mutilated face. "No. I'm saying you should come with me so we can regroup with the others and make a new plan." A breath escaped Zuko's lips. He knew what Sokka said sounded logical, but still. Anger sparked in his blood and spread through his veins. He couldn't just ignore what Azula had done. Not when it was a mirror of what had been done to him. Changpyo shuffled on his feet. "For what it's worth, I agree with Sokka. I don't really know who you are, Lee, but you seem like a good person. I don't want you to do anything reckless." An awkward smile curved his lips. "People should work together, right?" A warm feeling stirred inside Zuko. Changpyo's support was oddly touching. It was almost enough to make him hesitate. Almost. "Thanks, but this is a bit different," Zuko said, shaking his head. "Azula is and always has been my problem. I'll deal with her myself." "Zeoli." Sokka corrected himself at the last second. "Come on, man, don't do this. You know your uncle won't approve." Zuko pointed at Mai's face. "Do you see that injury? That is Azula's challenge to me. I'm not going to let her get away with this." "But Mai needs to be healed. You should hurry and take her to Katara." "You." Sokka flailed for words, clearly frustrated now. "Can't you see we're just worried about you? Stop being such a stubborn jerk and come back with us already." "Changpyo," Zuko said, meeting his eyes. "Let me out." Changpyo hesitated. "Don't do it, Changpyo." Zuko glowered at Sokka. "Would you shut up? I've already made up my mind, so just drop it." He turned back to the earthbender. "Please, Changpyo. I need to do this." Changpyo held his gaze for a long moment. Maybe it was the fact that Zuko had said please. Maybe it was because he had always been a little weak-willed when it came to standing up to others, especially to Zuko. Either way, he raised his arms to create the opening. "I don't like this," Changpyo admitted, "but do what you feel is right. I'll make sure to come and give you backup as soon as I can." Zuko's mouth curved into a rare smile. "Not waiting for orders anymore, huh?" Changpyo rubbed the base of his neck. "Well, we're a team, aren't we?" There was a small cough. "Hate to break the moment, but are you both insane?" Sokka's voice got louder and he probably would have gestured wildly had his arms not been full with Mai. "Don't let him escape, Changpyo. Trap him in a rock cage so we can haul him back with us." "Sorry, Sokka," Zuko said, "but Azula was the one who made it personal. You'd do the same if you were in my position. Wrong. I'm not a stubborn jerk who can only think with his hot-head temper. Zuko got ready to jump. Take care of Mai, will you? And, he paused, lowering his gaze, tell Uncle I'm sorry. Don't you dare. The ground surged up under Zuko's feet, giving him the boost he needed to leave the tunnel. He glanced over his shoulder, catching Sokka's expression of concern and frustration. Then the earth sealed back up and Zuko was alone. He let out a breath and turned to face the drill. Going inside was pointless. Sokka was right that Azula would be expecting such a move since Katara and Aang had failed to break any of the support beams. Still, Zuko did have a plan, one that was reckless and which his uncle would undoubtedly disapprove of, but it was foolproof in the sense that it would succeed in drawing Azula out to fight him on her own. More importantly, it was something only he could do. Zuko glanced up at the wall. Sorry, Uncle, but I have to stop hiding. There would be consequences for his actions, but Zuko felt the sacrifice was worth it. Azula was his sister. He hated and loved her, just as he hated and loved his father. Still, for all his muddled feelings, there was one thing that Zuko did know: family had to take care of family, even if that meant putting down the rabid tiger dog who had been let loose. Oh! Sokka's arms ached and his chest heaved. Yingja! He shouted. Katara! He cursed under his breath. Damn it, where is everyone? He and Changpyo had made it back to the wall, but the place was abuzz of movement. Soldiers rushed to and fro, tossing rocks down at tanks or at the drill while others worked in groups to create the ammunition. A large portion of the guard had gathered where the wall had been breached and were trying to use their bending to slow the Fire Nation's progress by fixing and hardening the rock, even as the steel jaws of the drill plowed through it again and again. A clever plan, but still only a temporary fix. It was something everyone must have realized. Even at a glance, Sokka could see the panic thinly veiled on the soldiers' faces. We're really losing, aren't we? The words escaped his mouth before he could stop them. Changpyo met his gaze in a flicker of shared despair, but then he straightened and clenched his hands into fists. I'll look for Yingja. Changpyo declared. You get that girl to the healing room. It's possible your sister is there if she's still recovering from being chi blocked. Even if she isn't, at least someone can get started on the treatment. Sokka pulled himself together. Right. The two parted ways. Sokka took a firmer grip on Mai and sprinted for the healing room. A blur of orange got bigger before his eyes. He blinked and slammed his heels into the ground to avoid a collision. That was when he noticed the bald head and arrow tattoo. It was like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Aang! He exclaimed. Sokka! Aang cried, and probably would have hugged him had Mai not been in the way. Where's Katara? Sokka demanded. Mai's been hurt. She needs some of that glowing water stuff now. Aang explained that Katara was still in the healing room. Quite a few soldiers had been injured, so she was helping to fix them. Is Mai okay? Aang asked, peering anxiously at her. Then he noticed the burns disfiguring the left side of her face. His cheeks drained of color. In fact, he started to look a bit green. What happened to her? Azula. Aang swallowed. Listen, Aang. You need to find Iroh. Tell him that Zuko has decided to confront Azula on his own and that someone should stop him fast. That jerk didn't say it aloud, but it's obvious he's going to go blow his cover. I mean, how else will he fight her? But that'll just cause more problems. Yeah. Sokka's voice soured. That guy seriously never thinks things through. No wonder Iroh is obsessed with tea. I'd want to spend all day drinking calming drinks if I had a nephew like that as well. Alright, leave it to me. Aang dashed off with a gust of wind, almost knocking a few guards over in the process. Sokka exhaled in relief. That was one problem dealt with. Now to find Katara. Hang in there, Mai, he murmured. Help is coming. Oh. The smell of burnt flesh mixed with pungent herbs pervaded the healing room. Fewer beds were occupied than there could have been, but there was no denying the battle was taking its toll. Men groaned and thrashed in pain. Some of them were barely recognizable from the severity of their burns while others had limbs that had been crushed by the tanks. Katara felt a stab of guilt every time she looked at one of their faces. If she had managed to break the support beams as planned, half of these men probably wouldn't be here. She gritted her teeth and summoned more water to her hand. The walls rattled violently all around her as if trapped in a non-stop earthquake. It seemed the drill was making more progress. Katara! Sokka burst into the room with a red-clad figure clutched in his arms. Katara stared at him in surprise. It only took her a moment to recognize Mai. It took her even less to understand the situation. They found an empty bed and placed Mai down, making sure not to let the left side of her face rub against anything more than necessary. The wounds were very bad. "Can you help her?" Sokka asked. "I don't know. Her injuries are still fresh. That does make it easier to heal, but this isn't some minor burn." She shook her head. "I'm afraid it will scar." Sokka nodded in resignation. "Please, just do what you can." Of course. Katara wouldn't do anything less for the girl who had saved their lives. Mai had sacrificed so much to help them escape, it was a truth branded onto her face. The wounds were ugly and raw, ripping into Mai's beauty with premeditated cruelty. Even her hair, those glossy black locks that had always looked so soft, had not escaped the fire. It made Katara's heart ache in sympathy. She could not imagine what it must have felt like, what it would continue to feel like for Mai, knowing that her childhood friend had tortured her in such a vindictive way. The scar, if there did end up being one, would be a permanent reminder. Something cold snuck around Katara's heart. It had not escaped her attention that the shape and location of Mai's wound was almost identical to Zuko's scar. Had Azula been the one to cause that injury as well? It made Katara realize that she couldn't bear to let Mai suffer the same fate. Wounds like this went deeper than the body. It was something Katara had sensed in Zuko. These wounds, the wounds inflicted by a loved one, pierced straight to the soul. No one needed a reminder like that. "I'm going to try something," Katara told her brother. She pulled the vial of spirit oasis water out from her tunic. Sokka's eyes widened. "Isn't that? I don't know if it will work, but what Mai needs right now is a miracle. Maybe this can give it to her." A frown creased Sokka's brow. "Are you sure? I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but it's only a one-time deal thing, right?" Katara tightened her grip on the vial. "I already decided I would only use the spirit oasis water for something important." She glanced at Mai, at the features that had been sacrificed to save their lives. "This seems like a good choice, don't you think?" His lips curved into a smile. "Yeah." A soft moan from the bed had them both looking at Mai. Her right eye fluttered open, she either couldn't or didn't dare to open the left. Still, even in such a state, even when it was obvious she was in pain and was only staying conscious through sheer strength of will, Mai managed to look intimidating. Her gaze fixed on Katara. "Don't," she gritted out. Her voice was still weak, but it retained enough steel to make Katara blink. Was it possible that Mai had been listening in on their conversation? "Hey," Sokka said, moving closer. "You shouldn't try to talk. Just relax. Katara is going to heal you." Mai shook her head, though the motion must have only caused her more pain. "Don't use that spirit whatever. I don't want it." "But I heard what you said. How you were saving it for something important. It's special water, right?" "Yeah." "Then don't." Mai closed her eyes. "I accepted the consequences when I betrayed Azula. You shouldn't waste such a thing on me." Katara pursed her lips. "Who said it would be a waste? It's just my face." Mai gave a shrug. "If that water is so special, it can probably do a lot more than heal my injuries. Use your brain. Save it for when you really need it." A breath escaped Katara. She'd just been insulted, or at last had it implied that she was stupid, and the precious gift she had offered had been refused. It was rude. It was plain ungrateful. Still, Katara couldn't bring herself to get annoyed. Not really. Mai might shrug and act like she didn't care, but Katara had not missed the tears that had slipped down her uninjured cheek. Those tears didn't lie. Because Mai was upset. She just understood that this war wasn't over. There were still risks that Katara and her friends would have to take. No one could predict what would happen. In her own way, Mai had been looking out for them. You can be really annoying sometimes, Katara said in a choked voice. You know that. Mai didn't respond. It seemed that her injuries had got the better of her and she had slipped back into unconsciousness. Maybe that was a good thing. Katara could feel an uncomfortable prickle stinging her eyes. She'd gathered enough to understand that Mai probably wouldn't have been happy had Katara cried in front of her. She didn't seem the type to accept sympathy. Sokka glanced at Katara. What will you do now? She tucked the vial of spirit oasis water back inside her tunic. I'm going to do as she asked. It wasn't like she could argue with Mai's logic. Still, Katara decided that she would try her hardest to heal every trace of the injury. She didn't care how long it took or if it used up all her energy. Mai had sacrificed enough. If only in this way, Katara would express her gratitude and respect. Oh. Ty Lee's head throbbed. The bump that Cutie with the ponytail had given her was like a big egg, too tender to touch. Angela, as it had turned out, had suffered a similar fate, though she wasn't sure who had actually done the deed. Ty Lee thought she could guess. None of the other members from the Avatar's group were non-benders. It was also a fact that someone had come and spirited Mai away. The thought still made Ty Lee sad. It had always been the three of them, right from when they were children. They had played together. Fought together. They were the perfect team. But now their trio was down to two. Now, it was just Ty Lee and Angela, and that was a little scary. Ty Lee loved the princess, she really did, but sometimes Angela could be too mean. Even Angela's aura had changed. Back when they had first been reunited at the circus, it had been mostly orange-red, the color of power and confidence. Now it was like tar, a thick black that oozed with negativity, almost like a disease. Tiny slivers of gray and clouded green still lingered, but that was hardly reassuring. A gray aura meant a loss of trust in others, clouded green symbolized jealousy and resentment. This was not a good combination. Ty Lee sighed and made her way across the battlefield. Or, rather, she hopped along the Earth Kingdom soldiers' heads, cartwheeled, and in general moved like a fluttering, uncatchable blur of pink. Her new orders were to take down the tiny girl who was causing them so much trouble. Earthbenders had gathered on the wall to halt the drill's progress. War Minister Chin had called it a futile effort, but that didn't change the fact that the tactic had slowed their advancement. Angela was getting impatient. She said that the tanks needed to be mobilized more efficiently and pointed out the war machines had grappling hooks that could be used to get on top of the wall. The Fire Nation could use the tanks to carry up soldiers to take down the pests getting in the way. Even if the tanks weren't able to complete the climb, it would at least distract the Earthbenders from defending against the drill. But first they needed to free up the tanks. Excuse me, Ty Lee said, landing on one of the big muscly Earthbenders, who had just created a wall to block a fire blast. What the? Ty Lee propelled herself upwards, using his head as a boost to get on top of his rock shield. She jumped again, throwing him a wink as she somersaulted over the top. Her prey was on the other side. The little girl Tofu, was stamping her feet to make giant pillars of earth that sent tanks flying as if they weighed nothing. Wow, that girl's bending was really something. Even the big muscly guys couldn't do anything like that. Geez, you're like a little kid. Try not to get distracted while we're in battle, would you? Ty Lee's smile faltered. She had got used to hearing such dry comments from Mai when they had fought as a team. But Mai wasn't here right now. She wouldn't ever be. Not unless Angela and Ty Lee could get her back from the Avatar. Grim determination hardened Ty Lee's mouth. Without even touching the ground, she performed a series of quick jabs along Chibi Tofu's body. The girl gasped. Her legs wobbled, her arms went limp. It was like watching the light get snatched out of someone. All the chi in her body got sealed away and then, as Ty Lee landed gracefully, she collapsed into her arms. Got you, Ty Lee said. She grinned just because it was her habit, but the expression didn't feel natural. By this point, Mai would have made a witty comment. The silence was depressing. Ty Lee let out a breath. Well, either way, her mission had been accomplished. The tanks were now good to go and they had a new hostage. Everything was going according to plan. As expected. Angela had a knack for forcing things to go her way even when a spoke or, in this case, Mai's betrayal was thrown into her wheel. It was part of the reason why Ty Lee still couldn't believe that Mai had acted in such a way. No one won against Angela. Not ever. But Mai had still taken the risk. Ty Lee shook her head, shrugging off the confusing thoughts. Come on, Chibi Tofu, she said with forced brightness. We need to report back. Who are you calling Chibi Tofu? I forgot your name, Ty Lee admitted, not in the least put off by her rudeness. Besides, it's cute. A groan. I can't believe this is happening to me. Ty Lee giggled. That resigned tone almost reminded her of Mai. Almost. I think we're going to get along great. A string of insults was all she got in response. Ty Lee's grin widened. It was nice to make new friends. Too bad their environment wasn't as pleasant as it could be. Still, that would change soon enough, at least for her. The tide of battle was about to shift in the Fire Nation's favor. Maybe then Ty Lee could see Mai again. Maybe then Angela would stop behaving so erratically and start being her normal self. Maybe. Ty Lee repressed a sigh. In that moment, she really missed the circus. Oh. The wall juddered and shook. Iroh steadied his balance. He had never anticipated that one day he would help to defend Ba Sing Se. His heart ached in memory, at the thought of Lu Ten who had fallen and would never smile again, at the years he himself had wasted, slaughtering men just like those who surrounded him while spreading the Fire Nation's destruction. Still, the pain Iroh felt did not make him falter. If anything, it pushed him to try harder. Too many sons had died for this war. Too many little soldier boys would never return home. Iroh was tired of it. Stay strong. He encouraged. Another jolt shuddered through the wall. Bits of stone crumbled. The earthbenders he had assumed command of dug their feet in and thrust their arms out, groaning in agony as they used every ounce of energy to resist the drill. Sweat poured down their foreheads. Everyone was trying so hard. Everyone was giving it their all. But the drill was a monster. It chewed through their efforts with unrelenting ruthlessness, spinning and spinning and spinning as if the motion could never stop. Iroh wondered if it was almost time for him to act. Yingja. General Sung came hurrying towards him. Reports are coming through that tanks are using grappling hooks to climb on the western side. Worse, that girl who took down the Terra team managed to ride one of the hooks straight up to the top and is causing havoc. We need more men. I don't know how much longer our defenses can hold. Iroh gazed at the point where the wall had been breached. The men would not last much longer here either. His plan had not been designed to defeat the drill, it was only ever meant to give more time. First, time to break the support beams, but then just time for the Avatar and the others to recover. So much had gone wrong so quickly. Now, the children in whom Iroh had put his faith were scrambling to pick up the pieces. It seemed his niece had been very busy today. I mean, Yingja. Iroh blinked as a gust of wind rushed towards him. When the dust settled, the Avatar and what looked like a woozy soldier appeared. The soldier braced his hands on his knees, taking in gulps of air. Iroh recognized him as the fresh-faced soldier who had left with Zuko to battle the tanks. What happened? Iroh asked. A babble of answers spilled forth. Iroh tried his best to unravel the message. His heart clenched when he realized the truth. Mai had been badly injured. Zuko had gone. That idiot boy was going to take on Angela all by himself. No doubt he thought he could draw her out if he made himself a target. The plan would probably work as well. Angela hated her brother with an intensity that was frightening to behold. She would want to challenge him one-on-one, she would want to best him once and for all. But Zuko was not ready. It was a simple fact. His bending had grown since their time on the ship, but it was unlikely he would be able to overcome the vicious onslaught of precision and cruelty that was Angela. Not on his own. She was a fire-bending prodigy. She was dangerous and wouldn't hold back. Zuko, unfortunately, had always held back. Even if he didn't this time, Iroh wasn't sure if Zuko would pull through. That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. He fixed his gaze on Aang. It seems our young friend Ty Lee is causing drama for the Western Division. Do you think you can handle her? Leave it to me. Be swift, Iroh warned. The drill still needs to be stopped. Unless you can find a way to take over the control room and stop it manually, cutting through the support beams is still the best option. You or Master Katara are the only ones who can do that. I understand, Aang said grimly. Then go. Aang didn't waste another second and sped off in a rush of wind. What are you going to do? Chang Pu asked. General Sung, who had been peering over the wall and muttering about how they were all doomed, grabbed Iroh's arm. Isn't that your nephew down there? It was as if Iroh's heart had been turned to ice. Sure enough, two figures stood on top of the drill. One was clearly his niece. He could see the three-pronged crown that marked her as the Fire Nation princess glinting on her head. Similarly, Iroh had no trouble putting an identity to the boy, for his clothes were too dark and nondescript to be a soldier. Too familiar. However, even without such a clue, Iroh would have known. The clenching pain in his chest told him as much. That boy could only be Zuko. Chang Pu, Iroh said in a voice steeled with grim resolve, the kind that did not allow any room for refusal. I need you to take me down to the drill. Why yes, sir. Chang Pu created a platform for them to stand on and lowered his hands in a sweeping motion. The lift immediately began to drop, speeding down the wall towards the two figures who faced off against each other. Iroh gritted his teeth. He prayed he would make it in time. Too much had already been sacrificed. Iroh would not let Zuko join the ranks. Oh. Azula was smiling. The sight made something curl in hot swells of anger inside Zuko. What's the matter, brother? She taunted. You don't look happy to see me, even though I came all the way out here to meet you. She made a tzking noise with her tongue. I see being around the Avatar hasn't improved your manners. You're one to talk. Why did you do that to Mai? She was your friend, wasn't she? Have you gone completely insane? Something fractured in Azula's eyes. That traitor deserved everything she got. Zuko blinked. That expression, that tone. This was not the perfect and poised sister he was used to confronting. Azula's smile widened, though it seemed more manic than sharp. It's your fault, you know, she continued in a softer voice. Mai would have never betrayed me if you had not been there. We'd still be together, but you just had to get in the way, just like you always do. What are you talking about? I've been banished for 3 years. I've barely spoken to, let alone seen, Mai during that time. How could I have had any influence on her? Because you're you. Azula hissed, almost lunging at him as she took a step forward. That's what you do, Zuzu. You sneak into people's hearts and you twist and twist and twist until they'll do anything for you. Her fingers made claw-like motions, like she was resisting the urge to rip into him with her nails. Mother was just the same. She abandoned me so she could protect you. I was always the monster, but you, her voice took on a dark tone, you're just so precious to everyone. Zuko shook his head, too stunned to respond. Not that it probably would have made a difference had he spoken. It was as if 14 years of jealousy and hurt were clawing out of Azula, taking ugly shape in the form of her words. The vicious overflow could not be contained. All he could do was listen to her strip herself bare, to the monster that reveled within her, but also the vulnerability. Why is it always you? Azula demanded. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved. Why is it that, for all the fear and charm I can use on people, they'll still go crawling to you? Azula. The name came out softer than he had intended. He hadn't wanted to feel pity for her. He had wanted to cling to his rage, to steal his heart so that he would not hesitate to take her down, but that was difficult to do when she was falling apart so obviously in front of him. He didn't know how to react to this splintered, pathetic version of his sister. Not that she gave him much of a chance. His voice acted like a trigger. A snarl escaped her lips, and then blue flames were trailing from her fingers, expanding in an instant to create 2 balls of intense heat. Just die already! She screamed. Zuko bent right back to avoid the blow. She followed up with a firebomb drop axe kick, almost catching his face as he was forced to throw himself to the side. Planting his hand down, he pushed and spun up to get back into standing position, using the momentum to fire off a couple of rapid fireballs with his feet. Angela laughed and battered the attacks away as if they were mantis flies buzzing around her head, a mere distraction. "You're still weak," she taunted. His eyes narrowed. A part of him knew that he was holding back. Even as he recognized this, an inner voice yelled at him, demanding to know what the hell he thought he was doing. Angela was dangerous. She had tried to kill him and had sadistically burnt my. There was nothing about her that deserved his hesitation. But she was still his sister. She was still his sister and he just couldn't bring himself to stoop to her level. "I'm not like you, Angela," he said, bringing up his forearm to block her flame-encased punch. "I can't hurt someone and enjoy it, but I promise you this, I will stop you today." She bared her teeth in a feral-like grin, pushing closer so that their faces were almost inches apart. "Oh, Zuzu, that's what I hate about you." Her smile splintered and she suddenly shoved him back, knocking him off balance. "You're just so sickeningly good." Her hands moved in a familiar pattern too fast. Blue light crackled and shot free from her fingers, surging right for him. Zuko's heartbeat stilled. All the breath got caught in his throat. No. This couldn't be happening. Not again. "Move!" his brain screamed. He flattened himself to the drill to escape the lightning's path, just in time. Every hair on his body was sticking up. The deadly energy had come so close. Angela laughed and laughed, hugging her stomach as she gasped for breath. "Oh, nice work, brother." Her eyes sparkled and her lips curved into a sharp little grin. "I just thought of a new game we can play, it's called How Many Lightning Bolts Can Zuko Dodge?" "Sorry, but that name sucks." He sprung to counterattack. Before he'd taken a step, a figure jumped down from above and blocked his path. Short, a little rotund, and with a scraggle of gray hair. The man was unmistakable. Iroh pressed his hand against Zuko's chest, pushing him back hard enough to make him stumble. "Stay there," he said firmly. Zuko sucked in a small breath. Angela, meanwhile, was not pleased to see their uncle. Her expression twisted and her eyes glinted with an ugly light. "No one called for a family reunion," she said nastily. "You stay out of this, uncle." She shot off another crack of lightning, but Iroh did not so much as flinch. He moved his arms in a graceful sweep, reaching forward to catch the violent blue storm. The light surged through him, crackling and glinting with power, and then he extended his two first fingers. Lightning exploded from the tips, the same lightning that Angela had just fired, and it was heading right back at her. Angela's eyes widened. She threw herself to the side to avoid the attack, landing in a half-crouch. Her hands trembled as she raised her head to glare at him. "You!" she snarled. "You stupid old man!" She was on her feet in a flash, letting out a wave of blue fire. Iroh brought his arms down, dispelling the attack with a massive shield of orange. Angela screamed in frustration. She charged for him, flames acting like boosters under her feet. A hand gripped Zuko's arm. "We'd better get out of here." It was Changpua. He was trying to drag Zuko towards the wall so that they could escape. Zuko shrugged off his touch. "I'm not leaving." "But..." "Go if you're scared," Zuko said, if a bit scornfully. "I won't leave my uncle." Changpua hesitated. The fight between Angela and Iroh was getting more intense. Flames exploded in hot bursts of power, clashing and sparking in hints of blue and orange. Angela darted and kicked, moving with precision and impossible speed. Iroh had years of experience to back him up. The two were well matched. Still, there was something off about Angela today. That gave Iroh an edge. Iroh thrust his hands forward. Fire gushed from his palms in a powerful wave, knocking her clean off her feet. She flew back and hit the drill, rolling a few times before she came to a stop. Even from this distance, Zuko could hear her ragged breathing. "Enough of this," Iroh said. "You cannot win this battle." "I won't lose," she said in a shaky voice, though it was rage rather than fear that caused the tremor. "I can't lose. I've come too far now." Her legs shook as she got slowly to her feet, but then she straightened into a bending stance. Her expression was cold when she met their uncle's eyes. "I'm going to win." She punched forward, releasing a torrent of concentrated flames. Iroha's shield barely deflected the blow. Angela didn't waste a second as she followed up with lightning, pausing only a moment when her fingers were poised to release the energy. A smile curved her lips. She fired off her attack, though not at Iroha. The deadly rush of light was coming straight for Zuko. "Zuko!" Iroha's yell was a desperate echo in his ears. It was too late to dodge and his uncle had no hope of redirecting it. Suddenly, a warm body crashed against Zuko's chest. He blinked. Green eyes met his own in an awful moment of fear and resignation. The lightning struck. Changpyo jerked, bending his back in an inhuman contortion and screaming out in pain as the energy shuddered through him. "No!" Zuko cried, panic and horror snatching away his breath. He could feel Changpyo twitching against him. Feel the residue power crackling against his own skin. Zuko raised his head to glare at his sister, but she was nowhere to be found. She had used the diversion to escape. "Damn it!" Zuko yelled. Changpyo was unresponsive in his arms. Zuko clutched him closer, tears pricling his eyes. No, no, no. This couldn't be happening. Changpyo wasn't supposed to take the hit. Changpyo, that stupid soldier. That stupid coward. He should have just left when he had the chance, but he. Nephew. Iroha sounded exhausted. "It's my fault," Zuko said in a choked voice. He raised his head, trembling and gasping back sobs. "I should have left with him. I should have just listened to Sokka in the first place. Nephew, stop. Beating yourself up about this will change nothing." Iroha reached down to take Changpyo from Zuko's grasp. "Come, let me." "No." Zuko pulled Changpyo closer, just like a desperate child. He couldn't let things end this way, he couldn't. His eyes brightened. "Wait, that was it. I can heal him," Zuko exclaimed. He placed his hands against the smoking ruin on Changpyo's back, already calling upon the sun of healing fire that burned within him. It was so much easier to make the connection now, but then strong hands gripped his shoulders. Zuko's concentration shattered. "What are you doing, uncle? Why did you stop me?" Iroha held his gaze. "Look at him. He is not breathing." The lightning went straight into his heart. Zuko flinched, not wanting to hear the next words but unable to stop them anyway. "I'm sorry, but Changpyo is dead. Not even your healing powers can save him now." Chapter 6, Awakening. Aang found the Western Division sprawled in defeated heaps on the rampart, groaning and struggling to move. It had the imprint of Ty Lee all over it. He caught a flicker of pink out the corner of his eye and sidestepped just in time to avoid her dive bomb punch, letting her fall past him. She quickly planted her palm on the ground and shifted into a one-handed cartwheel. A smile curved her lips as she straightened to her full height. "Hello again," she said brightly. "What have you done with Toph?" After leaving Iroha, he had been stopped by one of the Terra team and had learnt, much to his dismay, that Toph had been taken captive. He didn't know how Ty Lee had managed it since Toph was one of the hardest people to sneak up on, but the fact was that she had succeeded. This did not make Aang happy. In fact, he was getting pretty sick of Angela and Ty Lee making everything go kaput with their interference. Not that Ty Lee seemed to notice. She just scratched her cheek and tilted her head to the side like an innocent bird. "You mean chibi tofu?" she asked. Aang blinked. "A chibi what now?" Ty Lee looked at him with wide, earnest eyes. "I didn't hurt her, if that's what you're worried about. I just took away her bending." She raised her finger to the air. "Oh, and I added a paralysis effect. Those are both terrible things." She shrugged. "It wears off after a while. Just look at you." The reminder that she had done the same to him did little to soften his mood. He scowled and took up a bending stance. Ty Lee had a knack for throwing people off guard with her chirpy friendliness, but Aang didn't have time to muck around. He wouldn't let her distract him anymore. "Tell me where you're keeping Toph." He fired a blast of air. Ty Lee flipped to avoid the attack, moving gracefully before landing on her tiptoe in front of him. She flashed her teeth in a grin and curled backwards, aiming to disable his legs. He jumped and thrust down with his palm. A gust of wind came forth to give him an extra boost to get away. "Hold still," Ty Lee complained. "You hold still." The two of them clashed. Or, rather, they weaved and ducked around each other, both trying to use the other's momentum to get the advantage so they could counter. Aang gritted his teeth. Their fighting style was too similar. It was like battling another airbender. Ty Lee might not manipulate the wind, but she knew how to move with the currents. He'd have to change tactics if he wanted to defeat her. Aang stamped his feet. Instantly, rock sprung up, spreading over his body until he was coated in a thick shell. Ty Lee jabbed at his armor uselessly. She yelped and pulled her hand back, sucking on her injured finger. "That hurt." She pouted. A crackling boom ripped through the air. Aang frowned and glanced to his right. Blue sparks were shooting off on top of the drill. It looked like lightning. As he watched, he saw sapphire and orange flames rising and dissipating in explosions of color. That had to be Azula and another firebender fighting. Was it Zuko? Ty Lee made an odd sound. He turned to see that she was also watching the battle on the drill with an intent expression. That's right, Ty Lee was Azula's friend. Perhaps she was worried. Aang let his rock armor slip off him and sink back into the wall. "Are you really going to keep siding with Azula?" he asked. "I know you said she helped you in the past, but..." He trailed off, unsure how to put his feelings into words. Saying that Azula was evil was a bit too blunt of a statement for him. Still, that she was a cruel, horrible person was an undeniable fact. Aang shuddered when he thought about what had happened to Mai. Ty Lee met his gaze. The bright glow had faded from her eyes. "If I leave, Azula will be all alone." The words were said as if they were all the explanation Aang needed. He didn't understand, not really, but there was no time to delve deeper. Another flash of lightning went off and then there was only the rumbling of machinery. One of the tiny figures who had been fighting on the drill had escaped. There were no more fire blasts. "Looks like that's my cue," Ty Lee said. Aang blinked. "Huh. I'm gonna borrow you for a sec." "Wah whoa." Her arms wrapped around him and then they were falling right over the wall and towards certain death. A scream escaped his lips, though the sound was muffled. His face was mushed into her breasts. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "I needed a lift back down," Ty Lee said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world to jump off a ridiculously high wall with the Avatar. "It's not a problem, is it? I'm not a bird. It's not like I can just flap my arms and fly. But you're an airbender. I need my glider to control the air currents in that way." "Oh. I guess we're gonna die then." Aang couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ty Lee had just thrown them both over the wall, and now she wasn't even fazed by the prospect that they might go splat when their free fall finished. He raised his head at least, after some struggling, and caught a glimpse of her expression. She was smiling. It was like gravity didn't bother her at all, like this was all just an exhilarating rush. Like she knew he wouldn't let them get killed. Aang gritted his teeth. He looped one arm around her waist and glanced over his shoulder. The ground loomed before them, getting closer and closer by the split second. Suddenly, he thrust his hand out. A huge blast of wind shot forth from his palm, expanding to make a cushion to cradle him and Ty Lee. Their descent slowed, then stopped entirely. Together, they touched down on the ground. "Wow," Ty Lee breathed. Her cheeks were flushed and her gray eyes sparkled. Aang's heart skipped a beat. "Thanks for giving me a lift," she said, then swooped down and kissed him on the cheek. Pink bloomed on his face. "You Ty Lee winked, blew him a kiss, and then darted off for the drill before a person could even say, "monkey feathers." Aang blinked. Then he blinked some more. Then he realized that he had just been standing there like an idiot while Ty Lee was getting away. "Hey, wait!" he yelled. He started to run after her, but it occurred to him that he had, in a roundabout way, completed his mission. Ty Lee was no longer making havoc on the wall. What he really needed to do now was regroup with the others and come up with a plan to find Toph and stop the drill. Aang shook off his lingering confusion. He kick-started into a run, propelling himself up the wall with an air booster so that he was running directly up the massive barricade of stone. Being an airbender really did come in handy sometimes. Still, this wasn't the time to have fun. He was worried about the fight that had happened on the drill. He was worried about Toph and Zuko and so many other things. "Please let everyone be alright," Aang muttered. "Please, just let us get out of this safely." Oh. I'm sorry, but Changpu is dead. Not even your healing powers can save him now." The words echoed over and over in Zuko's mind. He trembled. His throat burned, his chest constricted. It was so hard to breathe. All he could do was clutch the unresponsive body in his arms, not even trying to hold back his tears. This was his fault. He was the reason Changpu had been hit with lightning. His stubbornness. His pride. His impulsiveness. If only he had listened. If only he had waited before rushing out to fight Azula. People should work together, right? I'll make sure to come and give you backup as soon as I can. We're a team, aren't we? Zuko let out a half-choked sob. His guilt, his despair, it was all forcing itself out of him in pained little sounds. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This wasn't he couldn't just. "Nephew," Iroh said gently. "We can't stay here. Let me." Zuko flinched away from his uncle's touch. "Don't." He sucked in a breath, curling over Changpu. "Don't touch him. He's not I can't let this." "Nephew. Stop it." Zuko screamed. "He's not dead. I won't let him be. You are not a great spirit. You cannot bring the dead back to life. Just watch me." It was a snarl, a child's retort to an adult's unwanted truth. Maybe the words were spoken out of desperation and denial, but that didn't mean Zuko wouldn't try. That didn't mean he couldn't hope. He had never given up without a fight, he wasn't about to start now. Zuko placed his hands back over the smoking wound and closed his eyes. He didn't care if Changpu wasn't breathing. He didn't care if there was no heartbeat or even any real chance of success. Zuko was a child of the undying fire. He had felt the sheer mass of power within him when he had unlocked the seventh chakra. He had seen a glimpse of his potential. Fire is life. He inhaled deeply and searched for a connection point. Changpu's body was still warm to touch, but it was obvious he had been fatally wounded. Making a connection was like stepping into frozen tundra. Changpu's meridian paths were cold and barren. There seemed to be no energy flow, no hint of life at all except for the crackling traces of Azula's lightning that still lingered in the wound. Zuko gritted his teeth and searched deeper. "Come on." He begged any spirit that would listen. "Please let this work." All he needed was a spark. Just a tiny spark. It didn't matter how small or weak. Zuko was about to give up when he felt a flicker of response, barely a whisper amidst the overpowering silence of Changpu's life force. But it was still there. It was still something. He seized hold of the spark and called upon the burning sun that thrummed within him. The flames responded to his desire in an instant, spreading through him in radiant, golden waves and gathering in his palms. Threads formed, anchoring him to Changpu. He could feel the creeping chill of death that was trying to smother any sense of warmth, feel the pain and fading awareness. Changpu would not last much longer. Zuko enveloped Changpu's life force within his own energy, like a mother duck hen folding her chick beneath her wings. The spark was so fragile, so faded. It was a dying ember in burnt-out ashes. "Come back," Zuko encouraged, infusing more and more of his energy into the little spark. "Burn with life again." It was like trying to fill a bottomless chasm. He poured everything he could spare into Changpu, but it wasn't enough. The chill got stronger. The spark got weaker. Zuko's hands trembled. His heart fluttered in a sickening roll. Every instinct told him to stop, but he refused to let go. More. He just needed to give a bit more. "Zuko." Iroh was calling his name. Hands tugged at his arms, his wrists. Zuko did not budge. He gritted his teeth and dug deeper into his reserves of power, letting it all flow unchecked. The pain was unbearable. Too cold, too demanding. It was like the deathly chill was creeping into him now. Like the draining grip on his energy had gone beyond the physical and was tearing at his soul, threatening to shatter the very fabric of his being. He should stop, he needed to stop, but Zuko had at last got a response. Changpu's life force pulsed and flickered, so close to rekindling. Live. The word was a scream within him. Something snapped inside him, or maybe it was more like a door had opened. Either way, an influx of energy flowed, warm and gentle, like the flames around a campfire. Zuko had never felt such an exhilarating rush. It revitalized his chi and rushed through his palms to connect with Changpu's life force. The threads that linked him to Changpu brimmed with overwhelming power. A heartbeat stirred. Changpu's chest rose and fell under his palms. Zuko let out a breath. Tears rolled down his cheeks. It had worked. It had actually worked. He opened his eyes to see that the color had returned to Changpu's cheeks. The soldier was still unconscious and the lightning wound on his back had not completely healed, but that was okay. Changpu's heartbeat was strong and his breathing was even. He would live. That was all that mattered. Zuko slumped, suddenly feeling a whiplash effect of exhaustion. He was just waiting for his uncle to start scolding him for using his healing powers, but no reprimand came. A crease formed on Zuko's brow. He glanced to the side, only to have the breath knocked out of him. Iroh had collapsed. In fact, the old man barely seemed conscious. What the? Zuko scrambled to his knees. He touched Iroh's hand, flinching in surprise at the shock of ice. Iroh's skin was cold. Far too cold. Uncle. Zuko gave him a light shake. Hey, snap out of it. This isn't funny. Iroh didn't respond. An awful thought entered Zuko's mind. He remembered the moment he had felt something snap inside him, the moment when his own energy had felt like it would be depleted, but then a new source had suddenly become available to him. He remembered the warm and gentle flames. He remembered a door with no handle and a golden thread that connected him to the person beyond. No way, Zuko murmured, clenching his trembling hands into fists. If his suspicions were correct, he thought might have just got an idea why the children of the Undying Fire had become so feared and hated. The possibility terrified him as well. He didn't want it to be true, couldn't accept what he had done. Because now it looked as if he didn't only have the ability to give energy in order to heal others. Somehow, without even realizing it, he had stolen his uncle's chi and absorbed it into himself. This was not good. Zeoli. Aang dropped down next to him. One of the earthbender soldiers who had been stationed on the central rampart watched from behind, standing on top of a floating platform of earth. Aang looked a bit pale. Are you okay? Aang demanded. I felt our bond get all strained and weird before, but then it just went away. He blinked when he took in Changpu and Iroh as unconscious forms. Whoa, what happened? Zuko just shook his head. He didn't even know where to begin in explaining what had just occurred. Firebender, the soldier said, stepping forward. General Sung is requesting your presence on the wall. Bring your uncle as well. Zuko's mouth twisted. So, he didn't even get a name now. It was just Firebender. Hey, Aang cut in, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. Li and Yingja aren't your enemies. There's no need to act like this. Can't we just? Orders must be obeyed, the soldier said. Now, come. He picked up Changpu and placed him on the platform, then stared expectantly at Zuko. Zuko eyed the man warily. He and his uncle had both blown their covers during the struggle with Azula. There was no saying what General Sung wanted to do with them. Still, he didn't have the energy to fight, not against the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom. In this case, he'd just have to take the lesser of the two evils. All right, Zuko said slowly. Aang looked like he wanted to protest, but a simple shake of Zuko's head had him deflating. Zuko had done a lot of reckless things today. He'd almost got Changpu killed and then he'd weakened himself, and even more so his uncle, while trying to heal. It was a huge mess, and it wasn't going to be fixed easily. That was why Zuko knew he had to be smart now. Acting impulsively or resisting General Sung's orders would only cause more problems. Zuko half carried, half dragged Iroh towards the platform. Aang came to help. Together, they managed to get Iroh settled safely. You should find the others, Zuko said to Aang. Try to come up with a new plan. But the drill still needs to be stopped. No matter what, that should take precedence. He realized that now. He wished he had learned his lesson sooner. Aang hesitated, but then he just sighed. All right. I didn't get a chance to tell you, but Toph has been captured. I was actually hoping to round up everyone so we can rescue her, but I guess that isn't going to work now. He frowned. I'll see if I can get Sokka and Katara to help. We'll stop the drill while we're at it. Be careful. Azula is more dangerous than usual today. Yeah, I know. The soldier cleared his throat. It was an obvious sign for them to quit the chit-chat. Aang glared at him and said that he had better not let anyone, not even General Sung, mess with his friends. They'd have a very angry avatar on their case otherwise. The soldier gulped. Well, I'd better hurry, Aang said, shifting back to his usual good-humored self. See you in a bit. He waved at Zuko before speeding off with a gust of wind. There he goes, Zuko muttered. The soldier still looked a bit uncomfortable. Shall we? Zuko nodded. The soldier raised his arms and guided the platform with his bending back up the wall. Whether Zuko liked it or not, it was time to pay the consequences for blowing his cover as a firebender. All he could do now was hope that the others would pull through to stop the drill. There would be no victory for any of them until that happened. Oh. Toph could not see. At first, it was because her bending had been snatched away from her by that overly chirpy, bouncy-footed sneak. Now, it was because all she could feel around her was something cold and hard. Metal. She couldn't even move much. An exploration of the walls and floor had revealed that she was in some kind of tiny room with bars. She also got the sense that her prison was in motion. It swayed and rattled and there was a loud, rumbling hum in ears, like a monstrous heartbeat. All the clues put together told her that she was inside a machine. More specifically, the Fire Nation drill. She inhaled and forced herself to stay calm. In truth, she had been doing that a lot. Toph was good at putting on a brave face. As a blind girl who people just assumed needed to be protected, she had perfected the art of keeping up her tough act so they could never have the satisfaction of saying, "I told you so." Still, the fact remained that right now she was pretty much helpless. She knew it, her enemies knew it. Fear was a sticky chill creeping down her spine. It made her fidget and huff, as if movement could somehow make her feel better. What she wouldn't give for some earth right now. Even a handful of dirt would make her happy. Did you hear? Toph perked up at the low voice. Her seismic sense might have been nullified, but her hearing was still as good as ever. Voices, footsteps, breathing, the sounds could all be used to create a picture of the outside world. Granted, all the rattling and rumbling machinery muffled the finer details, but she was still able to piece together that there were at least 2 soldiers standing not far from her cell. The men were discussing the battle. It seemed things were not going well for the Ba Sing Se soldiers. Bendy, the girl who had nabbed Toph, had been flittering around the battlefield and she blocking people right, left and center. This had allowed the tanks to put pressure on the soldiers guarding the wall. In turn, the unified attempt to slow the drill's progress by patching up the stone as fast as it was broken had been dangerously weakened. It wouldn't be long now before the drill broke through. That was not good, however. What made Toph freeze, what made her hands clench and her heart quicken that little bit faster was the news that Grimps and Sunshine's covers had been blown. There had been a fire duel on top of the drill. No one was sure what had happened exactly, but Princess Crazy had returned to the command center more determined than ever to smash through the wall. She was also gathering soldiers to capture the traitors. Toph's guards speculated in hush-hush voices whether her return meant that she had been forced to retreat. "The Dragon of the West is scary," the man who had first come with the news said with a nervous quiver. "There are rumors that he redirected the princess's lightning back at her." "Don't be stupid," the other guard, a man with a rather nasally voice, replied. "There's no way to stop a lightning attack. That's what makes it the ultimate technique." "Well, Kosuk saw some of the fight and he said that's what it looked like happened. I'm telling you it's not possible, nasal voice retorted. General Iroh probably dodged it and fired back his own lightning. Yeah, but... Hey, Toph said casually. Is there a toilet around here? I really need to pee. The guards fell silent. She waited, listening intently as footsteps came closer to the bars. Toph could almost feel the eyes peering at her. She tried her best to look as small and harmless as possible. Which actually wasn't that difficult. Not being able to bend put a real damper on her intimidation factor. You really need to go? Nasal voice asked. Yeah. You really need to go? She amped up the helpless little girl act. So, can you please let me out? The man snorted. Like we're really going to fall for that. Shut up and sit tight, brat. Quivery voice made a small sound of protest. Yuto, you don't need to be mean about it. She's just a kid. Do you want to take the risk of her escaping? These words seemed to have quite the effect on Quivery voice, judging by the silence that followed. I didn't think so, Yuto said flatly. We both know what the princess is like. Don't let pity get in the way of common sense. Quivery voice sighed. Sorry, kid. I guess you'll have to hold it in for now. Toph made its king sound and leaned back against the wall. Well, it had been worth a shot. Too bad Yuto had caught on to her scheme. The guards continued to chatter among themselves. After a while, Toph heard the sound of new footsteps, 4 sets of heavy, thick-booted ones, and then there was one that was feather-light yet almost bouncy in its touch. That last one had to be Bendy. No one had footsteps that light aside from Twinkle Toes. Bendy greeted Toph cheerfully. Stupid girl was still calling her Chibi Tofu. Honey, you should leave the nicknames to me, Toph told her in a flat voice. It's obvious you ain't got it. Bendy giggled. You're so funny. Frustration clawed at Toph. Dealing with this ditz was like bashing her head against a wall with no bending. Ain't nothing was getting through. So, what's up? Toph asked, deciding to change the subject. Why the entourage? There must be, 7 of you watching over me now. She flashed her teeth in a grin. I didn't realize you were so scared of a little blind girl. Some of the soldiers murmured in annoyance, including Yuto, but Bendy remained unfazed. Oh, we're not scared, she said brightly. As an earthbender, you really can't do a thing to us while trapped inside all this metal. Angela just wants to make sure we have you well guarded for when your friends come to rescue you. A smile entered her voice. We're going to capture the Avatar, you see. Toph blew her fringe out of her face. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I don't know, Bendy mused in a thoughtful voice. The Avatar cares a lot about his friends. I don't think he'd be able to resist coming for you, even if he knew he was walking into a trap. He wouldn't fight if it meant putting you in danger either. Toph gritted her teeth. That was true. Bendy clapped her hands. Anyway, let's enjoy our time together. How about a game? You soldiers can join in too. The drill gave a particularly violent shake. Toph scowled. What's wrong with this machine? Oh, nothing is wrong, Bendy replied. Those big muscly guys stopping the drill from moving forward probably just got too tired to keep up their efforts. There was no malice in Bendy's voice as she explained that she had purposely put pressure on the soldiers by hitting them on their weaker flanks. Angela had predicted that the platoons who had united would have been forced to split in order to protect the wall from the tanks. It seemed she had been right. Now the drill was able to progress unhindered. So, Bendy continued, about that game. A voice suddenly came over the intercom and ordered Bendy to return to the control room. She sighed, genuinely disappointed that they did not have time to play a game together. I guess I'll see you round, Bendy said. Her bouncy footsteps faded until Toph could no longer hear any trace of her. The 6 firebenders who remained did not bother to speak to Toph, they were too busy musing over how long it would take to break through the wall. Some of them seemed quite eager, itching for a chance to have a fight instead of just being shut up inside the drill. Yuto and Quivery Voice just hoped they wouldn't be stuck on guard duty the whole time. Frankly, Toph thought the whole situation sucked. She didn't know what had caused Princess Crazy to summon Bendy back, but her instincts whispered that nothing good could come from the combination. Add in the fact that the drill was now making swift progress, as well as her own fate as a hostage, and it was no surprise that Toph was frustrated. She hated how pathetic she felt. She cringed at the thought of being used as bait or to make Aang or anyone else surrender. Damn it! If only she could bend metal. She slammed her fist against the ground in irritation. A jolt passed through her. It was very faint, but she had picked up what felt like traces of crude earth. Not daring to get her hopes up, Toph closed her eyes and honed her senses in, then slammed her fist even harder. Sure enough, the tiny bits of earth that had escaped purification pinged on her radar. She could see them. All that remained now was whether she could make use of them. Toph got to her feet and began stamping and hitting the walls. She could kind of get a grasp on it. Maybe if she pulled the bits of crude earth all together. Oi, brat! Yuto snapped. Stop making such a racket. Toph slammed her palms into the ground. The metal dented, sinking in a few good feet. Her mouth curved into a grin. Perfect. Hey. Someone rushed to the bars. What do you think you're doing? Toph's response was to slam her hands into the ground again, but this time she gouged her fingers into the metal, twisting and ripping it apart until she could feel the exposed earth below. She planted her feet on either side of the hole and raised her arms. Earth rushed up at her command, enveloping her in a hardened armor. It would have been easier to just escape, but Toph had a bone to pick with the Fire Nation soldiers. No one kept the blind bandit hostage. I'm the greatest earthbender in the world, Toph announced, laughing a little maniacally. Someone stop her. The shouts did not faze Toph. Instead, her grin widened. Those idiots had just told her their positions. She let the rock armor break off her and shoot through the bars, knocking down 4 of the 6 men. The other 2 had managed to dodge her attack, but that was fine. Toph ripped the bars apart and summoned the earth back to her hands, then waited. Footsteps sounded to her right. Without hesitating, she unleashed her element at the firebender in an extended rock punch. He fell. The other shot a fireball. She had well and truly learned the sound of that bending move, and its signature heat, but an expertly built rock wall put a stop to that. Listen, kid, Yuto said, maybe we can talk. Toph shoved her wall forward, slamming him against the side of the drill. His silence confirmed her win. That was 6 down. All the points to her. She tied up the men using the bars off her cell, twisting the metal around their wrists and legs. It was a little annoying that she had to touch the metal to bend it, unlike earth that seemed to spring to her command, but still. There was no way any of the soldiers were getting out of those bonds. Take that, you bastards, Toph said, giving the closest soldier a kick. Now to go take down the drill. She hadn't seen the blueprints Zuko had stolen. Being blind did mean that paper stuff didn't hold much interest or relevance for her, but that was okay. Toph was good at smashing things. Plus, she remembered that there were some support beams in a chamber that needed to be broken. That was good enough for her. Now that she'd learned how to manipulate the crude earth in the metal, she could use her seismic sense to get a rough idea of the drill's layout. Toph grinned. This is going to be easy. Oh. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Aang urged. Sokka and Katara sprinted after him. They had been horrified to learn that Toph had been captured. Now the 3 were heading to the drill to save her and stop the machine once and for all. Or, at least, that had been the idea. They had barely made it off the wall when a loud groan tore through the air. Aang blinked. The drill was collapsing in on itself, spraying sludgy earth everywhere. What in the world? A huge dust cloud formed even as something barreled through the battlefield, knocking tanks aside and, in general, causing havoc for the Fire Nation. A small figure emerged when the cloud dissipated. It was a girl clad in green and looking rather pleased. Sup, Toph greeted, giving them with a casual nod. You all took too long, so I decided to take the drill down for you. Sokka's jaw dropped. You just. Oh, and did I mention I can bend metal now? She blew on her nails. Because I can. A laugh escaped Aang's lips. It's good to have you back, Toph. It's good to be back, she admitted, and then a crease formed on her brow. By the way, where's Sunshine and Gramps? Aang's smile faltered. About that, we might have a problem. Chapter 7, Life Lessons. Zuko could not relax. Changpyo had been hurried away to the healing room as soon as they had got on top of the wall. Meanwhile, Zuko and Iroh were being brought before General Sung, flanked by 4 earthbenders. Iroh was still unconscious, so one of the soldiers created a stretcher from the rock to roll him along. The gesture would have been nice aside from the parts that locked around Iroh's wrists and ankles, which functioned like chains to hold him down. Zuko raised his eyebrow at the soldier. It's just a precaution, the man said. Zuko blinked when his own hands were suddenly covered in glove-like handcuffs made of rock. He narrowed his eyes. These kind of cuffs were specifically designed to disable firebenders, at least from making any fire with their hands. His feet and the flames he could release from his mouth were still fair game, but he didn't need to tell them that. Still, he was surprised the Earth Kingdom soldiers were taking such measures. He would have thought it was obvious which side he and his uncle were on after battling Azula and helping to protect the wall. Do you really think I'm going to attack you? Zuko asked. I might be a firebender, but I'm not your enemy. Like I said, the man replied, not meeting his gaze. It's just a precaution. Zuko bit back his irritation. He would have liked to have told the earthbenders where they could shove their precautions. Unfortunately, he was physically drained from healing Changpyo and he wasn't even sure how useful his bending would be at this point. All he could do was go along with the men for now and hope that General Sung would see reason. It was not a cheerful prospect. In here, the man who had been leading them said, gesturing to the open-walled office. Zuko walked up the steps and saw General Sung seated behind his desk. One of the commanders stood next to him. Both wore grim expressions. Scrolls littered the desk and an Earth Kingdom flag hung overhead. The green color of the flag was a reminder that Zuko and Iroh were outsiders here. It didn't matter if they had risked their lives to protect Ba Sing Se. Firebenders were always the enemy. Somehow, Zuko had to find the right words to assure the general that this was not the case. He wished his uncle were awake. It seems the Avatar was keeping quite the secret from us, General Sung observed. I understand that you and your uncle were masquerading as non-Bender Earth Kingdom citizens. Yes. No point lying. We thought it would be less complicated that way. Zuko raised his cuffed hands and gave the general a pointed look. People tend to get upset when they learn we're firebenders. Can you blame us? You lied about your identities and were trying to get past the outer wall. For all we know, you and your uncle could be planning to infiltrate Ba Sing Se so that you can help the Fire Nation take over the city. Zuko blinked. What? Did you forget who helped your soldiers defend the wall? It was my uncle's idea to use a combined earthbending move to slow down the drill and that could have all been staged in order to win our trust. Are you kidding me? Uncle risked everything to protect the wall. He had nothing to gain from such an act. He chose to help because he believed it was the right thing to do. Besides, we've been traveling with the Avatar. Shouldn't that tell you enough about where our loyalties stand? We're not your enemies. The Avatar is a child, General Sung said scornfully. Children are easily deceived. Zuko shook his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. Did you even see the fight on the drill? Princess Azula was aiming to kill us. If we were working together, why would she do that? Interesting you say that when the only person who got hurt was an Earth Kingdom soldier, the commander standing behind Sung observed. From what we saw, you and your uncle put on a flashy battle against the princess to make it look as if you were on our side. Are you stupid? Zuko demanded. Azula fired lightning at us both. That attack can kill a person. It almost did kill Changpyo. The commander shrugged. Those are just your words. No one else can verify what happened. After all, the only person left standing from that battle is you. Zuko gritted his teeth. Just what are you trying to imply? Exactly what it sounds like. Perhaps it is as you say and your uncle genuinely wanted to help stop the drill. It still makes us wonder why the person who went to meet with the princess in the first place is the only one left standing. Zuko flinched. We saw the light surround the three of you, General Sung said, resting his chin on his hands and staring at Zuko intently. You did something to both of them. That isn't I wasn't trying to. The commander narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it is you who is working with the princess. Perhaps you chose to take down the others because they learned the truth and then. No. Zuko inhaled deeply, trying to force himself to calm down. It wouldn't be good if he snarled out a whole lot of flames in his frustration. You've got it all wrong. Then why did you attack your uncle? The commander countered. The princess had left by that point, so you can't blame it on her. Zuko hesitated. General Sung made a gesture at the guards. Put them both in the holding cells for now, he ordered. Until we can verify the truth, neither of you will be leaving this place. Wait. Zuko swallowed and took a step forward. I swear we aren't your enemies. Just ask the Avatar or any of the others traveling with him. They'll tell you that. I don't make my decisions based on the words of children, General Sung retorted. You were happy to rely on those same children when your Terra team got defeated by 2 teenage girls. Splotches of pink formed on the general's cheeks. That was different. I'm not saying the Avatar isn't powerful, but I noticed you were happy to let my uncle take control of the army when your own methods were failing as well. Scorn dripped from Zuko's voice. But I guess it's different now that you know he's a firebender. General Sung's eyes flashed. Take this boy away. Strong hands latched onto Zuko and dragged him out of the office. Iroh was forced to follow on the makeshift stretcher. Zuko gritted his teeth. He wondered if he should regret losing his temper, but he couldn't bring himself to care. General Sung was an idiot. Zuko didn't know if it was because the general really was a self-important jerk when he wasn't being a coward or if it was just simple prejudice against firebenders that made the man act so pig-headedly. Either way, it was a pain. You'd better do something about this, Aang, Zuko muttered. He would go along with the general's orders for now, knowing that resistance would only complicate matters further. Still, that didn't mean he was going to curl up in defeat should the verdict end up being unfavorable. He and his uncle could not afford to get trapped in this place. There was too much at stake, for Iroh, but also for him. It's because you're not normal, Zuzu. That's why Mother has Shizue watch you so closely. They both think you're a monster. An innocent smile. Didn't you know? He gritted his teeth. Maybe Azula had been closer to the truth than either of them had ever realized. His sister might have been the cruel, sadistic one, but it was Zuko who had always been kept isolated. Not allowed friends, not even allowed to get too attached to a pet. Shizue and his mother must have known. That was why they had monitored him so closely. After all, only a monster could steal someone's chi. Oh. The Fire Nation had been forced to retreat. It should have been a time for celebrating, but the news that Zuko and Iroh had been taken prisoner had put a damper on any cheerful feelings. Katara frowned and rested her chin on her hands. She had returned to the healing room to keep watch over Mai. With all the anti-Fire Nation sentiment going around, it had not seemed like a good idea to leave her alone. Sokka must have had the same thought, as he had passed some Earth Kingdom-styled clothes that he had borrowed to her before going off with Aang. A curtain had been pulled around the bed and a blanket was hiding Mai's red outfit for now, but it was best to get her changed as soon as possible. I hope everything works out, Katara mumbled. Can't you go talk to yourself over someone else's bed? Katara's eyes brightened. Mai. You're awake. Obviously. This deadpan comment did not faze Katara. Instead, she thrust the Earth Kingdom clothes at her and told her to change. Mai scrunched her nose at the green and brown colors. You're going to have to hide that you're Fire Nation while you're here, Katara explained. I don't know what the soldiers would do to you if they realized who you are. Mai sighed. Fine. She snatched the clothes from Katara and shoved the blankets off her body. As the person who had treated Mai, it was reassuring to see her moving around so easily. Katara had expended a lot of energy to remove Mai's pain and quicken the healing process, however, there was still more that needed to be done. Such a terrible injury could not be healed at once. It had to be worked on in sessions. Bandages covered the left side of Mai's face for now. Unfortunately, nothing had been able to salvage her hair. One side was much shorter than the other and some parts at the front were burnt almost to the scalp. Katara cleared her throat. About your hair. Mai's fingers stilled. I'm aware that it got burnt. A twisted smile curved her lips. I'm sure my mother would be horrified if she could see me. Something cold and heavy settled in Katara's stomach. It was painful to watch Mai act like nothing was wrong. You don't need to put on a brave face, you know, Katara said softly. It's not good to keep everything in. Mai's gaze flicked to hers. Mind your own business, waterbender. But I don't need nor want to have a heart-to-heart with you. The words were spoken in a tone that left no room for argument. Katara folded her arms across her chest and looked the other way, tapping her foot in irritation. She had only been trying to help. Mai finished tying the sash around her waist. The cut of her outfit seemed a bit masculine, probably because there were no females guarding the outer wall, but at least she didn't look like a Fire Nation citizen now. Instead, she wore a short-sleeved, brown underlayer with matching pants, and then a green, sleeveless tunic over top. The sash was also brown. It looked like the kind of thing the soldiers would have worn as casual attire. This is awful, Mai said. Deal with it. Katara stood up and gathered Mai's clothes. I'll hide these with my things for now. You just lay low until we can get everything sorted. Mai pursed her lips. Someone else probably would have called Katara bossy, but Mai just heaved a sigh and demanded to know how long she was expected to stay in this place. I just helped you escape, she said in a flat voice. It's not like I signed a scroll to pledge my loyalty or that I'm going to follow your little group forever. Katara's hackles rose. She took back every nice thing she had thought about Mai. This girl's attitude was a pain to deal with. It was one thing to make snarky comments, it was quite another to insinuate that the Avatar's cause wasn't worth her time or that all they had done for each other meant nothing. Katara had tried so hard for Mai. It hurt to have that thrown back in her face. Still, even as indignation swelled within her chest, she could tell that a lot of what Mai said was all bark with no bite. Mai probably felt uncomfortable and out of her element being surrounded by so many enemies. That didn't make her general air of disinterest any less annoying though. I haven't finished healing you, Katara said in a voice of forced calm. I swore that I would do my best to remove any trace of the burns. Please, be patient. We will be leaving as soon as we sort out this mess with Iroh and Zuko. Mai perked up. What mess? They were taken prisoner after the battle. It's because they revealed their firebenders. Now General Sung is convinced they're secretly working with the Fire Nation to infiltrate Ba Sing Se. Nice logic. Katara smiled. It is stupid, she agreed, but General Sung is that kind of guy. My brother and Aang are trying to convince him to let them go, but you're not sure it's going to work. The only person the general would probably listen to is Changpyo, and he's out cold. Katara sighed. I tried to see if I could speed things up with my healing powers, but it was no good. All we can do is wait until he wakes up. Mai's brow creased. It seems a lot has been happening while I was asleep. Katara nodded in a weary gesture. Many things had gone wrong today, but it could have been worse. So much worse. That was perhaps the only comfort. Given how close some of those encounters with Azula had been, it was a miracle that they had all made it out alive. Even the drill had been completely obliterated. Katara hated to think what would have happened had Toph not discovered the ability to bend metal. I want to believe that it's all going to work out, Katara said. It has to. We've come this far. For once, Mai didn't make a sarcastic comment. Perhaps she also wanted to believe that good efforts deserved good rewards, even if she would not admit it aloud. Zuko and Iroh had risked everything to help defend the wall against the Fire Nation army. It seemed too cruel that all of that should be ignored just because they could firebend. Oh. Zuko stared at the walls of his cell. They were all made of stone and had been created with bending, leaving no door or any chance of escape. Only an earthbender could break out of such a prison. Through the bars to the right, he could see his uncle's slumped form. Iroh groaned, stirring a little. Uncle! Zuko was on his knees in an instant, scrambling closer so that he was gripping the stone bars. Iroh slowly pushed himself into a sitting position. He seemed frilier than usual, as if each movement took 100 times more energy. Still, he was finally awake. "Are you?" Zuko swallowed, trying to ease the sudden dryness in his throat. "Are you okay?" Iroh stretched to work some of the stiffness out of his muscles. "I'll live." The words were hardly reassuring. Even his tone held a hint of a reprimand. It was clear that he was not happy, and for good reason. "I'm sorry," Zuko said in a small voice, lowering his gaze. "It's my fault this happened. At least you can admit it." Zuko flinched. "What you did today was beyond reckless. You know that, don't you?" "Yes." Zuko hung his head. "I really am sorry. I wonder about that." Zuko glanced up in surprise. "This is what you do, nephew," Iroh explained in a weary voice. "You never think things through. You just make impulsive decisions and, when things go wrong, say sorry as if that will make it all better. I know I've made a lot of mistakes, but do you realize how lucky you were today?" Zuko sucked in a breath. "I warned you not to take on Azula alone. I warned you that it was better not to firebend, but even those things I could have forgiven." His voice seemed to age another 10 years. "You broke your promise, nephew. You knew the risks, yet you still chose to use fire healing." "I'm sorry," Zuko repeated for what felt like the 100th time. "You almost died today." Iroh's words pummeled into him like a hammer. "Do you understand that? You were draining your life dry, and all I could do was watch. There was nothing I could do to stop you." "I know." Zuko gasped for breath, squeezing his eyes shut. "I know," he added more softly. "I was selfish and stubborn. I thought I could make everything better, but the wound was too much for me, and then I somehow drained your energy and... He shuddered, even as guilt and fear gnawed at his insides. His powers were so horrible. Instead of draining the last drops of his energy, he had latched onto his uncle's and started sapping away chi, absorbing it into himself like a parasite. Warm hands closed over his own. He raised his head to see Iroh holding his hands through the bars. "Nephew," Iroh said more gently, "I do not regret giving up my chi to save you. My only regret is that, for all the time we have spent together, you still don't consider your own life worth protecting. You still rush into danger as if you have nothing to lose." It was as if all the breath had been knocked out of Zuko's lungs. The words, spoken so simply, were also piercing for their truth. Iroh tightened his grip. "Understand this now, you are the world to me, Zuko. Never, ever doubt your worth. You are a son to me in everything but blood, and I will not forgive you if you get yourself killed. So, please," he stared hard at Zuko, his eyes burning with open love, "please stop being so reckless. Please stop this habit of running into danger as if no one will care if you are gone. There are so many people who need you. I need you. The Avatar needs you. Just look at what you have done for that boy. You have helped him to grow so much as a person. Do you think he would have been happy had you got yourself killed today?" Tears rolled down Zuko's cheeks. I don't." Iroh pressed his forehead against the bars, almost touching Zuko's own. "Your life is precious. I know you feel like your family abandoned you and that you have lost your place in the world, but that doesn't mean you are not important. You are worth so much more than you realize. So, please, don't sacrifice yourself so easily. Remember that you are loved. Remember that you are needed." Zuko trembled. His tears flowed freely, unchecked and unashamed. He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, uncle," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." Iroh didn't scold him this time for apologizing. He understood the meaning behind the words. Instead, they clung to each other's hands, foreheads pressed against the bars in a mirror image. It was as much of an embrace as they could manage while kept in separate cells. Zuko wasn't sure how long they remained that way, but eventually the guards returned to inform them that they were being summoned. The Avatar had been pleading their case to earn their freedom, but General Sung was still not convinced. He wanted to hear their testimonies again. Both their testimonies. "You had better be honest this time," one of the guards warned Zuko as he led them out of the cells. General Sung knows you're holding something back from him. He's got an instinct for this thing. A scowl. It's probably his only skill. The other guard coughed. Jiro, he hissed. Jiro cleared his throat. I mean, General Sung is a great man. Really good general. Yeah. The other guard face palmed. Jiro gave up any pretense. Look, he said in a low voice, moving closer to them. What I'm trying to say is that I saw what you both did during the battle. You fought just as hard as us to stop the Fire Nation. If you are honest and tell General Sung what really happened on that drill, I'm sure he will realize it as well. Iroh thanked them for their vote of confidence and assured them that he and Zuko would, of course, not hold anything back. The guards seemed satisfied with this response. Jiro took the lead and gestured for them to follow while the other guard walked at the rear. Zuko had barely taken a few steps before his uncle gripped his arm. Explain, Iroh said, soft enough so only Zuko could hear. Zuko sighed and told his uncle that General Sung hadn't figured out their actual identities yet. That was the good news. Unfortunately, the general had got it stuck in his head that at least one of them was working with Azula. He's suspicious of me, Zuko admitted. He saw Azula flee after you bested her, but then I healed Changpu and that knocked you out as well. I didn't want to tell him about my abilities, so I stayed silent. A crease formed on his brow. Perhaps that was a mistake. No, Iroh murmured. You were right not to say anything, especially now that we've learned what else your bending can do. Zuko lowered his gaze. He still felt guilty that he had absorbed his uncle's chi. Leave this one to me, Iroh said. I believe I can persuade the general to look more favorably upon you. Zuko was more than happy to do so. He had never been good with words, let alone winning people over to his side. Iroh would do a much better job. They entered the open-walled office to find General Sung still seated at his desk. Some more of the commanders had gathered. Aang and Sokka were also there, desperate to get the general to see reason. It wasn't going well. I'm telling you that they're not your enemies. Aang yelled. Why can't you see that? General Sung raised his hand in a shushing gesture. Aang got very red in the face and looked like he was about to explode in a burst of hot air, but Sokka pulled him back and murmured something. Aang deflated, only to brighten when he spotted Zuko and Iroh. Zili! He exclaimed. Yingja! You're here. Iroh smiled and nodded in greeting. It's nice to see you again, Aang. Enough pleasantries, the commander standing behind Sung snapped. Are you ready to confess now? Iroh blinked. Confess? I believe you saw for yourselves that we are both firebenders. Aside from that, what else is there to say? General Sung rested his chin on his hands. I would like an explanation for what happened on the drill. This boy, he gestured at Zuko, met with the princess. I want to know why. Who are you both? What is your purpose for coming here? And why did your nephew attack you if you are supposed to be allies against the Fire Nation? His drooping mustache twitched. You'll admit, Yingja, that it is suspicious. Zuko shifted on his feet. These were all questions that could not be answered easily. You're right, Iroh agreed. It does look suspicious. The truth is that my nephew has a long history with the princess, and you have seen for yourself that he can be hot-headed and brash. He wanted to fight her on his own. Is this true? General Sung demanded, shifting his attention to Zuko. A nod. Azula hurt someone close to me. I wanted revenge. Then why did you attack your uncle once Princess Azula had retreated? That wasn't an attack, Iroh explained. It's a special fire-bending technique that my nephew developed to lessen the effects of lightning damage. His eyes widened innocently. You must have seen it, right? Both Changpu and I were struck with the princess's lightning. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I'm afraid that, even though I managed to turn the lightning back on the princess, I still got injured. A shrug. If I passed out, it was from simple exhaustion. The commander narrowed his eyes at Zuko. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? I didn't think you would listen. You both seemed determined to view me as your enemy. General Sung sat back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. I get the sense you're telling the truth, but something still doesn't feel right. Zuko clenched his jaw. Geez, Jiro hadn't been kidding when he'd said General Sung had an instinct for this kind of thing. What a pain. Iroh smiled frankly. General Sung, my nephew, and I fought beside you today so that the Great Walls of Ba Sing Se would not be breached. I understand that it is difficult for you to trust us after learning we are firebenders, but even you must be aware that we are not the first to renounce the Fire Lord. The legend of the deserter is well known throughout the Earth Kingdom. We are but two travelers of the same ilk. He nodded at Aang. We were also lucky enough to be found by the Avatar and his friends. It's true, Aang was quick to assure. Yingja and Li are good people. They'd never work with Princess Azula. General Sung pursed his lips. He still seemed a bit hesitant, but then footsteps hurried towards them from outside. Zuko turned his head to see Changpu holding himself up with one hand against the pillar, chest heaving and his cheeks flushed. Katara, Toph, and another person clad in green, whose face was half covered in bandages, stood behind him. Am I too late? Changpu asked. I tried to come as fast as I could. Something warm stirred within Zuko. Just as promised, Changpu had come to give him backup when he needed it. Changpu stepped forward, his expression earnest. Please, General Sung, these men have done nothing wrong. I was there on that drill. Yingja and Li both fought against the princess. There was never any suggestion that they were working with her. You can say this for certain. Changpu nodded. I would trust both these firebenders with my life. He smiled at Zuko. In fact, it's thanks to Li that I'm even standing here now. That's why you can't keep them imprisoned. Li and Yingja are not our enemies. I'd swear it on the Earth King's name. There was a pause as everyone stared at General Sung, waiting for his verdict. Finally, he sighed and waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Very well. As requested, the two firebenders named Yingja and Li have my permission to continue to Ba Sing Se with the Avatar. Aang and Sokka let out a whoop of excitement. But, the general added, that flying creature must stay behind. Aang puffed his cheeks out. What's wrong with Appa? Rules must be followed, General Sung said in the manner of one repeating an age-old mantra. That creature is a breach of protocol. I cannot allow you to take him inside the walls. When you leave Ba Sing Se, you may collect him from our custody. Aang opened his mouth to argue, but Sokka once again pulled him aside and murmured something in his ear. Fine, Aang said grumpily. He pointed his finger at the general. But you had better take good care of Appa. He needs lots of love and affection. Changpu grinned. Don't worry, I'll make sure he's well looked after. Aang had to be satisfied with that, though it was obvious he was still not happy. Zuko didn't blame the kid, though his own issues pressed much more heavily on his mind. They had finally got permission to enter Ba Sing Se, all suspicion had been cleared, and now there was nothing to stop him and his uncle from getting inside the university library. Still, the whole situation reminded Zuko of how careful he would need to be in the future. One reckless decision had started a chain of events that had quickly spiraled out of his control. If not for Changpu and Iroh's sacrifices, Zuko would not even be alive right now. It was a humbling realization, especially after everything his uncle had told him back in the prison cell. You are worth so much more than you realize. So, please, don't sacrifice yourself so easily. Remember that you are loved. Remember that you are needed. Zuko met Changpu's gaze. Some of the color had faded from his cheeks. In fact, he looked like just standing was taking monumental effort. That idiot. Zuko crossed to him and gripped his arm, taking on some of his weight. Don't push yourself so hard, Zuko muttered. You're still injured, aren't you? Changpu slumped a bit into him. I couldn't just sit in bed when I found out what had happened. Zuko made its king sound. I think I almost liked it better when you just followed orders. He got a chuckle for that. Zuko made their excuses to the others and guided Changpu out of the office. It was his intention to take him back to the healing room and force him to rest. Still, once they were out of earshot, Zuko hesitated. There was a question that had been burning in his mind for a while now. Why did you take that lightning for me? He asked in a small voice, one that was a far cry from the brash manner he often used on the soldier. You know who I really am, right? Yeah. The princess said a few things that made me realize the truth. Your uncle confirmed it when he called your name. Yet you still tried to protect me. Zuko shook his head. I don't understand. Why would you do that? We barely know each other. You must have known the risk you were taking. Changpyo was quiet for a moment. I told you that my family are pig chicken farmers, right? We're poor, just another struggling family from the lower ring. No one ever expected anything from me, not even when I joined the army. I was just a guard who was there to follow orders. His green eyes fixed on Zuko. But you taught me to listen to my heart. You believed that I could help you make a difference even when I didn't believe in myself. Zuko blinked. He had no idea his words had made such an impact. That's why I didn't care when I learned you're a firebender or the Fire Lord's son. You were and always will be the person who gave me the courage I needed to fight. A sad smile curved his lips. I wasn't about to let you die right in front of me. Something hot and suspiciously wet prickled in the corners of Zuko's eyes. He dashed a hand across his eyes and looked the other way. Well, he said gruffly, I am grateful that you, saved me. He cleared his throat. Just don't do something like that again, okay? What would you have done if I hadn't been able to heal you? Changpyo ruffled his hair. Look at you getting all tongue-tied. You're really just a cute kid under all those glares, aren't you? Shut up. Zuko snapped, swatting his hands away. Changpyo smiled, but then his eyes took on a distant expression. It all worked out, didn't it? Let's just leave it at that. Zuko stilled. He supposed that was true. Many things had gone wrong because of his poor decisions, but somehow it had worked out in the end. At the very least, Changpyo did not regret the sacrifice he had made. Come on, Zuko said, dragging him forward. You still need to rest so you can heal properly. I'm not having my efforts wasted. Changpyo's smile widened. He allowed himself to be steered back to the healing room without a fuss. Zuko avoided his gaze when they parted ways, still a bit embarrassed for getting emotional, but that was okay. There was a bond between them now. That wasn't something that was going to change anytime soon. Oh. I thought I might find you here. Zuko turned to see the girl with the half-bandaged face that he had spotted earlier. A closer look had him pulling away from the balcony. He hadn't recognized her at first in those Earth Kingdom clothes, but the black hair that had not been burnt was still as glossy as ever and her unmarred features still struck a chord. My, he said, moving towards her. Are you your face, it's... She held up her hand to stop his fumbling speech. I'm fine. The waterbender already took away most of the pain. Zuko averted his gaze. I'm sorry. For what? It's my fault Angela did that to you. Mai heaved a sigh. Zuko, not everything revolves around you. His gaze flickered to catch hers, but she was staring at her nails. That wound is identical to mine, he said in a thick voice. You can't tell me that Angela didn't do it on purpose. She did. I betrayed her, so she decided I deserved a punishment befitting a traitor. Zuko clenched his hands into fists. Then. But it's not your fault. I make my own decisions, Angela makes her own decisions, and none of that has anything to do with you. She jabbed him in the chest. So don't do your little guilty dance or think that you have to get revenge. I heard what happened earlier and, frankly, I'm not impressed. He blinked. What? The only person who gets to give Angela payback for what she did to me is me. Another jab. Got it. Zuko nodded. My side. Geez, you haven't changed a bit. You're still trying to take on other people's burdens as if they're your own. Her lips curved into the tiniest smile. But I am glad we can talk to each other like this. He closed his mouth. I'm glad too, though I wish it was under better circumstances. She waved a dismissive hand. Forget about it. The waterbender seems determined to heal me anyway. Some of her composure slipped, and her voice lowered. I mean, it's more than what you got. He looked the other way. I guess. His inner fire had probably helped to lessen some of the damage, but it was true that there had been no waterbender to heal his wounds or take away his pain. Mai was lucky in that sense. Hey, have you still got that dagger your uncle gave you? Zuko frowned and removed the dagger from where it had been tucked inside his tunic. You mean this? She took it from his hands and unsheathed the blade, admiring the pearly quality. Her eye, the one good one that was not covered by the bandage, met his. Thanks. Zuko didn't get a chance to respond. Without hesitating, she grabbed a fistful of her hair and sliced it off with one clean swipe. He watched, stunned, as the black strands fluttered from her fingers. Soon, more strands were joining the first, gathering in silky pools at her feet or getting carried off by the wind. When she offered the dagger back to him, her hair was much more even, though it was also shorter than his own. Here, Mai said, not showing a hint of emotion on her face. Zuko pushed the dagger back towards her. You keep it. You don't have a weapon, right? She nodded. Then take it. You need it more than I do. Mai sheathed the blade. Thank you. Zuko watched her head back towards the healing room. He knew in that moment that Mai was much stronger than he had ever given her credit. In fact, as she strode off alone, head held high and her hair shorn, he felt that she was the embodiment of the message engraved onto the dagger. Azula might have wounded Mai, but she had not broken her spirit. Mai would not give up, not without a fight. Zuko could appreciate that. After all, it was the same mantra that he followed. Oh. It was quiet on the ship. The sun had set and now only the sound of waves could be heard. Azula stood alone. Her hands trembled on the railing. She had lost. That fool of an old man had overpowered her with his bending, and then the drill had been dismantled by a girl who should have been weaker than a meadow vole. So many calculations gone wrong, so many missed chances. It was unforgivable. She tightened her grip on the railing. Her eyes narrowed, fixed on the direction of the walled city she knew was in the distance. Ba Sing Se had almost been hers. It was meant to have been the redemption she needed to keep her father's favor, for even she knew that she had let the Avatar and her treacherous relatives slip through her fingers too many times. This would have been her chance to prove she was still capable of completing the mission she had been given. Now, she squirmed at the thought of having to write another letter. Was she going to end up being seen as useless as well? Would father dispose of her just as he had done Zuko? Something dark and ugly clawed at her chest. No, she whispered. She would not accept failure. This was a setback, but it was not the end. There were still many, many tricks up her sleeves. She just had to come up with a new plan. Ty Lee joined her at the railing. I guess we'll have to give up on Ba Sing Se, huh? It's a shame. I was kind of curious to see inside the city. Who says we're giving up? But the drill has been. We don't need the drill to get inside, Azula said coolly. She had spent her childhood studying battle strategies and how to win a war. If sheer force and numbers couldn't break through the wall, then she would just have to take the city down from the inside. A whole army could not slip through the cracks in Ba Sing Se's walls, but 2 people definitely could. Even now, the plan was taking shape in Azula's mind, showing her how she could use the city's defenses and sense of security against itself. Her mouth curved into a sharp smile. She had underestimated her enemies this time, but that was a mistake she would not make again. If she just stayed calm and stuck to her plan, everything would work out just the way she wanted. I hope your acting skills are as good as your acrobatic ones, Azula said, releasing the railing to face her friend. Ty Lee tilted her head. Why? Because we're about to become Earth Kingdom refugees. They'd need to be patient and do some reconnaissance first, maybe forge a few documents, but Azula believed the effort would pay off. Plus, she had her emotions under control this time. She could do this. I wonder if we'll see Zuko and Mai again, Ty Lee mused. I kind of hope we don't have to fight against them. Azula flinched, though the motion was infinitesimal. The ugly, primal thing inside her rattled against its cage. She felt like it was taunting her, as if to prove that her control was not as iron-tight as she wanted to believe. Just hearing Mai's name made her want to smash something. It was even worse when her brother was mentioned. So like Zuko. Always digging his way in deeper. She hated him so much, hated him even more because, though she had tried so hard to squeeze all affection for him out of her heart, he still had the power to shake her equanimity. If only she could just get rid of him. Maybe then their mother's voice would finally leave her alone. Maybe the festering bundle of emotions that threatened to spill out of her would finally go away. Maybe she would stop feeling so fractured. Forget about them for now, Angela said, forcing her unsettled thoughts back into line. We just need to focus on getting inside Ba Singh Se. She had a mission to complete. Nothing was going to get in her way. Not this time. Chapter 8, City of Rules. The sun was warm. Zuko exhaled in sleepy contentment and shifted into a more comfortable position. Dimly, he could hear water running and a flutter of feathers. Cloth rustled next to him. A hand, soft and familiar, stroked his cheek. He smiled and breathed in the scent of flowers and spices. His mother had come. Master Mizuto knows something, Shizue, his mother's lady-in-waiting, said in a low voice. He has been watching Prince Zuko too closely during their fire-bending lessons. Ursa's hand stilled. I'm aware. You're not worried. I believe that man may be one of us. What? Shizue hissed. But it's too dangerous to confirm it with him. Ursa's voice turned hard. For now, I am watching him to see what he will do. Isn't that risky? Acting with haste can be just as dangerous. The fact that Master Mizuto approached me instead of Oze suggests he knows this isn't something that should be spoken of lightly. Perhaps he even knows the truth about us. Princess. I will not needlessly put my son's life in danger. If anything went awry, we'd be dealing with a much worse situation. First, we must learn more about Master Mizuto's intentions. Then we can decide whether we need to act. Shizue was quiet for a long moment. There was a rustle of cloth as if she had just lowered into a bow. Very well. I shall help you keep watch for now. You don't seem happy with this decision. I made a promise too, Shizue said, as if she was reminding Ursa. Royalty or not, they will not forgive you if something goes wrong. Do not let your love for that boy get in the way of your duty. Ursa's hand convulsed, gripping Zuko's robe. Nothing is going to happen. Can you really guarantee that? I have followed you this far, sometimes against my better judgment, but you and I both know what should have happened the moment it was confirmed Prince Zuko was one of them. Enough. Remember your place, Shizue. More rustling cloth. Shizue must have bowed again. Forgive me, Princess. Zuko's heart pounded in his chest. He lay still, eyes squeezed shut. The words his mother and Shizue had spoken made little sense to him, but something in their tone left him feeling chilled and like there were 1,000 knots in his stomach, all twisting and tightening. He was glad when Shizue left and his mother pulled him close. I won't let them take you away from me, Ursa murmured, cradling him to her chest. No matter what people say, no matter what you become, you will always be my son. She stroked his hair and placed a kiss on his forehead. I will protect you. Zuko stirred awake. He was conscious of a swaying motion and that his cheek was pressed against something warm. People talked around him in muffled voices. It was so much like his dream, the haziness between sleep and waking, but also the warm presence at his side. His eyelashes fluttered open. A blur of blue greeted his vision. He frowned and raised his gaze upward, catching a glimpse of a moon-like pendant. He sat up with a start. Katara turned at his sudden motion. Hey, she greeted. Sorry, he stammered, hurrying to put more space between them. I didn't mean to fall asleep on you. So you should be. She made a show of rolling the shoulder he had fallen asleep against. You made my arm go dead. His cheeks warmed. You should have woken me up. Some of the teasing light faded from her eyes. Don't be stupid. You looked exhausted. Besides that, she cast a wary glance at the other people seated inside the monorail, then leaned closer and lowered her voice. That healing must have taken a lot out of you, right? Not as much as it could have. She looked at him questioningly, but he just shook his head. Later, he told her. There was no way he was going to discuss his healing powers, let alone his newfound ability to absorb chi, while sitting in a crowded monorail. Katara didn't push the matter and was soon distracted by Aang, who was bemoaning the fact they'd had to leave Appa behind. It still didn't seem fair to him. Appa was harmless and didn't deserve to be kept away just because of some stupid rules. Better get used to it. Zuko, Katara, and Aang all turned to look at Toph, who was seated on the opposite bench with Sokka. "What do you mean?" Sokka asked. "Basing Se is just a bunch of walls and rules," Toph said with a curl of her lip. "There's no escaping it." Zuko eyed her with interest. "Sounds like you've been here before." "I have." He waited for her to continue, but she just huffed and leaned back against the seat. It seemed that was all they were going to get out of Toph. Zuko frowned and glanced to his left. Iroh was snoring away, completely dead to the world. Not much of a surprise since he'd ended up taking the brunt of the healing and had his energy drained. Mai sat on Iroh's other side. She was ignoring everyone, chin resting on her palm and gazing out the window. That also wasn't a surprise. Zuko sighed and closed his eyes. He still felt a bit groggy. The dream, or memory, lingered in his mind. He'd almost forgotten about the conversation he'd overheard between Shizue and his mother. He'd been 6 at the time. It had only been a month since his mother had found him with the wounded turtle duck. A month since she had made him promise not to use his fire bending for anything except what Master Mizuto taught him. "I believe that man may be one of us." A crease formed on his brow. It sounded like his mother and Shizue had been part of something, a group or some kind of secret society that was involved with the children of the Undying Fire. That would explain how the two of them had known so much. Still, the more his childhood memories returned, the more he realized that he knew nothing about the woman he called mother. Not her family, not where she had come from, not even how she had become his father's wife. Shizue was just as much of a mystery. The lady-in-waiting had always been at his side, keeping an eye on him when his mother could not, but now he felt a prickle of unease when he thought of his pseudo-nanny. Now he wondered just what her intentions had been when she had agreed to watch over him. "I made a promise to." He did not understand everything that had been said on that day, not even now with the context he could give it. All he knew was that Shizue had been afraid that Master Mizuto might dig too deep and uncover the secrets she had been protecting. However, his mother had only shown fear when reminded of her duty. His mother had not liked being reminded of them. Royalty or not, they will not forgive you if something goes wrong. Zuko let out a breath. There were too many secrets. He wished he knew who they were. He wished he could see his mother and ask her for the truth. But Ursa had vanished. She had left the night she had committed treason to protect him from Fire Lord Ajalin's twisted orders. Even Shizue had disappeared, following his mother just like she had always done. Zuko could only assume that they were both dead. He had traveled all over the world, he would have heard something if his mother and Shizue were still out there somewhere. "Look!" Katara exclaimed, making his eyes snap open. "It's the inner wall." Zuko joined her and Aang to look out the window. The wall was huge, though not quite as grand as the outer wall. The monorail passed through a long tunnel and then emerged on the other side, giving them a view of rows upon rows of green-tiled houses. Smaller walls spread throughout like a massive stone web. It was impressive, though there was something very contained and almost oppressive about the design. Still, Sokka owed in wonder and seemed quite taken with the city. "You think it's that great?" Zuko asked, scrunching his nose. "I've never seen a city this big," Katara murmured. "It just goes on and on and on. Even Omashu and the Northern Water Tribe can't compare to this." Zuko understood then. Both the siblings were from the Southern Water Tribe. From what he had seen during his time there, it had just been a lot of small igloos and huts. "Is the Fire Nation capital like this?" Katara asked him. Something clenched in his heart. "Home." "No," Mai said in a flat voice. "It's not." He glanced at Mai, but she was still staring out the window with her chin resting on her hand. She didn't even look at him. Still, he was grateful that she had spoken for him. Thinking of home was painful. Even now, he missed the warmth of the capital and the lush gardens, he missed the sprawling, tower-like houses of red that filled the caldera and all the scents and sights. It had been 3 years. It hurt to think he would never see it again. Katara must have realized she had said something wrong, as she quickly changed the subject to instead ask what everyone thought the king would be like. Toph shrugged and said the Earth King was treated like a god. No one really knew much about him. So long as he's not as crazy as Bumi, I'm good, Sokka said. Hey, Aang complained. Bumi is my friend. Yeah, and he's totally nuts. The two boys were still squabbling when the monorail stopped at the station. Zuko nudged his uncle awake. Together, they disembarked and stood on the platform. The sun had almost sunk behind the hills, taking the orange glow that bathed the sky with it. Iroh yawned and stretched his arms, murmuring about how a cup of tea would be nice. Zuko rolled his eyes. He froze when he noticed a woman standing under a lantern on the opposite side of the track. She smiled brilliantly, as if trying to split her face in half with the expression, and advanced towards them. Hello, she greeted. My name is Judy. I have been given the great honor of showing the Avatar around Ba Sing Se. Her smile, if it was possible, got even wider. And you must be Yingja, Li, Sokka, Katara, Toph, and Luan. Mai scrunched her nose at the fake name, but otherwise said nothing. Even she had accepted that since she had been one of Princess Azula's right-hand warriors and her father was the governor of Omashu, or New Oze, it was probably not a good idea to use her real identity. Judy included them all in her jaw-breaking smile. Welcome to our wonderful city. Shall we get started? Oh. Told you this place sucks, Toph said, settling down on one of the cushions in their new home. It was a fair assessment. They had all quickly realized two things during their tour. Judy did not plan to let them explore the city alone, and no one was going to be seeing the Earth King anytime soon. Katara took a seat next to Toph. I can't believe it'll take a month just to see the Earth King. We can't afford to wait around for that long. What will you do? Zuko asked, propping his back against the wall and folding his arms. You were pretty set on seeing the Earth King, right? We need the Earth King's support if we want to build an army to invade the Fire Nation, Sokka said. A month will push it too close to the eclipse. Eclipse? Iroh questioned. Zuko rubbed the base of his neck. Right. I forgot to tell you. There had been so much going on of late that the thought had slipped to the back of his mind, not forgotten, but also not as pressing when compared to everything else that was demanding his attention. Sokka stepped in to explain about the plan. Iroh rubbed his chin in thought. I'll admit the plan does have its merits, but this is still going to be a huge risk. The Fire Lord makes a point of having astronomers predict the occurrences of solar eclipses. He will not expose himself when he is that vulnerable. You also have to keep in mind that the capital has been strategically designed to impede all invading armies. No one has ever got close to the palace, not even once during the last 100 years. The navy is too strong and the domestic guard are well trained. Sokka met his gaze. We're aware of the risks, but this is still our best chance to take down the Fire Lord before the comet arrives. Even if the capital is prepared for the eclipse, they won't be prepared for an attack. Zuko's brow furrowed. Comet. He hadn't heard about that one. Iroh, however, did not seem surprised. If anything, he looked as if he had just been given the last piece to a puzzle. Aang sighed and joined the girls on the cushions. Roku warned me that I needed to master the 4 elements and defeat the Fire Lord before the comet arrives. He said that the Fire Lord would use the comet to finish the war once and for all. I don't understand, Zuko began. How would? Think, nephew. Astronomers have predicted that Sozin's comet will pass by the Earth at the end of summer. Why would that be important? Something plummeted in Zuko's stomach, settling like a cold lump of lead. His knuckles burned white. Don't tell me. Yes, Iroh said softly. I suspect Oze will follow in his grandfather's footsteps. There was an awful silence as everyone digested the meaning of those words. Aang swallowed. Are you saying that the Fire Lord is going to repeat what happened to the Airbenders? There is no doubt that will be Oze's intention. My brother only cares about results. Any lives lost mean nothing to him. If he can end the war quickly using the comet, he will do it. Zuko said nothing. His chest felt tight and his fingernails dug into his palms. He wanted to believe that such a sick, cruel thing was beyond his father, yet the scar that marred his cheek reminded him that Jose was not one for holding back. His father really did just care about results. It was why Zuko had never been able to measure up to his expectations. It was why father had not been fazed when presented with that plan to sacrifice new recruits in order to gain an advantage in battle. Zuko slumped against the wall, feeling suddenly ill. Iroh was at his side in an instant. "Nephew," Iroh murmured. "I'm fine," Zuko lied. I just didn't think father would." "Now you understand why we have no time to waste," Sokka said, locking gazes with Iroh. "The Fire Lord has to be defeated before the comet arrives." Iroh couldn't argue with that. The eclipse was the best chance to take the Fire Lord out directly. Even Zuko, torn as he was because of the love and hate that warred within him, felt only sickened at the thought of his father's plan. Jose had to be stopped, of that there was no denying. Unfortunately, that brought them back to the issue of having to wait a month to see the Earth King. "There must be a way to speed things up," Aang said, hugging his knees to his chest. "Appa is out there all alone. I can't make him wait for me for a whole month." "The bison is the least of your problems," Mai said dryly. Zuko glanced her. She was leaning against the opposite wall, watching them with her arms crossed. Katara must not have liked Mai's tone, as she was quick to jump to Aang's defense. "There's no need to speak to Aang like that." Mai's lip curled. "So, you'd rather baby him?" What? Katara spluttered. "I'm not babying him. I'm just saying." "You're all hopeless," Mai said bluntly. "You don't even have a real plan to defeat the Fire Lord. You're just winging things and hoping it will turn out okay. The way you are now, you don't stand a chance against the Fire Nation." "Hey!" Katara exclaimed. "Don't just." Mai ignored the interruption. She stared at Aang with her one good eye and told him in a perfectly controlled voice that he had no hope of winning. He was a child who hesitated and allowed himself to be manipulated by his feelings too much. It was the reason Azula had been able to trap him so effectively in the drill. If Mai had not stepped in, none of them would have made it out safely. "Do you think it will be any easier when you face the Fire Lord?" she demanded. "You calculated that the eclipse will last 8 minutes. Do you think he's just going to let you walk in and fight him during that time?" "Well, no, but Azula is nothing compared to her father," Mai continued ruthlessly. "The Fire Lord is the most powerful bender in the world and has an entire army to defend him. What hope do you even have? You're just a bunch of kids playing hero. You think we don't know that?" Sokka's voice broke through her barrage of words. Mai turned to face him, arms crossed and her eyebrow raised as if to ask him to please enlighten her. Sokka didn't back down. "We know it looks hopeless," he said grimly. "We know we're outnumbered and that we're just a bunch of kids trying to stop the most powerful nation in the world. But that's why we're going to get support from the Earth King. And if that doesn't work? What if you can't get the support you need? What if you do but you can't get to the Fire Lord in time?" Sokka held her gaze. "We still have to try. The eclipse might be a gamble, but it's the best shot we have. All of us are prepared to take that risk." Mai stared at him for a long moment before turning away. "You're all stupid," she muttered. "Maybe," Sokka allowed, "but even you know making a stand for what's right isn't always the most logical decision. Isn't that why you chose to risk your life to help us?" Mai stilled. From this vantage point, they could only see the bandaged side of her face. "You must have known what was going to happen," Sokka said softly, "yet you still chose to betray Azula." He rubbed the base of his neck. "To tell the truth, I thought you were really cool back then. You didn't even hesitate. That was before I realized how hopeless you all are." Toph blew her fringe out of her face. "It sounds to me like you're just scared." Mai's lips curved into an unamused smile. "You would be too if you knew what the Fire Lord is capable of." She glanced back at Sokka. "Why don't you ask Zuko or General Iroh why they haven't said anything? Go ahead and ask them why they aren't defending your little group." Aang looked at him. "Zuko?" Something twisted in Zuko's stomach. He found it hard to meet Aang's gaze. Katara got to her feet. Oh, enough. This kind of talk isn't going to solve anything. We've come this far, haven't we? Even if we've had some setbacks, we've still managed to pull through. So stop acting like we've already lost. Her eyes sparkled, too bright to be natural. I believe in Aang. I know that he can save the world. That's why I'm here. She looked at Mai. Why don't you ask yourself why you're here? Mai held her gaze for a moment. Then she just heaved a sigh and turned her back to them. I'm not interested in your just have hope speeches. Reality doesn't work that way. One day, you'll see that too. She left on the words, shutting herself inside one of the bedrooms. Katara fumed and muttered unflattering things under her breath, but that didn't change the fact that Mai had put a definite damper on the mood. The truth hurt, and there was enough truth in what Mai had said to leave a sting in all of them. Is it really true? Aang asked in a small voice. Do you both agree with Mai? Zuko exchanged a helpless glance with his uncle. Mai raised some valid points, Iroh admitted, though he was quick to soften the blow. That doesn't mean I believe you have no hope of winning. Aang didn't get any comfort from these words. He buried his face against his knees, looking small and dispirited. Zuko felt a stirring of pity. He could not deny that he had thought almost the exact same thing as Mai had even said as much to Katara when she had found him after the failure that had been Aang's fire-bending lesson. Still, he found himself kneeling in front of Aang. Aang, Zuko said, and then paused. He really wasn't good at this comforting thing. I don't know what to tell you. I wish I could say the eclipse plan will work out fine and that you don't have to worry, but Mai is right that my father is far stronger than any of you can imagine. He's... Zuko curled his hands into fists. He won't care that you're a kid. He'll completely crush you. So, you think I have no chance? Aang asked in a muffled voice. His face was still hidden against his knees. Zuko sighed and shifted to sit next to him, leaning back on his palms. I think only you can decide that. Aang peeped up from his knees. Huh. You might be a kid, but you're also the Avatar. I've seen what you can do when you're at your full power. Not even my father can match that. Aang said nothing. Zuko gripped his shoulder, startling him into raising his face. You need to stop holding back, Aang. I know you're worried you'll just end up hurting people, but you can't win this fight without the Avatar state. The whole world is depending on you. Your friends are depending on you. His grip tightened. You know what you need to do, right? Aang lowered his gaze. I'm scared. I know, but I also know how brave you can be. So, stop running and prove to all of us that you're someone worth following. Zuko's mouth curved into a faint smile. You were born to wield fire. Once you accept that, I'm sure the block keeping you from accessing the Avatar state will be released. Aang sniffed and snuggled against him. Thanks, Zuko. Geez, that doesn't mean you can hug me. You're so clingy. The others laughed and somehow Zuko found himself being squashed against Aang as he was dragged into a group hug. He protested and tried to escape, especially when Topha's grubby feet got too close, but Katara told him to suck it up and deal with it. Not a surprise since she had been the one to first initiate the hug, pulling both boys into her arms. Being part of the group means being part of group hugs, Katara informed him. Then she tightened her hold, pressing her face against his back for a moment before he heard her voice in his ear, soft and spoken only for him, Thank you, Zuko. Zuko let out a breath. He stopped resisting after that. A part of him could even admit that it was kind of nice to be with everyone like this. Somehow warm and reassuring. Come on, Gramps. Toph called, poking her head out from the tangle of bodies. You're part of this too. Iroh chuckled and moved to join in the hug. Even Momo got in on the action, chirruping and jumping around on their heads. Zuko closed his eyes and relaxed into the embrace. In that moment, he knew he would do whatever it took to protect these people. Oh. The night air brushed against Sokka's face. Everyone else had gone to bed, though he had been unable to sleep. That was why he had come to sit outside on the steps. The moon was especially bright tonight. You, he murmured. A sound came from behind him, like wood sliding against stone. He turned to see Mai leaning against the door. "Oh, it's just you," he said, glancing back at the sky. "Isn't it against your happy gang code to sit alone brooding?" she asked dryly. Sokka twitched. "Look, I'm not in the mood. If you want to make sarcastic comments to prove how little you care about anything, then do it somewhere else." Mai said nothing. He didn't check to see if he had offended her and tucked his leg against his chest, fixing his gaze on the silvery orb that lit up the night. Eventually, there was a rustle of cloth and Mai sat next to him. So, she had not left. "You don't seem yourself," she said after a moment. "What would you know?" "Not much," she admitted. "But you were the one blabbing on about how the cause you're fighting for is worth it, even if making a stand doesn't always seem logical." Her one good eye met his. "Are you saying you've changed your mind?" Sokka shook his head. "I'll always stand by Aang. That isn't going to change." Mai tilted her head. "Then why sit out here alone? All your friends seem pretty content with the way things are. They're certainly snoring loud enough. What's it to you? I thought you didn't care about anyone." "Humor me." Sokka pursed his lips. He didn't understand why she had decided to sit with him, let alone ask him all these questions. Still, she was staring at him in an expectant, albeit flat, way. It was hard to resist the pressure of her gaze. He sighed and traced his finger along the cracks in the stone. "I guess." He swallowed, started again. "I guess your words just reminded me that things don't always work out the way we want." She remained silent, though he could feel her watching him. "Katara is right that we've managed to pull through and make it this far," he continued softly, "but it hasn't been without a cost." He glanced up at the moon and a lump formed in his throat. "Sometimes things just happen and no amount of should-haves or would-haves can change that." Silence settled between them. He sighed again, shaking his head. "Well, you understand that better than anyone, right?" He touched the jagged strands of her hair. "I'm sorry I couldn't come faster." Mai got quickly to her feet. It was hard to tell in the dim light and with all the bandages, but it almost looked as if she was blushing. "You don't need to apologize," she said in her usual flat tone, though she kept her face averted. A pause, almost hesitant. "But, I suppose I should thank you for coming back for me." Sokka's mouth curved into a grin. "You and Zuko are really alike, huh?" Mai gaped at him. It was not a flattering look. He laughed and got to his feet, stretching his arms above his head. "You know, Mai, I don't know why you decided to speak to me tonight, but Katara was right about one thing, you need to decide for yourself why you're here. No one is going to force you to stay. You know the risks if you do." He shrugged. "What you do next is up to you." Her brow furrowed. Sokka patted her on the shoulder and went inside, leaving her alone to sort through her thoughts. He'd thought her a scary girl once, but now he was beginning to understand that she was just confused. Like Zuko, she was simply trying to find her path after choosing to abandon everything she had known. Her personality was prickly and difficult, but it was obvious to him that her heart was in the right place. Well, only time would tell what she would choose. As for him, he just had to make sure he was ready for whatever the Fire Nation threw at them. Sokka might not be a powerful bender, but he would try his damned hardest to come up with a plan that not even Azula could unravel. He wasn't going to lose anyone else. Not again. Oh. The next morning Judy turned up at their house with a face-splitting smile, ready to perform her hostess duties. No one was impressed. Not even Iroh. They were hindered at every turn, and eventually learned that in Ba Sing Se no one was allowed to speak of the war. "I wonder why they let this kid in then," Mai mused as they all sat in the communal area of their house that evening. "The Avatar is pretty much inseparable from the war, but even ignoring that, those in charge here must know that you all helped to defend the outer wall. If they don't want people to mention the war, why let any of you in?" Zuko's brow creased. He hadn't considered that. Perhaps that was why Judy had been monitoring them so closely. "We shall have to be careful," Iroh agreed, then cast a warning look at his nephew. "Which means no late-night excursions for you." Zuko opened his mouth to say that he'd had no such intention, but Iroh just raised his eyebrow. Damn. Had it been that obvious that he'd been planning to sneak into the library and maybe even check on those Daily guys? Fine, Zuko said, averting his face. I'll play by the rules. For now, he added silently. It wasn't being reckless. He just knew that they couldn't afford to stay here for a month, nor could he afford to miss his chance to check the university archive. The words from yesterday's dream were still lingering in his mind like a haunting whisper. Royalty or not, they will not forgive you if something goes wrong. You and I both know what should have happened the moment it was confirmed Prince Zuko was one of them. Zuko closed his eyes. There were too many secrets, inside this city, but also in his past. In order to move forward, he and the others would have to uncover the truth. If that meant breaking the rules, so be it. Actions. Check the description for the links to the author.